Hello?
Hello.
What's going on, everyone? Phil here on behalf of KO Gaming, and welcome to the Hateful Truth Rebooted, my gaming review series where I give you maximum truth and minimum bullshit regarding the latest video game releases. Today I'm going to be talking about Fallout 4, the long-anticipated sequel to the Fallout franchise, which many people have been hyping and waiting for quite some time. Now, I'm fully aware that this game came out over 2 months ago. However, I took the time to do a very complete playthrough of the game, including most of the side content, a lot of free world roaming, and completing all the different possible endings of the game so that I could give you the most complete review possible. Also, I'll be honest, I got caught up a little bit in the holidays and didn't really have a chance to work on this until today, so here we go. Now, I'm a fan of the Fallout series. I fell in love with Fallout 3 back on the Xbox 360 and very much enjoyed Fallout New Vegas, so much to the point that I actually did second playthroughs of them for YouTube. So when Fallout 4 was released, I was very pleased to see that the series kind of stuck to its roots in a lot of regards. The first-person shooting, the VATS system making a return and pretty much being kind of unchanged from the original games, the fact that the narrative trees in dialogue still exist and you can say different dialogue choices to control situations. You can also use your different abilities through RPG-style leveling such as speech skills to unlock different conversation trees and such. There's looting, there's a ton of content, there's open world exploration. Again, a lot of the cool conventions from the original Fallout games are very much present in Fallout 4, and that's a good thing in my opinion. Among those returning factors are a lot of improvements that I feel really helped the game. First of all, the improvement in graphics. And, a lot of people complained about Fallout 3 and New Vegas, stating that those games kind of had outdated graphics when they were new. Fallout 4 certainly isn't the cutting edge of next-gen visuals, but at the same time, it definitely improves upon the formula of the previous games and brings it into the modern era. I definitely like the improvement in the gunplay, in particular, using the first-person shooter gameplay outside of VATS. In the previous Fallout games, this felt really clunky, but in Fallout 4, it almost feels like you're playing any other first-person shooter, no matter what weapon you're using. It's very much welcomed, and it makes the game a lot more uncumbersome when it comes to using weapons really quickly and not having to constantly go in and out of VATS in order to actually score kills against difficult enemies. In addition, Fallout 4 has the largest number of followers for your cause than any of the previous Fallout games. Although, quite honestly, I don't really think they improved the AI of these followers too much, where constantly they're kind of getting stuck on walls and they don't seem to be following you all the time, only to kind of magically teleport to your position once you enter a doorway or a new instance. But the fact that there are more of them, they have their own personalized stories, many of them have their own companion missions to unlock, adds to the amount of content in the game and is very well welcomed. In addition to that, a huge open world with insane amounts of side content, and this is one thing that I definitely have to emphasize about Fallout 4. If you want to get the most out of the game, I strongly recommend that you either use an online wiki or you buy the strategy guide, either or, because there are so many missions in this game that are unique and interesting. You're gonna want to be sure to get them all, and during my playthrough of the game that spans some 40 some hours of gameplay, I did my best to hit upon every single mission that either gave you a trophy or achievement and really felt like it had its own narrative storyline, to be sure that I was doing a semi-completionist run of the game. In addition to even all of those improvements, the game sports new
this video is really just text on the screen. What the fuck?
Level enemies, which will drop loot.
What is this?
And this is a cool addition.
It's not even including my thing.
Really, you either had to just craft your own unique items at a bench, or you had to find the best weapons in the game. In Fallout 4, certain high-level enemies will actually drop really good weapons, armor, and things. It feels a lot more like almost a Diablo-like experience, where fighting these high-level enemies is going to pay off and actually give you a reward for your hard-earned win. And of course, in addition to all of that, there's a brand new settlement and crafting system by which you can set up settlements all across the Commonwealth, which is what they now call Boston. You can have settlers move in and take different positions in these different settlements, setting up defenses and stuff against invasions. You can actually have supply lines running between these settlements for the very first time. And then you can actually gather resources and supplies to craft your own weapons and armor, yet the final major addition to the Fallout 4 game and franchise. By actually customizing your armor, you can add different attributes, strengths, weaknesses, and basically great cool improvements, even visual things like...
Yeah, wait, did he say the Commonwealth is what they call Boston now?
Look at different color, or have actually
know,
the Pit Boy, Vault Boy.
I'm technically not supposed to be here, guys.
The amount of customization that's possible in the game, and this is all new stuff added to the franchise with Fallout 4. Now, despite all of those noted improvements, the game pretty much does kind of play very similarly to Fallout 3 in New Vegas. You're going to be wandering through the Commonwealth, you're going to be trying to solve a mystery, in this case, what happened to your son, where did he go, you're going to be helping out various people that you run into along the way, there's going to be different factions that are going to be seeking to recruit you for their own cause, you're going to have different moral choices and dilemmas that you're going to be faced with along the way, you're going to find some followers who'll follow along with you on your quest, you're going to do a lot of shooting and a lot of looting. You're going to kill hundreds and hundreds of generic enemies to finally get to the boss level monsters, the rare level spawns that drop rare items, and yada yada yada. It is pretty much kind of the same formula as the previous games, and if anything, one of the major complaints that I've heard from many people is Fallout 4 just feels like Fallout 3 with a few modernizations, and honestly, that's kind of a very accurate way to describe the game. Does it really go outside of its way to break the mold? No, what it does is it goes down that common and very well-known road that Fallout 3 and New Vegas went down.
It's like
a
sequel.
Adds in different factors for those who want to expand upon that experience. You can very well play this game ignoring the crafting, ignoring the settlements for the most part, and for a very few story missions that require it, you can just play this game as if it were the previous games and enjoy it at your own pace that way, or you can really delve into the new content and enjoy it for what it is, adding to the gameplay experience. So overall, Fallout 4 is a pretty lengthy game, a pretty hefty game when it comes to the amount of stuff that's in it. And although there are repetitive
How did that
quests,
culminate into saying it's a lengthy game?
there are radiant quests that
was funny to me.
Respawn, forcing you to either do gathering or killing a certain number of enemies.
Anyways, hey guys, welcome to the stream. I know, it's been a long time. Hello.
Hello.
Are you there? What's her name again? What's this lady's name again?
Burnell. Mr. Burnell, you there? Hello.
I forgot her name. Janice?
Burnell.
Judge?
Mr. Burnell, you there?
Judge? I don't know her name. I forgot.
Hello.
Hey, it's been a while. I've been detoxing. It's me, the Canadian Tevin, Hispanic Tevin. What's up? It's me. Welcome to the stream, guys. I'm glad you're here. So the reason I'm starting early, and we will finish this video because it's pretty funny. The reason I'm here is because I just actually, coincidentally, I didn't even plan this. I finished the Fallout show today, and I have thoughts on it. And then coincidentally, he's streaming. He's gonna stream the freaking, where is it? I don't have the tab open. It's my first stream, guys. Come on, relax. Hold on. That joke will never get old. Here it is. He's gonna stream the Fallout TV show, interactive, live review, and the date. So coincidentally, it was a coincidence in case you didn't catch me the first 3 times. So yeah, I figured, hey, let's stream. It's been a while. Welcome, guys. Thank you for being here. Appreciate ya. Love ya. We'll be streaming more often. Got a video too. And I'll just say what it is. It was about Cat and DSP co-op. That's the next video. But it hasn't happened yet. I'm waiting for it to happen again before I release it. Because I don't want to leave I'm going to release it and then he's going to do another one and it's going to throw my whole video out of... It's going to date it immediately. So yeah, anyways, let's get back to this. Hello, welcome guys. Thank you.
Enemies in order to get experience, a la every RPG ever.
Hold on.
Killing a certain number of enemies in order to get experience, a la every RPG
ever.
There also is a hefty amount of unique experience stuff in there that
he's
you're
on
going
baby
to want
voice.
to do. A standard playthrough, just going through the story of the game, is probably going to take you 8 to 10 hours tops. If you rush through it, I'm sure you could do it even faster than that. But if you're really going out of your way to experience the unique side content of the game, you're certainly going to get anywhere from 20 to 40 hours of gameplay. Now, if you're a completionist and you want every weapon, you want to craft every high-level item in the game, you want to get every settlement and have the whole map under your control, now you're probably talking upwards of 50 plus hours. For $60, that's a pretty good value, and in my opinion, it really does feel like the most complete Fallout 4 game when it comes to bang for your buck.
Fallout 4.
But you know, with the positives come the negatives, and I'm certainly not one to ignore
Fallout
that.
4
Let's
feels
take a
like
look
the
at some of
complete Fallout
things
4
that I
game.
didn't particularly like about Fallout 4. Number one, the most startling thing of all, the frame rate. It's still 30 frames per second, but not really, because a lot of the times when you're doing a difficult firefight with multiple
Yo, anyone remember this shit on console? On PlayStation? How bad it was?
enemies, or if you're running through a critical area with a lot of stuff
I don't. I
kind of,
played it on
you know,
PC.
loading around you, the frame rate plummets. And it's funny because this was a complaint during Fallout 3, and here we are how many years later, and it's still exactly the same in Fallout 4. Now, disclosure, I played this on the Xbox One, but I've heard the same exact issues exist both on the PlayStation 4 and the PC version of the game, and that's just unacceptable. Why couldn't they advance the graphical engine to the point where it could load everything it wanted to do and not have to drop the frame rate into
It's
the toilet?
crazy, too, when you consider that Starfield is like, what, 8 years after this or whatever? 7 years later? And the same thing happens.
I don't understand that.
Holy shit.
And I'll be honest, when you're doing some really critical fights here, it could get very difficult to try to hit what you're trying to hit, or, you know, do what you're trying to do when the game is locking up. I don't know how many times, oh, I have to do something really quickly, and the whole menu locks up on me, and now I'm wondering if I'm going to die or not. In addition, the game still has
Spanrag, I'm doing
game
good, thank
bugs.
you.
I already mentioned.
I hope you enjoy. I put a lot of effort in time stamping those.
The one with
I
the
hope
AI
you
of the
appreciate
companions, where they don't necessarily follow you everywhere they're supposed to, but there's other bugs too.
Good,
enemies
though.
will
Thank
get
you.
stuck in walls,
How are
and all
you?
the clipping issues of previous games. Yeah, all that stuff still exists, and it's kind of frustrating that, again, it's supposed to be the modern Fallout. It really does feel like you're kind of playing
It's supposed to
Fallout 3
be
with
the modern Fallout. Wait, what's he saying?
the modern Fallout. It really does feel like you're kind of playing Fallout 3 with all of its shortcomings, with a lot of modern additions, but they didn't fix the issues from the previous games, and I really have to throw my
they
hands
still
up
haven't
and
done
say,
that
why?
past
What
DSP.
gives? Why didn't Bethesda take the time to fix these known issues from the previous installments? And so ultimately, Fallout 4 is not a perfect game. I'd say it is a mixed bag, but a bag that weighs far more heavily towards the positive, with the incredible...
Yeah, that's a great point, Jake Steele. The whole video is just text on the screen. So he never shows any relevant footage to, like, showcase what he's even talking about, which is very annoying if you're just, if you're actually trying to use his videos as a tool to, like, inform your purchase.
amount of
He doesn't even show you any context. He's just
content
rambling
in the game,
with text on the
fact that
screen.
there's so many new additions and so many things that were really
The best part
attempts at
coming up, by the
improving
way.
game. For the most part, I can kind of overlook its shortcomings and the fact that Bethesda didn't fix all the problems from the last installments. It kind of is what it is. You got to take the good with the bad. And being that this was one of my longest playthroughs ever, one of the games that I really was enjoying every moment that I played it, I wanted to take my time to do everything in the game and really do a full completionist run of it. I really enjoyed Fallout 4, and I kind of find myself saying this was an ultimately very positive experience. Those negative things really didn't nag on me too much. And so ultimately, factoring in both the good and the bad...
That's an interesting thing that he just said there, because with games now, he just likes to shit on certain games, even though there's issues like bugs and stuff. He still does that. Where it's like, well, the bugs didn't bug me. See what I did there? So the game is a 9.5. Like, what?
I'm going to give Fallout 4 a rating of 9.5 out of 10.
It's a mixed bag.
That's right. It is one of my favorite games that I've ever done a playthrough for. It's right up there with some of the best things I've ever done. Yes, there are shortcomings, but it's certainly not enough to hinder the awesome experience that I had with this game. And I hope that the DLCs that are planned for 2016 end up being just as good as the ones.
He called it a mixed bag
Fallout
earlier. I'm going
games,
to find it.
And, you know, kind of stay in line with that Bethesda
I found it.
greatness that we're used to.
9 minutes, 30 seconds. Here you go.
It is a mixed bag.
It's a mixed bag?
I'm going to give Fallout 4 a rating of 9.5 out of 10.
What a mixed bag. That's a fucking weird mix of shit you got in that bag, man.
That's right. It is one of my favorite games that I've ever done a playthrough for.
Hey, thank you, Dudette, for staying a member, dude. Legend.
It's right up there with some of the best things I've ever done.
You and your
juicy butt.
Bleh.
Yes, there are shortcomings, but it's certainly not enough to hinder the awesome experience that I had with this game. And I hope that the DLCs that are planned for 2016 end up being just as good as the ones from the previous Fallout games. And, you know, kind of stay in line with that Bethesda seal of greatness that we're used to. Please don't let it
Yeah,
be
I'm alive,
like
I'm
those
here.
DLCs for originally for Fallout 3. Anyone remember the ones that didn't even load on launch day? Please let them work. But a great game overall, 9.5 out of 10 for
The
me.
mixed bag 9.5.
That is it for the Hateful Truth Rebooted review of Fallout 4.
Hateful
I hope
Truth
that you
Rebooted
enjoyed it.
review.
Thanks a lot for watching, and I hope that you'll tune in next time for my next game review. Peace out.
Peace out. Welcome to Brand Dude Gaming. Today we're going to be streaming DSP Fallout centric stream, Fallout style. This is a great one. I love this video so much. So we're going to watch it. DSP tries it, getting salty over trolls mocking his gout. This is a great video. Enjoy.
Doesn't cover the shipping cost for the t-shirt to go internationally.
It's so
That's how
quiet.
expensive international shipping is.
And he's complaining
ridiculous.
about shipping.
Admittedly,
Great.
but hopefully, hopefully eventually we can get a better situation, but we don't know yet. All right, so anyway, that is it. Gratuitous plugs over. We're gonna get started
Oh my
right now
God.
with Fallout 4. I want
Dude, that's a throwback. That's a real DSP throwback. Remember when he would say, time to get the gratuitous plugs out of the way? As if acknowledging that it's annoying makes it okay that you're doing it? Yeah, guys, time to get my begging out of the way. Oh, that makes it better, dude.
to
Yeah.
thank those of you who are here on stream. I don't know how many we're gonna get on stream.
That
as
was
I said.
awesome.
Every time I stream Fallout 4,
You should do that now.
I'm very apprehensive because I know that there are people
He
who have
kinda
not caught up with
does.
the playthrough. The majority of people watching
Still.
the Fallout 4 playthrough haven't caught up with it yet, and I'm okay with that. But I'm just happy that many of you were here to share in with this fun experience with me today. Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. And let's get started with Fallout 4, all right? Sounds good? Very good. Let's do it.
Sounds good. He's so quiet, man.
Let us do it. All right, let's boot her up. Get my headphones on.
Let me narrate everything I'm doing. Guys, my hand's on the mouse. I am on the video, moving the mouse. I am not talking.
You know what I like, guys? And I'm going to be honest here. I'm shooting off the cuff here. What the flip? Oh, I guess I wasn't signed in. I was like, what the
Panda
hell?
Lee Games. Let me see that again. Panda
I'm
Lee
shooting off the
Games.
cuff here. What the flip? Oh,
Aw, rest in peace. Rest in peace to the panda. Where'd she go? She fell down the stairs.
uh-oh. I guess I wasn't signed in.
There she
I was like, what the
goes.
hell? What was that noise? I'm going to be honest here. What I like the most about the people who don't like me is that they cling to the dumbest shit, like the oldest, most outdated shit, but they address it like it's something insulting or something new. And they're like, for example, we just had a troll in the chat. Celebrate Gout 100. So, har, Phil had gout earlier this year, and he talked about it publicly because he talks about this stuff publicly. He shares it, right? He's not ashamed. He's not one of these
Look at
people-
this dude talking in like the third person to make himself feel better. He's hyping himself up in the third person style perspective. What the fuck?
Har, Phil had
It's like a book. I'm listening to an audiobook right now of this dude's fucking life.
gout earlier this year, and he talked about it publicly because he talks about this stuff publicly. He shares it, right? He's not ashamed. He's not one of these people who hides the personal shit about his life. He talks about it. And so I brought this up, and everyone knows that I had gout earlier this year, and I don't have it anymore.
He doesn't have it
since-
anymore.
Shit, I'm trying to think. The last flare-up was sometime during the summer, because I changed my lifestyle. I don't drink as much. I'm not eating as much red meat. I'm a lot more healthy now, and because of that, I haven't had any issues with it. But they think it's like funny to bring that shit up. Look, another one, Fallgout.
Fallgout!
How is this funny? Fallgout. Fallgout. What is funny about that? It's over. Like, it's so outdated.
It's
Find
over. It's not funny because my gout went away.
something else.
You see?
Maybe the most outdated, stupid references. Like, you can tell. That's how you can tell how stupid and immature and just dumb these people are. It's not even funny. It's not annoying. It doesn't annoy me. It's not funny. It's not annoying. All you do is make yourself look stupid. Do I need to instruct people on how to troll? You're terrible at it. My God, you're bad.
Like, bro, how does he not realize
It's just
that?
so bad. It's not. It's just like.
Look, I'm so not annoyed. It doesn't even annoy me. I'm not even phased by it. Look, it's not even funny. I don't get affected.
Pathetic.
It's pathetic.
It's like a little 5-year-old, It's like a 33-year-old
man.
and a 5-year-old's trying to make fun of him. And you look at him like, are you fucking
was
for real? Like, you
33
just
at
made a
this
joke
time.
about like a banana or
Getting
something.
too much money.
Hey, Turtles Game Kingdom, dude. Thank you. Turtles Game Yeah, Turtles Game Kingdom. Thank you. Thank you so
Based.
much, dude.
That's so dumb.
Enjoy.
Oh my god.
What the fuck is in my recommended right now? The Fallout TV series is not hot enough? Okay. What the fuck? Okay, whatever.
God, I haven't even mentioned it.
Say that again.
God, I haven't even mentioned it. And how long? Because I don't have it. Oh my god. All right. Anyway, I just had to bring that up because it's so fucking stupid. All right. We're gonna.
Oh man, that's a classic. That is a classic, man.
Money.
Hey, Alexandra C, thank you so much for staying a member. Or becoming a member, I don't know, one of the two. Thank you so much. Man, okay, so he's already talked about the Fallout show twice. More than twice, actually, if you count multiple times in the same day. So yeah, we're gonna look through this real quick. He starts at 10, so he's actually gonna start at like 10:20 or something Eastern time. So we've got time to kill. I have a lot to catch up on. It's been a while. We're here to hang out, chat. No drama. It's not a drama stream, okay? I'm just pointing out factual observations.
Which I just finished last night.
Here we go. So this is the first time he mentioned it. No, this is the second time. This is the first time he mentioned it. We're gonna watch this one.
That's the schedule. Hope it sounds good to you.
Sounds good to me.
The Fallout TV series. Here's the deal. I like it a lot. I don't want to talk about it a lot today. Why?
Why?
Well, even though it's the talk of the town.
Actually, well, hold on. It's my first stream. Hold on. Before we get to that, I can't. We're having a Fallout centric thing. I cannot go without mentioning this monstrosity. He has been doing these weird uploads on DSP Throwback, where it's a re-upload of his Fallout 3, and it looks terrible. I've just seen screenshots on Twitter about it, and like it looks really bad. Today. I just want to watch. Let's get to gameplay because that's where it looks really weird.
I'm a 1-year-old and I have
like okay, so like pay attention to the audio and just look at the screen if you're not looking, and it's really blurry, and I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it.
A heads-up display. I'm a 1-year-old and I have bars on this shit. Can I pick the door? Oh, it requires a key.
Come to daddy.
What does this say?
And it has, he did the upscaling to 60 frames, and he upscaled it to like, AI upscaled it, so whenever there's text on the screen and he moves, it glitches out, and it looks really weird.
At the beginning and the end, I'll give unto him
Come to daddy.
that is at first the foundation.
Alright, drunk man tries to read.
Really.
Let's go.
Revelation 21:6. Okay.
Come to daddy.
Holy fuck, wait! Editor's note, some cunt scene. Some cunt scene material is taken from the PC Game of the Year version of Fallout 3 in order to preserve the overall quality of the playthrough. However, all gameplay is entirely the original videos from the Dark Side Phil YouTube channel. Enjoy! Wow. He actually put a disclaimer. Well, I say he, but, you know. He even put it in the comments. That's crazy. That was a thing. Remember that? I don't know. It's been a while. I haven't been here for a while,
Jump on the chair, push Y.
Just a little further.
Ah, so you jump with Y.
Look at the text.
Over here.
Look how bad this looks.
I should just ignore him.
You can make it.
Man.
Just a little further.
Close the gate door. Fuck you. Alright, I guess I have to walk now.
Was he really drunk the whole playthrough of this? Like the entire time? Was he really? Okay, let's get to real gameplay, please. DSP, like, can we... Okay, here we go.
Okay, this is the town of Megaton.
Name's Lucas Sims, town sheriff, and mayor too, when the need arises.
Because, like, the whole point behind this is not available to watch anywhere, is it? Because then if it is, then why is he even re-uploading it? Why doesn't he just upload the original? If that's the case. I don't know. This whole fucking channel confuses me.
I don't know why.
Remember when it wasn't supposed to be another monetization thing? And now all this guy fucking does every week is just stream fucking reactions to himself playing a
Hey
game.
everyone, welcome back to The Walking Dead.
And it's like the
season-
weirdest, most like fucking weird narcissistic thing. Like I don't understand what's happening.
Fucks with us.
Just sits here and goat laughs to his own jokes for 3 hours every week.
Well, hopefully it'll never come to that. Thanks.
Wow.
We can't be the first people you've invited up to the dairy. Well, no.
He hasn't said anything.
Deals with other folks, trading for gas. And
Hello?
ultimately, they moved
Hello?
on, looking for the people they lost contact with.
Huh.
I don't know about that.
Interesting. Thought about other
He's just
survivors.
straight up watching it. Like there's no commentary. It's not an edited video. He can't provide any context. He's just sitting there watching it as if you're watching it. There's no insightful commentary. There's no takes. There's no critiques. I don't know, man. Whatever. Let's get back to the TV show.
Down. I'm 3 episodes in. 3. Every episode of the Fallout TV series is like a mini movie. They're all longer than an hour. Okay, so these are lengthy episodes.
I don't think that's true, but all right.
And the cool part about it is that the show is following different aspects of life in the apocalypse. So, yes, it follows vault dwellers, but it also follows people outside of the vault from multiple different walks of
Hey,
life.
Len,
including
welcome.
the Brotherhood of Steel, and also people who are just living out there in the wasteland trying to survive. And I did like that about the show because it's not just focused on only one group, okay? That's a positive. There's some things about the show I really like, and this is not going to be any major plot spoilers or anything like that, so don't worry. This is just a very...
All right, beware of spoilers. If you have not seen the Fallout show, before he starts, I will be talking about it. I'm just warning spoilers. We're going to be talking, discussing, chatting.
general talking about the show. I'm not
So,
spoiling the show for
spoilers,
anybody.
and he might spoil it now. I don't know. Just be aware.
They try to implement parts of the game in the show, but they do it in such a clever way that you'll only notice if you're a fan of the games. So, for example, there's a scene with action, 2 sides fighting each other, okay? And when they're
Okay,
fighting,
it's the first episode. It's fine.
the way that it's shot, it looks like VATS, okay?
Okay.
But it's not. It doesn't have the heads-up display of VATS or anything like that. But
Okay.
basically, it's like someone fires a weapon and the bullet in slow-mo, just like as you were using VATS in the game, will follow the bullet across the screen and then boom, will blow up in slow-mo, just like as if you were playing the game. And it's like, whoa, that totally looked exactly like VATS. But again, if you were an outsider, you wouldn't even know what VATS
Yankee with
is,
no
and they
brim.
don't reference that in the show. But I was like, I like that. I like that they're doing those little kind of references to the games if you're a fan. And I will also say some of the writing is great, but man, I'm 3 episodes in, and I'll be honest, it's very hard to find a purely likable character in the show. And I think that's done on purpose.
Purely
What they're
likable?
trying to show is much like in the Fallout games. There really is no one who's a squeaky clean good person in the apocalypse. Everyone has their own shortcomings, or maybe they're just doing
Isn't
things
that
for
the
their own
main
selfish
girl?
reasons, just getting by and trying to survive. There's no one in this
you
that I would
watch the show?
100% say is like the hero. Like even the vault dweller who escaped the vault is basically an idiot.
What?
Okay, I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. I like some of the writing there. You know what I'm saying? So
All right.
anyway,
She's just like
so
me for
far, 3 episodes in. All right, I'm really enjoying the game. The game. I'm really enjoying the show. I'm only 3 of 8, so I still have another 5 episodes to go. I don't know if it'll get better or worse. What I will say is the interesting part is that they're going a certain way with the plot. Basically, it's a everyone's out to get one thing. What do they call that? Like a MacGuffin device?
What do they call
Everyone's
it?
just out to get something, and I don't actually know if there'll be a payout at the end of the show
What you?
if someone actually gets it and if it ends up being anything important. I think it's just like the show needs a reason for all these characters to come together and do something, and I think that's actually what's going on.
I don't
That
know,
maybe at
man.
the end of the show it'll just be a big nothing. I'm not sure, but they all are.
I don't want to be too mean about this, but like, how do you like the MacGuffin? Yeah, it's not gonna have a payoff. They're just gonna forget it exists, and then they're not gonna do anything with it. I mean, I guess in a bad thing they would, but I don't know. That's just so uninformed. You just don't. You're talking out of your ass.
Are
I don't
after
know.
something,
Whatever.
and they're all chasing it, and that's why you have
He's
a
just like
vault
me.
dweller, a ghoul bounty hunter, Brotherhood of Steel all after the same thing all at the same time. It's kind of interesting. And by the way, it's not just them as well. There's tons of other, like there's raiders, there's references to possible cannibals. You know, all the denizens of the Fallout universe are kind of represented well and interestingly so far in this show. So I'm definitely interested in more, and my wife and I will keep watching it over the week. And basically, I mean, at this point, we're already 3 episodes in. God. And I haven't had an opportunity to review it yet. I think I should probably, I mean, I know if this were another show, I'd probably split it up. But being that we're probably going to be watching it at a more rapid pace, we'll probably watch 1 or 2 episodes a night for the next several nights. So probably by the end of this streaming week, I'll have seen the whole season. I'm probably just going to review the whole thing. Like I'll probably do like 1 half an hour or 40-minute review.
Oh God!
I'll review the whole season 1.
Is it really going to be that long?
Will be up over on my DSP Reacts channel at some point this week. I'll let you guys know my status every day of how we're doing, so that I can let you know exactly when to expect that I'm going to do that.
Yeah, this is really annoying too. I forgot. Oh, I've like been detoxing from this guy, and I forgot how annoying it is listening to him speak. He just repeats himself, and it gives us such useless information. It's so ridiculous. It's so bad. I can't believe it. Why do I need to know your wife is watching the show? Really? I don't know, man. I don't need to know that.
But,
I don't need to know that you're going to tell us when the thing might be uploaded and then when it might be you streaming the review. I don't need to know that. Just fucking do it when you do it. You don't have to tell me you're going to do it.
That should be really fun. Okay?
It's like he's not telling you, okay, I'm going to record it tomorrow. He's telling you about when he's going to tell you about when he's going to record it or stream it. Like, bruh, come on. It's layers of fucking bullshit, man. Come on, get the fuck out of here.
That's the Fallout TV
Please
show.
just stop talking.
News. We have some minor gaming news to cover today.
All right, we got nudes coming.
News story number 1. They are actually going to be making, listen to this,
Listen to
a
this.
live action, hallelujah, R-rated
Hallelujah.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles The Last Ronin movie.
Right. Remember, hey, it's been so long that I remember. It's recent to me. When he fucking complained about Ninja Turtles and how people still care about the Ninja Turtles. And he was complaining about nostalgia. And he says, finally, they're making an R-rated live action, hallelujah, Ninja Turtle movie.
The funny part about that is
He was fucking yelling at people for caring about Ninja Turtles.
that if you actually read The Last Ronin,
God
they're
damn.
not teenage.
Okay,
They're
shut the fuck up. I don't care. Shut up. Next.
Dashboard to the regular internet.
Okay, I don't care. This is news. No more Fallout. We're focusing on Fallout because he has Fallgout after all. That's the wrong tab. Here we go. That's the wrong tab. Oh my god. It's a disaster. Here we go. This is it. So he talks about the Fallout TV show again. This is from a day ago. No, it says a day ago, even though it's from 2 days ago. Okay, 2 days ago.
Honest, again, much like yesterday, I don't have too many particular topics that I want to talk about.
I don't have
except
anything
do
to
want
talk about. Except my podcast is an hour and 35 minutes. I don't have anything to talk about. Let me waste an hour and 35 minutes of your fucking life.
Very general terms.
Great.
Talk about my initial opinion on the Fallout TV show, which
God, I'm so pissed already. Oh, I'm already toxic.
just
I'm
finished
sorry.
last night with my wife. You know, it's 8 episodes. Each episode just about an hour. Usually they're a little bit longer. And basically, wow. I let me put it this way. I have a lot to say, but the thing is, the only way you can really talk about this show in a way that will make more sense is to
Remember the super duper meaningful pizza party the Dents didn't pay for? Yeah, Meth Bear, I remember that. It was a fun, cool, not a member goal style, subscription style thing. It was just like a fun thing he did.
spoil.
For free, so you should pay him.
The thing is, the only way you can really talk about this show
Hey,
in a
Dent
way
Bear,
that
by the
will
way.
make more sense is to
Meth
spoil.
Bear, sorry.
Which I'm
I
not.
called you Dent Bear. Oh boy, that's a Freudian slip. I'm
The
sorry.
only way you can really talk about this show
I was
in a way
looking
that
at
will
his
make
face.
more sense is to spoil, which I'm not going to do here on the podcast today whatsoever. I am actually going to review the Fallout TV show this week, but basically by Wednesday night, like either tonight, tomorrow night, or Wednesday night when I have appropriate time. I'm going to sit down and do a formal review of the show for my DSP Reacts channel. Okay, so
Thank you, Turtle. Big ups,
since
dude.
that is coming, I don't want to talk too much specifically about things on the show. But what I would like to do,
All right, talk about the
is
show, please.
generally talk about the show.
Look, he's doing it again. He's doing it again because I just looked at the timestamps. Oh my god. He's doing it again. He's talking about, he's hyping up when he's going to be talking about the Fallout shit. Like, instead of just talking about it, he's telling you he's going to be talking about it. Why? Why does he do this? It's so annoying.
In just general terms, without hitting on point on any specific
Oh,
plot
boy.
points. That way, if you are going to watch the show yourself, which, by the way, I will urge you to, man, it's a great show. This way you won't be spoiled at all. If you want to be spoiled, you can head over to DSP Reacts
Yeah,
over the next
welcome
few
back,
days, and I'll be
really.
reviewing it there more in depth. But I do want to talk
Throw me into the fire
generally
here.
about it today because, man, we finished it last night, and I was blown away. All right, so I'm not going to say anything else because I'm going to have a segment on the show about it.
Great. Great. Thanks for wasting my time.
And, yeah, it should be a good time. All right, but outside of that, not a lot going on. I keep checking gaming news and stuff. There's really not a heck of a lot going on.
Okay,
Anything
shut
like
up.
that. I'm just going to talk in big generalities about.
Okay,
So please share.
so all of that time we just wasted, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that I just wasted your life.
Shall we?
Now he's gonna talk about it. Okay, you ready?
All right. Before we get to shout outs and the like,
Oh my god.
I would like to talk in general about the Fallout TV show. I promise you I am not going to give you any kind of major spoilers or anything
He
like that. I'm
already
just talking
said
about the show.
this.
Okay. So first of all, the Fallout TV show
Here we go.
is on Prime Video.
Oh
So
my
you have to be
fucking
an Amazon Prime subscriber right now if you'd like to see it, unless you pirate the shit out of it, which I'm sure some people have done, but I do not condone nor recommend. Okay?
In case you didn't know, it's on Prime.
It's 8 episodes, all of which are instantly available. With the way that Amazon does it with their shows,
Holy
their
fuck.
entire season drops at once. They don't wait to
That's
space
not
out one
true.
episode a week like these other streaming services do. And because of that, you can just binge it if you want. My wife and I have been watching it since Wednesday night when it came
Was
out.
it fucking Invincible weekly? I don't know. Who
So we
who
watched
cares? I don't
basically
know.
one-
When I spread misinformation online, I don't fucking
Or 2
know.
episodes a night, depending on how
I
much
don't
time we
care.
had. Last night, we weren't going to finish it, and we got so hooked on the end that we just kept watching, and we were up late watching it. And it was good, man. We were so happy we did, but tired of shit because we stayed up late to watch it.
Yeah, Rings of Power was weekly. Sadly, I hate watch that. So yeah, I remember. Dude, what a great reviewer.
So it's definitely bingeable. Each episode weighs in at just over an hour. The first episode is the longest, which runs about an hour and a half. And all the other episodes are like an hour, or an hour and 5 minutes, hour and 8 minutes, somewhere around there. Now, wow, let me tell you. First of all, the cast for this show.
I'm gonna nitpick that because that's not really true. There is about like 5.5 minutes of credits at the end, maybe 5 minutes, and then there's like a minute-long recap of each episode at the beginning. So they're actually under an hour, Phil. Actually,
Is super
Yeah.
good. All right? And I'm not talking, they got insane AAA actors from fucking movies and shit.
triple
But the
A
cast
actors.
that they got are people who are experienced, who are essentially really good character actors. Like a lot of these people you will recognize from other shows that you've probably seen, and maybe they've had great supporting roles, but maybe you've never seen them have a chance to really shine. Just notably, obviously the Ghoul is played by Walter Goggins, who's been in shows like Justified and other things before. I've seen him in other shows. This is hands down his best role I've ever seen. He's basically one of the leads of the show, and he does an insane job because he plays 2 characters.
What?
He plays the Ghoul in present day, but he also plays him.
Okay, potential spoilers. Also, he said 2 characters. Does he not know it's the same character? I don't know.
Himself pre-Ghoul in the past. So you get to see 2 time
he
periods
knows.
in the Fallout
Okay.
TV show, and he does a
He's
great
being
job in
mega
both. I think he
specific.
might actually have the most screen time of anyone in the show because of this. Also, there's other characters, like for example, one of the main character, well, not one of the main characters, but one of the characters who's one of the Vault Overseers is actually the guy who plays the main lead in the Twin Peaks TV show. I was blown away by that. I didn't even know he was on the show, and he ended up being a super prominent character. I was like, holy crap. I love Twin Peaks. I haven't seen this guy in ages, and to see him on the show, like, whoa, that's neat. But that's all. I don't want to spoil, because there's a lot of...
Are DSP and Phil the same character? That's a great question. Waffle.
guest appearances and cameos in the show.
Yes.
There's characters who are on the show for 2 minutes. You're like, why were they there? These are known actors. And they're there for 2 minutes just to be in the show. Maybe they're fans of Fallout. I don't know. But it was real. There's comedians.
It's like a cameo.
From like SNL that are on this show. Yeah, no shit. I'm not kidding. Just for no reason. They're in it. I was like, what the hell? Let me just put it this way without spoiling.
Shocked by cameos.
When you see who one of the Knights of the Brotherhood is, when he takes his helmet off, you're going to be like, what the fuck? Like, why did they do that? It's hilariously cool, actually. I was like, what the? So anyway,
I have no idea who he's talking about.
with all this going on, great casting. And everyone, I feel like everyone did a good job. Maybe every once in a while, the acting's not 100% on par, but it's pretty darn good with the casting. The production
Hey, Radman,
values...
no problem. Yeah, guys, spoilers for the TV show. If you haven't watched it, mute the stream and stay on the video so I get the views. That
They're
no, but
great.
seriously, spoilers. Just be aware. He's going to talk about the TV show, so be aware.
They're not as good as an insanely high-budget movie. There's some things that do look kind of cheesy, but at the same time, for the most part, the production values are quite good. You know me, I'm very critical of CGI. I'm going to be honest.
What?
One of the CGI creatures in the show, I don't like the looks of it all. I think that it kind of looks crappy. But it's a prominent creature in the show, and I was like, I have so much screen time for this thing. I don't like it. It looks like shit. But outside of that, everything else was good. A lot of practical effects in this show, right? Which is really good. And just to forewarn everyone, it's very gory. It is very much in line with the spirit of playing the Fallout modern games where everyone you shoot explodes and is gory. The show's like that, okay? A lot of adult content. Yes, there's some sexual content. It's not heavy, like there's no full-on sex scenes or anything like that.
Wait,
but
there is.
There is some sexual content.
What does he mean? There is in the first episode. It's like in the first 10 minutes. He must have looked away from the screen. His wife had to walk out of the room for that one. He's like, come on, what the fuck is this?
Well, basically, let me put it this way, because I'm going to do a full review, and I don't want to spoil any specifics about the show. I haven't yet. I'm just talking in generalities, right? This show is basically exactly how I want every single video game adaptation to go from now on.
Why?
Because right now, we're in a situation where all of these different directors and developers are trying to make video games into mainstream hits. They're trying to say, let's make a movie, let's make a TV show. And we've got series like The Last of Us and Halo that are really desperately trying to do it, and they are failing.
What?
But the funny part is, the shows are still successful.
What? Okay, I didn't watch Last of Us, but like, that didn't fail. What does it mean by failing? I know he said it's successful, but what does he mean failing?
What it is these shows are appealing to an audience that don't know the source material and don't understand that the source material is far better than what they're watching on the shows. So they're watching mediocre shows and saying, oh, amazing. But in reality, if they actually fucking played the games, they'd be like, wait a minute, this is way better. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, bro, like, did you just discover adaptations? That's every book adaptation ever. Like, dude, what? It's not like game specific. It's nothing new. This is something that just happens. It introduces more people to the thing that you're adapting. That's what Game of Thrones did. I read the books because of the show, and I hated how it ended. So I got really into the books. I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Say, in this case,
Whatever.
the Fallout TV show is dead on exactly what I wanted from a TV show of a video game. Does it change things and take creative liberties? It does.
Also, Fallout is not really like a story, like cinematic, story-driven kind of... Like, there are stories in it. But if you make a show called Fallout, you can kind of just use the universe and do whatever you want. As opposed to The Last of Us, where it's a very story-heavy game. So you kind of just follow the story. It's kind of different. Like, Fallout has the advantage of being just a universe, really. A really iconic look to it, and style, and feel.
But the things that it changes or has creative liberties
So I
with,
don't know what he's talking about, like, when he's talking about changing stuff, and I don't know. It's just weird.
ruin the lore of the games.
Hey, Hellrail, thank you, dude. Thank you so much.
Based.
You get a
Fallgout.
Fallgout for today's Fallgout celebration. Let's go. Thank you.
In fact, I'm going to say this.
What?
The final episode of this season is one of the best
Oh boy.
TV episodes of anything I've ever seen in my life.
All
It is
right.
one of the best culminating episodes of any storyline ever. It is
Oh
insanely
my
well
God.
executed. The final
Hold on. Say that again.
TV episodes of anything I've ever seen in my life. It is one of the best culminating episodes of any storyline ever. It is insanely well executed.
All
The
right.
final scenes feel like it's the final room of a video game, with the way
What?
the plot unfolds and the combat.
All right. I haven't really given my opinion because I'm being a little fence sitter about this because I didn't want to drive people away. But I really didn't like the show. It felt very, I don't know. I don't want to say amateurish because there were like professionals that worked on it, but it just, the writing was very weird. A lot of weird moments. I didn't really like any of the characters. I really liked the way it looked. There was some really interesting concepts. Some really interesting stuff that I was like, oh, I wish that was in a game. Like, I wish that was a Fallout mission. But I really didn't like the show. And the last episode was my least favorite. So it's interesting to hear him say it was the best thing he's ever seen. That's really interesting. I wonder how he's gonna back that shit up. Let's see. Let's rewind a bit.
Any storyline ever.
Ever.
It is
The
insanely
best shit he's ever seen ever.
well executed.
Double down.
The final scenes feel like it's the final room of a video game, with the way the plot unfolds and the combat. It's like, oh my God, this could have been the end of a climactic 80-hour gaming experience, this final moment right now. Okay? And
Okay.
I want every show to try to live up to this, but I don't know if they will, you know?
I don't know. I don't want to be a little contrarian bitch like DSP about this. I acknowledge that it's not bad. It's really not a bad show at all. I don't think it's terrible. It's pretty good considering some of the garbage that comes out. But I just didn't like it. I couldn't click with it. It felt juvenile. And
to them,
weird. Hey, King Sly. What's up, dude?
I tried to have the gang run through, but I flowers it up. Lamau big ups, welcome me back. 100.
Aw, dude.
Fallgout.
You legend, man. Thank you.
Getting too much money. I'm him. I've been him. I will continue to be him.
Thank you, Sly, man. Thank you so much. Hey, man. Thanks so much. We're doing a Fallout-centric stream, and I'm back. Yeah, thank you, man.
Fallgout.
Let's go.
Now, for the record, no, the show does change things, and I think a lot of people have issue with that because they just want a show that's so in line in canon with the games. And by the way, from what I'm to understand, they are trying to say this is in line in canon with the games. But if that's the case, then some of the plot points of this show change the plot of the games in a dramatic way, and that's what I mean. I don't want to spoil here. I'm just talking in generalities. So I don't want to tell you any specifics. If you want to know specifics, I will talk about those in my full review of the series that I'll do for DSP Reacts in the next few days, okay? But when the show ended...
Yeah, I don't see how he can say Fallout is the gold standard, but Last of Us failed. He said Last of Us failed. It was fucking pretty close to the game. It's almost damn near 1 for 1. So I don't know. Explain that, please. He won't, though.
Really, thank you.
Welcome back. First question, why'd you come back?
Hey, Jay Wessow, I don't know, man. Please help me. Yeah, I was just detoxing from the guy. It was like 3 weeks.
I'm getting too much money.
Hey, Iviga and Nugs. Hey, I'm back, guys. Thank you. I appreciate the love, guys. Thank you so much. But yeah, I'm back. Just I explained it earlier. I coincidentally watched the Fallout show today, and I finished it. Not in one day, but I finished it today. And I saw DSP was gonna review it today, and I was like, oh fuck, that's such a big coincidence. So I just figured, hey, I'll stream it. But big ups, Jay Wessow. Thank you so much.
My wife and I were excited.
My wife?
We were like energized, and we were like, holy shit, that was so good. And it made us feel positive for the future. Because number one,
Thank you.
this show is doing well, by the way, for the record.
Fallgout 100.
Fallgout.
Fallgout.
Oh, I should really like stack these. I wish I can stack them. Anyways, thank you so much, Alexandra, for the 2. Thank you.
They're saying the views, like, it's really highly rated on Prime Video right now, and the buzz is growing and more people are watching.
Well, okay, wait. I was gonna say something about his fucking wife. Hold on.
We're like, holy shit, That was so good, and it made us feel positive for the future. Because number one, this show is doing well, by the way, for the record. They're saying the views, like, it's really highly rated on Prime Video right now, and the buzz is growing and more people are watching it. So it seems like a shoo-in that they're going to do a season 2. I think season 2 is going to be better than season 1. And again, I don't want to spoil why, but in that finale episode, it basically builds it up.
Why is he even talking about it if he doesn't want to spoil it?
To be something so awesome that
I'm not going to say anything, but again, beware of spoilers. I'm going to keep warning you because this guy just says shit. He just says things that might spoil something. So I'm just fucking warning you. I won't talk about it personally until the actual review happens. So, warning.
Every single Fallout fan wants to see, and it seems like that's what season 2 is going to be. So, wow.
Okay, never mind.
Excited.
He didn't say anything.
So I strongly recommend that you check out the Fallout TV show. Like, it's probably one of my strongest recommendations I've ever given in any of my content in 16 years. It's that damn good. I think if you love Fallout, you're going to love the show. If you just love dramatic, dark shows, you're going to love the show. It's seriously good.
At least I didn't see the birthday bash. That was torture. Dude, yeah, oh my god. I heard about it after the fact. I was like, god damn. I was going to come back for that. And I'm so glad I didn't, man. Thanks, Ivica, for the heads up.
But again, I can't really say any more than that. Because if I do, I will literally spoil major plot points that I feel are interesting and contentious. And, you know,
Thank you.
But
hey, thank you.
Really,
seemingly odd with the 2.
So will Phil cry if they don't get a season 2?
Season 2? He said that like DSP. Maybe. Cat will cry downstairs specifically. And you know who else had something stare related? The panda.
What was that noise?
If you know, you know.
Man, super duper good. And I hope that you guys will check it out because I couldn't believe.
Isn't season 2 already confirmed though? I'm pretty sure it is. They confirmed it before the first episode even aired.
Could not believe how good it was.
Aired.
All right.
What am I? Old?
All right. So that's all I have to say on for today. I will have more, way more to talk about on the channel, DSP Reacts, later this week. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Would people like it if they don't play video games? Yes, Cracker Jacks. You want to know why? So this show...
Okay. So I'm really curious to see how this doesn't apply to The Last of Us. Because he started this off by shitting on Last of Us. He said it failed. And didn't really elaborate why it failed. I don't know if he has a video on that. Maybe we'll watch it. We have an hour left, guys. I don't know. He's not live yet.
Basically has stuff in it that relates to the games and is Easter egg content for those who are fans of the games, but you wouldn't know it if you didn't play the games. I'll just give you an example I mentioned the other day. So in episode 2, there's a crazy shootout in a town. All right.
Spoilers.
And the shootout, as it's happening, actually has elements of VATS in it. Now, if you never played the game, you don't know what the hell VATS is. You wouldn't even understand what I'm talking about, right? But if you played the game, you know the VATS system. And basically, yeah, there's a shootout where, boom, someone fires a gun, and all of a sudden, the camera will zoom in on the bullet and follow the bullet as it goes across the town.
Wait, what?
And then, boom, hits someone.
I feel like I'm on repeat. I could have sworn he said the exact same shit back here, but okay.
Explosion.
I thought I watched the same video again.
Gore, just like in VATS. And I was like, wow, the people who made this game the people who made this show love the games. You can absolutely tell that there is love and attention given to the show to make it have references to the games if you love the games. That's awesome. You understand? Like, that's instead of, oh, well, we have source material, we're just going to bastardize the fuck out of all of it to make a show because, you know, it's Hollywood and that's what we do. We just change it to be our own. I mean, they did change some things to make it their own, but it doesn't ruin the spirit.
We're not going to change things. Well, you know, they did change things, you know?
Of the source material. In fact, it expands upon it. And one thing I will say, man, what did they do in such a big deal that made it good? They didn't just take the story of Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas or Fallout 4 or Fallout 76 or Fallout 1 or 2 for that matter and just turn it into a TV show. It's its own story. And because it's its own story with its own original characters, you can't be upset that they ruined your favorite character from something else. You see? That's genius. Here's the problem with a show like The Last of Us.
What?
The Last of Us TV show is good only when it relies on the base source material from the games. In fact, those are the best parts of the show. Why? Because The Last of Us 1 is one of the best written video games of all time. So if you're adhering to that source material, you're enjoying it. The moment that it veers from the source material, the show falters. All the changes they made and stuff, it makes you upset. But the game is better. Why did they make this change, right? They don't do that in the Fallout show.
I don't know. There's a lot to unpack there, because the reason they make changes, at least in the case of Last of Us, is because, I don't know, they need 8 episodes, so they gotta fill time. They substitute the gameplay parts for more story parts, because that's all it is. I don't know. I didn't watch it. I don't know.
Do their own story, and because
saying,
of that, you can enjoy it for what it is and not have to worry that they've ruined everything that you all love, you know?
And judging from The Last of Us, I think people really enjoyed it, even people who played the game. My mom fucking watched The Last of Us. Like, dude, she didn't know what the fuck that was. That's how, like, good the story was and how well it was adapted, because, like, random people watch it that don't, like, give a fuck about the game.
So there you go.
I think a lot of people really liked it.
All right, cool.
And I didn't even tell her about it. She's like, did you watch Last of Us? I was like, what?
So,
how do you even know what
full
that
review
is?
coming in the next few days. That's it. I'm not gonna keep going, because I keep going, I'll end up spoiling too much. I've only told you generalities. Thankfully, I haven't spoiled any plot points or anything. I can't wait to talk about the plot points in the full review coming in a few days. But as you can see, I'm excited. I'm animated over this. The show is so good that I cannot wait for a season. I hope this show gets 8 seasons. Seriously, I do. I hope it does.
Why?
Okay.
Man.
All right.
Okay, I won't spoil the ending, but before he moves on from that, I won't spoil it, but I will say it's a cool idea what they did. I won't say what it is, obviously. But I also think it's a little risky, creatively. It kind of handcuffs them, Bethesda being them, for like what they can do in other games. What if they ever want to go back in the timeline? I don't know. I don't know. It kind of feels weird to me what they did. But anyways, no spoilers, guys.
All right,
we'll talk about it when he gets to it.
I think now what we will do, we'll begin with shout-outs. We'll see how it goes.
It's interesting,
We'll see where the shout-outs take us. All right? And then if we run out of things, maybe we'll do either Q&A or suggestion box or whatever. But I have a few shout-outs to do before we...
It's interesting, but I didn't like it. But I don't hate it either. I can at least acknowledge that. Okay, next. Oh, what is this? He's going to be talking about financial challenges. Let's see this.
Well, I just stopped traveling. I stopped going to conventions. I stopped anything. In truth, the real reason was I couldn't afford it. When I moved, I basically put myself into a financial hole. I overspent on the move and to furnish this house and things like that. And I had a giant hit to my income within the first year of living here. My income was up here.
It just hit me that on this gaming podcast, you can go from a guy loving a TV show to only like 10 minutes later fucking telling people how hard his life is and how bad financially he is in the same show, like 10 minutes later. I don't know, man. This is so weird. When you really take a step back and you look at this fucking channel and this podcast, quote unquote, it's so strange. The strangest shit ever.
And then with copyright strikes and all this negative attention, my income went from up here to like here, like half.
Nice.
When my income got halved, it was like, now I'm fucked. Now I'm in such a financial hole.
Oops, sorry.
Just trying to make ends meet. And I was like that for a long time. I was stuck in that rut for about 5+ years, you know? It is what it is. That's life, right?
Right. That's life.
That's water under the bridge.
Really, thank you.
That's life.
Conventions? He stopped leaving the house.
Yeah, he's never been to any convention. What were like? That was part of the reason why he wanted to go to Seattle. He's like, it's a hotbed for anime conventions and gaming conventions. There's so many like link ups I can do, and he never went to any of them. So that's cool. That's really cool that he never did anything that he said he was gonna do. Okay, we're gonna look at next video, which is the cat thing, because I said it earlier, but my next video, I already worked on it, but I didn't want to release it because Cat was apparently supposed to be on stream, and then all of a sudden multiple times, like weeks in a row. I think it happened 3 times in a row. He's like, yeah, she's not showing up. That bitch is not showing up. Just randomly, the day of, the night of. He's like, yeah, she's not coming. So I don't want to release the video. I'm going to wait for new footage. I'm going to wait till it happens. And yeah, that's where that's at.
Hello, everyone. What's going on?
So this is Fat Cat No Show for co-op stream. So this is Fat Cat No Show for what? The first time? The second time? I don't know. This is probably the first time she was a no-show.
It seems like once a month, things just go a little bit awry or plans change. And so here we are, April 13th, 2024.
Hey, Luke Cage.
It's about a month since the last time this happened. And tonight we are doing an impromptu chill stream with a live audience. We're just going to hang out with each other.
Yeah, okay, and that's the funny thing too, where instead of just like continuing one of the RPG overload games or doing something fun, he just decides to sit there and Q&A. I don't know why.
Have a good time, talk, have some conversation. And I actually have a new PS5 controller being delivered tonight. Needed it right away because one controller has a thumbstick drift and the other one has a melted thumbstick. I was just telling the audience about this.
Melted thumbstick. Now, guys, I'm pulling out my PS5 controller right now. I've been having controllers, as you all have probably, most likely. I've never once melted a controller with my greasy fucking pig hooves. I don't know. They seem pretty hard to melt and shred and greasify and break. I don't really break controllers too often. So when I hear this guy say that, you know when you grease your controller up and it gets like melted, the thumbstick gets like smashed and melted. It's so weird to me. This shit's never happened to me once. I don't know, man. This dude's like fucking... It's made of acid or some shit.
So I need a new one. So that's arriving, and when it arrives, I can do a live unboxing. It's actually a special color.
Left it on the radio.
The audience earlier today on my Elden Ring stream voted for this special color. So we can do that together. It's just going to be relaxing and talking and having a good time tonight. Nothing crazy, nothing super serious, no gameplay or anything. It's just a hangout session. Like I said, we've been doing this about once a month. We did one in February, one in March, and now one in April. And they usually do well. Usually people want to talk and hang out and people engage and they end up supporting and it ends up a good time. So let's see how tonight goes.
Yeah, Stephen Hawking, like freaking pro players who, I don't know, play Destiny all day for like 1K hours every fucking 2 months. They don't fucking melt their controllers, I bet. How does this guy do that so often?
First of all, let's just address the elephant in the room. Originally tonight was supposed to be co-op with my wife, Kat. We were going to start Beyond Two Souls. All right. What happened?
A no-show.
Well, it seems like this playthrough, we came up with the idea for this playthrough about a month ago. All right. And it just seems like it's...
by the way. We came up with it. I still know. I just know that this guy asks her every day. He's just wearing her down until she says yes. That's all he's doing. It's not like a fun thing that she spontaneously wants to do. She very obviously doesn't want to be there.
It's like destined to have problems.
I don't know.
Seriously.
Man.
Like,
just leave this lady alone.
We just can't get this thing going. First, we wanted to do it.
Wait, what? Hold on.
All right. What happened? Well, it seems like this playthrough, we came up with the idea for this playthrough about a month ago. All right. And it just seems like it's like destined to have problems. Seriously. Like,
it's destined to have problems. The problem being that she doesn't want to show up. Is really what he's saying. That's the problem, is that she's not showing up.
We just can't get this thing going. First, we wanted to do it, but I was stuck in the midst of playing so many lengthy RPGs and trying to push to finish them.
Yeah.
It didn't make sense to start it then, because I needed to finish those RPGs to get the variety back on the channel. So I did that, right? Like I pushed hard. Okay, we're going to do it. And we got them all done. Then originally, we were going to do it like 2 weeks ago on a Tuesday night. And basically didn't go, my wife wasn't up to it that week. She changed her mind. It was basically like, I'm not feeling it. Too much else going on. Let's delay it. So he said, all right, we'll do it the next week. We were gung-ho 100%, locked in schedule to do it this last Tuesday, which would have been what? The 9th, right? April 9th. We were 100% ready to go. We have all the stuff we need. We have 2 of these headsets now. So each of us can have one when we do it. We bought all these wire. We bought a splitter wire. We bought extra headphone cables for it and everything.
We bought it.
We got a chair for. We're ready. We're raring to go. I bought
monsieur,
it was on
we
sale
bought it
last month. I got it for like $12 on PSN. It's installed. It's like we are 100% good to go. What ends up happening is
slight derail. Who the fuck has his laundry rant? Is that this video? Maybe I'm speaking ahead. But I want to watch that fucking laundry video where he was fucking holy shit. You guys know what I'm talking about? When Kat was like so dumb she couldn't do laundry.
My wife's work
Big up,
basically
Pete.
changed her schedule on.
This is the one. Okay, good. Thank you.
Unbeknownst to her, they didn't even tell her. She just happened to be checking the schedule online.
You guys are great, man.
And it's like the whole schedule's different. She's like, wait, what? I've had the same schedule set for a while. Why would they do this and not even talk to me about it? Right? So it threw our whole week into it for a loop. Remember, we were going to take Wednesday off.
Hold on, I wasn't not listening. Hold on.
100% good to go. What ends up happening is my wife's work basically changed her schedule on.
Okay, changed her schedule.
Unbeknownst to her, they didn't even tell her.
She
just happened to be checking the schedule online. And it's like the whole schedule's different. She's like, wait, what?
I'm trying to think in what context that would make sense, where you just don't know. Because like if she's on call for something, you would probably know a week ahead. Like you'd know at least a week, your next week's schedule. What? I don't know, man.
I've had the same
that happens in retail. Okay.
schedule set for a while.
Yeah, because she's on call.
Why would they?
She doesn't work full time.
Do this and not even talk to me about it, right? So it threw our whole week into it for a loop. Remember, we were going to take Wednesday off this past week because April 10th is our wedding anniversary. So we were going to have that as our day off. We were going to have a longer streaming week this week. We wanted to be together for our wedding anniversary, but because they changed her work schedule, that all had to get changed. So our day off ended up being the day after our wedding anniversary. And because her work schedule changed, we couldn't do the co-op on Tuesday. Now, originally we were thinking about maybe we'll cram it in on Wednesday night, maybe. And we were talking about that and saying, let's do it. But then we realized, to cram it in on the Wednesday night when she'd been working nonstop.
This is so weird to me. This is really fucking weird. Just listening to it. He's like, she can't stream the day she works because she'll be tired. Now, fair enough, right? Streaming is kind of draining if you don't really do it. But if she wants to be there, if she wants to spend time with you, which is something that he tries so hard to convince people of, then why is it such like a big deal to be able to stream the same day she works? Or why is it so difficult to get her on the stream? She's canceled like 3 times now. I don't think she wants to be there. I think that's really the answer.
All week. Plus that we were going to go out the entire Thursday.
It's like you can't just sit with your husband for 2 hours and just play a game with him. Because it's not like she says anything. She doesn't talk to him. He doesn't talk to her. She doesn't read the chat out loud. She doesn't read super chats. She doesn't do anything. It's kind of just you're hanging out with your husband. At least that's how she should be thinking about it. Hey, let's hang out for 2 hours and talk like we normally do, except, hey, look, people are watching. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. I really don't know.
We would rather have a relaxing night the night before our entire busy day out. So we decided against it. We're like, nah, let's not do the co-op. I'll do a regular night stream. And,
maybe she wants to stream on her own channel again. Yeah, that's never happening. I don't think she wants to. I don't think he would let her. Because when he got with her, she got wiped off the face of the planet. She fell off the face of the fucking earth.
Have a day out. And then we'll have it. So we talked about it. We were like, when should we do it?
Chaos Realm.
And we realized, it might make more sense to do it on a weekend. Because typically she doesn't have to work weekends. Not every time. Because like I said, her schedule could change. But typically she's not working over weekends. So we're like, maybe like Saturday nights would be perfect. Because number one, she won't be overly exhausted from working. Number two, it's a night, usually typically on weekends, more people can attend. Right? People aren't in school, aren't in work. They're out and they could come by and stream a little bit more. Like, well, a lot of people want to see us do co-op. It'd be pretty cool. We do the co-op on the weekend. We'll probably get more viewers.
He's not Mr. Views.
So we totally agreed to this. Like, yeah, this is great. This will work out, right? So then here's what happened is we had our day out on Thursday, and it was a great day. Don't get me wrong. We did a lot of fun stuff together, did some shopping, had a great dinner. We talked about it on the podcast yesterday, how good of a day it was, right? But basically, because of that, we were behind on stuff. Like my wife is behind on things she would normally do, like loads of laundry and doing certain housework and stuff like that. So
This is interesting.
You know, this morning we get up and we're having
Let me hear that again, real quick. I'm sorry. We got time. We got half an hour.
but basically because of that, we were behind on stuff. Like
We were behind on stuff.
my wife
My
is
wife.
behind on things
My wife is behind on things
she would normally do, like
that she would normally do. Interesting fucking sentence there. Interesting.
like loads of laundry and doing certain housework and stuff like that.
Damn, bro.
So-
You really don't do anything, huh? You really just sit there and do nothing, huh?
So, you know, this morning
Come on, bitch, do the clothes.
we get up and we're having breakfast and we're talking about it and we're kind of like, yeah, you know, we're still on par. We're gonna do the co-op tonight, and I could already tell a little bit that maybe Kat was a little like,
I can tell that she was a little like, like upset. Did I help her? No. No, I didn't help her with her chores or something. And I didn't get something to make her feel better. Great. What a cool husband.
frazzled about it, and you know, I didn't know why or anything.
Oh, I didn't know why, but he knew.
We're still set to do it. So I did my first stream, and as I finished my first stream, I went downstairs into the kitchen, and here's Kat hurriedly trying to finish dinner, and that's surprising because usually she's done with dinner. A lot of times she finishes dinner early, and she's rushing to try to finish dinner as I'm coming down from my stream, and I know immediately something's wrong, and you can tell she's really stressed out.
Okay, shout outs to Dudette, my girlfriend, guys. She's my girlfriend. We talked about this because spoilers, I kind of watched this yesterday or the day before, whenever. And she brought up something interesting. That's like, when this dude, he takes a lot of breaks anyways. You're telling me that this guy can't go, like, put the laundry in the machine before you start streaming. And then, I don't know, if you don't want to do it right away, then push the button on a break. And then an hour later, put it in the dryer. And it takes you like 5 minutes. Like, as you stream, it's not like your wife has to do everything. Why can't you do it, like, on your breaks? You get up and stretch, right? Why don't you go do that?
And I said, "Oh, what's going on?" She goes,
He's too busy.
I'm trying to do one thing and another thing goes wrong. I try to do the next thing and the next thing goes wrong. I say, so basically, it's one of those Murphy's Law situations, right?
What?
As I'm in the kitchen with my wife and she's trying to finish dinner, a noise goes up. It's our washing machine. She's trying to wash clothes, and this washing machine has errored out saying uneven load 3 times.
3 times.
So she's been trying to do a load of clothes for over an hour and can't even finish it because the goddamn washer keeps saying uneven load. So I said, I'll go look at the washer. You focus on dinner.
So this fucking... Yo, okay, I don't really like being mean to this lady. I really don't. But how fucking dumb is this bitch? That you need Dark Side Phil, this guy, to come solve your issues. And so she put the wash in once. The clothes gets wet and soapy. She starts it errors out halfway through, right? Because the clothes clump up and it doesn't spin. And instead of doing a half cycle, like to try and get it going again, like you spread the clothes out and do a half cycle so it just cycles it, she redoes it again, so probably adds more water and shit in it. She just restarts the entire thing. It was over an hour. He says it was over an hour.
Let's work together. Let's figure all this
Like,
out.
how did she not think to, instead of just restarting the whole thing, why not just do half of it? Because it already got wet and soapy the first time.
I don't even know what was wrong with the load of clothes. Honestly, I went in and it was just a bunch of towels and a few pieces of clothing. It's like, I don't know why it's saying uneven load. I have no idea. You know, I'm separating.
Also, towels and clothing. Dudette pointed this out when she listened to this. I don't know. I usually don't put towels and clothing because towels are pretty big and thick. Pause. So it's kind of weird to put them together with clothes unless, you know, it's just one towel. I don't know. He said towels, so.
What we're supposed to do, you separate it out so they're not lumped together. You toss
yeah,
it.
and in case you're confused, when it errors out like that, if you have a side-loading washer, I didn't know this because I've always had a bottom one, whatever the fuck. You just kind of spread it out. You got to even it out so that it spins properly. It doesn't get stuck.
Back in fresh, even though they're so.
And somehow she couldn't figure this out. She didn't think once to take clothes out, like take a few things out or spread it out or do something.
You know, you
Instead, she just restarted the whole cycle again 3 times.
got to keep doing that so that they won't keep doing that, right?
Right.
So,
Okay. How about you tell your wife this and not your chat, you fucking idiot?
Sid, that's wrong. He says it means the load is too heavy. That's not what it means. What it means is somehow what's in your washer has become loaded to like one side or clumped together to the point where the washer can't effectively move the clothes anymore. They're stuck in place. So then it stops to prevent the washer from moving across your floor or causing damage to the washer.
Yeah, whatever. Top loading. My bad.
So anyway, basically I cleared it up, right? I go to start the washer again. I stupidly hit the power button. Instead of the resume button, I hit the power button. So it resets the whole goddamn thing. Now I don't need to wash the clothes the whole full setting again.
Wait, but she was doing that.
I was like, well, I'll wait. So I got to call the cat. I screwed everything up because I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing. I screwed the whole load up. What do I do? So now she has to leave the kitchen where she's trying to cook to come over to the laundry room.
This guy never touches this fucking washing machine. Remember when he was like 34 years old and like Panda moved out and he was like, oh, today I had to do the laundry and like my adrenaline was pumping because I was carrying the heavy clothes and I had to learn how to use the washing machine. This guy doesn't know how to use the fucking washing machine. He can't even, oh my god, he can't even figure it out. He never goes in that room. That's how like weird this relationship is. He doesn't do anything. He really doesn't want to do anything. He just wants to pay the bills and have a mom there to clean his clothes and make him food. It's the same relationship he had with his mom, which is really fucking weird when you think about it. But yeah, it's crazy how little this guy wants to interact with anything that is the lady's work.
To show me how to use the washer.
That's the exchange. That's the relationship. You do the stuff that I don't want to do.
An idiot, right? So it's like, why did I even help? I just complicated things even worse, right?
It's called a soulmate.
So finally, we get it going again on like a short cycle. It's like 15-minute short cycles, like short spin cycle or something like that, right?
Right.
Go back to the kitchen. So basically trying to finish, and I could tell Kat is completely stressed out. And I said, so what's going on? And she's like, basically, the whole week has been a shit show, right? Jesus. Ever since the work schedule changed earlier this week, and then she had to work more days and different times, it threw her schedule off. So here she is, she's behind on all this stuff. And she's like, I need to get clothes done today. I need to do this. She's like, tell me all the stuff she has to do. And she's like, I would have had it all done. But that work throwing me off, and then we had our day off for our anniversary. If we had stayed home that day, I would have had more time to catch up, but we didn't. We went out, and not that she regrets that. She loved having the day out, but basically she just can't play. She's been playing catch up all week and hasn't yet, right?
I don't know. This also tells me that they don't talk. We already knew this, but they really don't talk because it took you a week to figure out that she was being stressed. Like, what do you guys talk about? Did she not, like, come home and talk about her day with you? Does she not say how bad her day was when she comes home? Have you not been... Does she do that and you just don't care and you don't pay attention and you don't listen to her? Because how did it take you a full week to even... Like, the only time he cares or he notices or he wants her to speak is when she's gonna be on his stream. That's the only day. It took him a week. He went a week without even caring, without asking, without even attempting to help her. The only day he cared is the day that she was gonna be on his stream. That is fucking crazy. That is crazy. Jeez Louise, man.
And I'm like, well, what do you want to do? You know, and basically here's my actual honest take on this, okay? Why on earth are we going to be doing co-op tonight if she's going to be stressed out, right? The whole idea of us coming...
Like, dude.
Really,
thank you, Turtle.
But didn't he say on the side Skeller's interview, when he gets up he does housework and stuff before he streams?
Oh yeah, Turtles Game Kingdom, thank you for the 5 Australian man legend. He's also said he's the type of guy who when he sees something dirty, he needs to clean it right away. Because that's the kind of guy that he is. He needs to clean the mess instantly, or else it'll bother him. He said like a lot of shit like that. Man, it's ridiculous.
Coming in here and doing anything together.
Also, yeah, I was gonna say,
are we going to be?
Why are we going to be doing co-op today?
Doing co-op tonight if she's gonna be stressed out.
if she's gonna be stressed out. Like, dude, she was stressed out the whole week. And the only day you care is the day that you were supposed to stream. She was supposed to do something for you. She was supposed to show up on your stream so you could make a little extra money. That's the only day that you care about her well-being. The rest of the week, you didn't even care. Because it took you a week to notice.
Right? The whole idea of us coming in here and doing anything together on a stream is that it's supposed to be a fun atmosphere, right? We're going to have fun together. We're going to play a game. We're going to talk and do Q&A with the audience or whatever it may be, right? If she's already stressed out and now she's going to come in here and try to play a game, you know that's just going to translate into her demeanor and her enjoyment of the stream in general. And you also know, let's be honest, you also know that the trolls are going to be here. I already see some of them in chat saying dumb shit. I'm kind of ignoring them now to at least give my explanation. But that's the thing, like, what's the point of doing a late night stream with my wife where we're supposed to be having fun together if she's not going to have fun because she's stressed out? It doesn't make sense, right? So I said to her, I said, if you're stressed out and all you want to do tonight is play catch up or do some relaxing or whatever you want to do, that's perfectly fine. Just tell me now, and that way we're not being forced into a situation where we're doing a stream that's not going to work.
The way he's wording this, it really sounds like a hostage situation. Like, dude, he's talking about co-op. He's talking about watching his wife play a game next to him on the couch. That's what he's talking about. And he's talking about forcing, he's talking about stress, he's talking about trolls. All this shit. It's like, reminder, this is just about sitting next to your wife playing a video game. It's crazy.
And that way, we're not being forced into a situation where we're doing a stream that's not going to work because, you know, we're going to be stressed out and upset or whatever.
And upset.
And she's like, yeah, I don't want to do it. She's like, I want to do it, but let's do it on a week when I'm not so stressed out because she's so backed up and everything. Okay? So basically, we agreed we're going to do it next weekend. We're going to do it next Saturday night. She wants to do it badly. She wants to play this game. And in fact, of course, she was very apologetic. She's like, I'm nervous now. Is everyone going to be upset? I said, you don't have to worry. It's like, listen, number one, all right? This is our life together. It's not dictated by what happens on one of my work streams, right? Just because we told them we're going to do co-op, it doesn't mean that's the end of the world, and now we're all hugely have to be committed to doing this. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, won't playing with your GF/wife put you in a good mood? Exactly. It's just, she's so stressed that she is turned away from streaming with her husband. Like, just sitting next to him, hanging out, playing a game. That's how stressed she is. She doesn't even want to do that. Somehow, that's like added stress.
Right? It's supposed to be something nice.
I don't know.
In addition to something that we already do. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the end of the world. Not everyone's going to freak out. You know? It's not. That's the thing. I think she genuinely feels sad and worried that people aren't going to want to see the co-op now because it keeps getting rescheduled. So what I basically have to say is it's this simple. When she's ready to come on to do it, we'll do it. And she says, let's do it next Saturday. She wanted to do it.
Interacting with Phil must be stressful. Yeah, you're right. Fair enough.
Tonight, but it's just, things just kept getting backed up and backed up and backed up and backed up to the point where it's like, to even come on here tonight, she's going to feel so stressed. What's the point, right?
What's the point, right? What's the point of hanging out with my
That's exactly right, Orange. Orange says, it's okay, tell Kat she just doesn't owe us anything. Correct, right? Like, absolutely correct. She doesn't owe anyone anything. She doesn't have to be on a stream. There's no commitment. If she really doesn't want to do the co-op, we never have to do it. Man. But she wants to. Like, she genuinely wants to do it. It's just things keep happening that make it be screwed up and delayed. We were 100% ready for Tuesday. Then her work schedule changed. Then we were going to do it Wednesday. And then we're like, oh, shit, after her working the several days, then she was tired. And now, now we're going to do it tonight, but now this is happening. It's like, this is the thing after a thing after a thing, right?
After a thing after a thing.
Then next week,
also, he brings up like 20 excuses for why she didn't show up. But it seems like the real reason is that, like, I think she was too busy. She couldn't cook food and wash the clothes, so she was stressed. So, I don't know. All of the reasons accumulated, I guess.
Again, tentative. Let's say Saturday night for next week. If we do it, we want to do it on a Saturday night at this point, okay? I think it makes more sense to do it on a Saturday night because, again, more people attending or whatever. And it wouldn't, like, coincide with her work. Usually she doesn't work on the weekends. So, I think it's going to be fine. And here's the other thing. I make my own schedule. This is not like, oh no, the boss is going to be upset at us. What boss? I'm the boss, right? So I do whatever I want. I'm like, well, you know what? Like I said, once a month, we've been having these late night chill streams where we just hang out and talk and have a good time. And people want more of them. They've outright told me the desire that over time they want more of these chill session streams rather than it being so focused on always gameplay, or something set. They like the fact that every once in a while something impromptu or different happens, that the schedule will change. It feels a little bit looser, right? I'm down for that, okay? I'm totally 100% down for that.
I don't know. He just created a viewer in his head, and somehow that equals everybody.
I hope you guys understand. If you do understand,
I understand.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you don't understand, well, I can't help you. You know, that's life. You're going to find out as you get older that these kind of things happen all the time, and you better learn to be adaptable because if...
All right, guys, you're going to find out when you get older that your wife is not going to want to spend time with you. Your soulmate doesn't want to be with you for 2 hours at night.
If you're not, and you're one of these people
that's
who's
life,
just
man.
so stubborn, you're going to learn real fast that not everything goes according to plan the older you get. And then you got to find ways to call an audible, as they say in like professional football, you know, American football. You got to find a way to adjust on the fly and make stuff work. You know what I mean? You can't just sit there and break down and cry or fall apart when things don't go according to your plans. So in this case, listen, we're going to do the co-op. You know, unless some crazy extenuating circumstance happens, we're going to do the co-op eventually. You know, it's just not happening right now. And, you know, next week we'll give it another go on Saturday night. We'll see what happens.
All right, I'm going to do a poll. Poll in the chat if you're not looking at the screen. You guys want to partake. Okay, will the co-op happen this Saturday? Will the co-op happen this Saturday? Apparently it's going to happen. It's guaranteed to happen, so who knows? It's supposed to, right?
And hopefully everything does. See, the thing is, next week, now she knows her schedule ahead of time. It didn't change. So now she knows the schedule ahead of time. We are not going to have a day out that's going to be more stressful. We're going to have a more relaxing day at home for our day off next week. So she'll have time to do things that, like, these errands around the house and things, and not going to get backed up on stuff. So I think we'll be all right for next week. We'll see. Okay? But will it be absolutely 100% every week moving forward?
We're at 83% no.
I don't know. It might not be. Again, it depends on life. It's not a big deal. I think it's special when we finally get to do it, right? It'll feel like something special. And I think the reason why basically people react this way, like seeing people in the chat being like, oh my God, what is it this time? Blah, 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 you know, being stupid about it.
What?
It's because otherwise I'm a fairly consistent individual, right?
Okay.
I make a schedule. I adhere to it. My work schedule is set. Boom, boom, boom. You know, like clockwork, I'm going to be here every day. 2 streams, if possible. Sometimes it's only 1, but it's mostly 2 streams almost every day. You know what I'm saying? You definitely know what's going on.
I mean, that's not because he wants to. He's trying to act like it is, but it's just because he wants the money. He's trying to make it sound like he's doing you the favor. But it's like, dude, you're only doing that because you kind of need the money. I don't know. Stop trying to add prestige to the thing that you treat as a job.
So, you know, that's the
deal. You just want the money for showing up, I guess.
And sometimes things go awry, but it's a rarity, right? It just so happens that getting this co-op going has been the thing that's gone awry in the last couple of weeks that keeps, you know, basically being annoying that we can't make it happen, right? Right? And I agree with you there that, you know, when you're down to consistency and you're used to consistency and you don't have that consistency, it can bother you. But understand something, this co-op is different. This is not, you know, Kat is not a paid employee of mine. She's not me, right? We're doing our best to try to make this happen for you guys, to do something a little special. It will happen eventually.
That's so
and,
funny
I
to
want to
say.
say thank you to those who are understanding and appreciative and being very nice.
Last chance to vote in the poll. Will the co-op happen this Saturday? What do you guys think? Last chance before I close it.
Or with us, I should say, over this, you know, it is what it is. And now we're just going to have a chill night tonight where we kind of interact and talk and go from there. All right. And I'm going to keep checking because, like I said, my controller is supposed to be delivered.
Okay, his controller. Okay, poll is closing. 85% no. Will I stream the co-op? Yeah, probably. I think I will. I'll be here more consistently. I gotta get my name out there, guys. Big ups. This is fun. Okay, let's get back on the Fallout topic. I know the stream is about Fallout. We kind of got derailed there. So let's get back on it. This is the latest Snorthogan. Again, thank you as always. He's going to stream in 10 minutes. So he's actually going to stream in about, I don't know, 20 minutes. So we got one more video to go probably.
Now, here's the other
thing. So this one is DSP wants to play Fallout 4, but only if you give him money for it. Of course.
thing. And this is completely out of left field. I wasn't expecting this. You may notice I have a new border today, right? Take a look at the border. Take a look at all the stuff around the edges of the stream. So Fallout Mania is currently hitting the internet because the TV show is successful. It did well. It looks like they've greenlit a second season already for Prime Video. Everyone is excited for Fallout. And Fallout 4 is getting a modern day upgrade on the 25th, including improved visuals, better frame rate, and that's about it. It's really the same exact game, except it's going to run better on modern consoles, particularly on the Series
Just
X.
left out all the little DLC things they do. Okay.
Supposedly, it's going to be optimized. Okay.
All right. You could have done this in 2015 on the PC, but okay.
Surprisingly enough, people are now asking me, am I going to play Fallout 4? And I'm like, wait a minute.
Before he goes into this, like, I think the wildest part too is when he replays games like Oblivion and Fallout and Skyrim, he plays vanilla console versions of these games. Like, why? You've already done that when they were new. Like, dude, just come on, invest in a fucking PC, get some mods or something.
We literally agreed together, right?
All right. He's gonna play vanilla Fall Cry. What the fuck is this game called? Far Cry. No, not Far Cry. Fallout 4. Vanilla Fallout 4 on console. How exciting. That's so cool, dude.
You guys did not want RPGs right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you said RPG overload is too much. But then again, Fallout 4 isn't necessarily...
Happy birthday, dude. I saw it was your birthday. I haven't been around, but happy belated birthday. Big ups.
An RPG in the style of what we were talking about. If you take a look at a game like Baldur's Gate 3. Or Like a Dragon. Or Final Fantasy 7 for that matter. What's happening? Those are more traditional, slower-paced, turn-based. You know what I'm saying? Fallout 4 essentially is a shooter with VATS with some RPG elements thrown in. It's definitely not a traditional style RPG, so to speak. And again, I'm getting requests for it. You know what I'm saying? People are saying they want it.
Why doesn't he play the original Fallout 1 and 2? What games he's never played instead of fucking vanilla Fallout 4 on fucking console? I don't get it. I don't know, man.
Considering it, but that's up to you.
It's up to you.
Remember, we're going to try this Another Crab's Treasure game on the 26th as well. So what I would say is think about it and see if you're interested in it or not. If that's the case, what could end up happening is day streams could be Elden Ring and Fallout 4, and night streams could be Helldivers 2 and Street Fighter 6.
How exciting.
With some variety tossed in for the React days or the co-op with my wife. And we could do that for the foreseeable future. FYI, there is nothing whatsoever going on in May. I believe until like the 3rd week. Let me take a look at my schedule that we did back on my birthday.
Okay.
Yeah, there is literally nothing going on in May till the 21st. Then we've got Hellblade 2, System Shock Remake, Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door. At the end of the month, we got Multiverses releasing.
Right.
So
I was going to say System Shock has already been out for like a year, but he doesn't want to play it on his PC, mini PC.
We've got 3 weeks in May. 3 freaking weeks to do whatever we want. And yes, we could do Fallout 4 if that's what you wanted. All right, but only if that's what you wanted. The other thing is, we don't have to commit to it either, because it's a Game Pass game. I've already played it. If we start playing it and we do it for a week and it's good, and then when I play it, we're tired of it, or, forget this. We don't have to keep playing it. We can do something else. So really, that's the...
He's not even trying to pretend that he's not playing games for money anymore. He's given up. Straight up, yeah, if I don't make money playing it, I'm just gonna fucking drop the game. I'm not gonna play it anymore. Sorry, guys. I was just checking if he was live. He is.
Attitude again I want to take, but I need you guys to buy into this. That if this is the case, we're going to try stuff. If it works and sticks, we keep going. If it doesn't work and stick, we drop it, and you're okay with that. That's that's where we have
Oh yeah,
to be.
PC gaming's
And
dead.
sadly, I think so many people are just so set with me every time I play a game, 100%ing it, completing it, and that's just a mentality that I think has to change. I don't think that every game is always going to work. I don't
Look at this guy. This fucking guy. This bothers me because he's the one who set that expectation. Since he started, even to this day, he just did it with Baldur's Gate and Like a Dragon. He just did it with RPG Overload. He started a game, and then he feels like he has to finish them. You're the one that creates this expectation, and then you're blaming your audience for having this expectation. Like, I don't get it. I really don't. Whatever.
I'm not even aware of other streamers or content creators that whenever they start playing a game, they always finish it, right? It's actually a rarity to find that. Lots of content creators will play a game, see how well it's doing, and judge if they continue it based on how well it's doing,
Yeah, it's his stream. He can play or not play whatever. Bug mechanics. Exactly. I've been saying that for such a long time. It's just like...
So...
Dude, I don't know. It's just play whatever you want, really. If you're just going to play shit that makes money, it's not too much longer now till he's playing games like Fortnite. I mean, he played Helldivers, so it's not out of the realm of possibility where he's just going to become a Fortnite every other day kind of streamer. He's going to play whatever makes money. Eventually, it's going to happen when he gets desperate enough. He'll go against all of his morals, and he'll play Street Fighter so people can see him rage and laugh at him.
See what you want. Let's test it. Let's
in a
test
few
the
years
waters,
from now.
Okay. Darth Hobbit, I mean everything. He says, what do you mean if it works and sticks? I mean, if people show up to the streams,
there you go.
People watch the videos, people engage on the streams and enjoy them rather than sitting around saying they're bored, and people support the streams. It's all of those things going hand in hand. That's what's going to determine if a game sticks and stays in the rotation or not. It needs to be the combination of things that work. It has to be entertaining. It has to have people who want it. It has demand. I have to be liking it. You have to be liking it. Yes, it actually has to make some money because this is a business. Like,
look at all the hoops he goes through just to say, I have to make money. It's fucking ridiculous, man.
Everything. It has to be a little combination of everything. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to at least fit together. Okay? Pizza Box Gaming, he says, your voice is kind of cutting in and out. Is it? I don't see that on the mic settings here.
Dude, it's been...
like my voice...
Oh my god, ever since he changed his mic settings, it's so annoying listening to him. It's so annoying.
It's registering?
It's like specifically annoying once you notice it.
I don't know what would have changed to be causing
And it's pretty easy to notice.
I'm looking at my filters right now. I haven't changed them at all.
Oh
we have
gosh.
noise gain, noise suppression, and limiter. Some people are saying it's totally fine. Spagonito says, no, it's working for me. When I lean back... Okay, hold on. Let's test this.
Okay.
So now I'm talking right
I
now.
don't care. Yeah, he said Baldur's Gate 3 ruined his business when making almost 10K while having no viewers. Exactly. He's pretending as if views and engagement and chat even matters. If someone gives him $150 to play Fortnite, every time he plays it, he's going to be playing it all the time. He did that already. He's done that with Street Fighter. He played Street Fighter 5 because Tutankhamun was going to give him money to play it. He did that with that Clay game that just came out. Whatever it's called. The game on Game Pass that's like a claymation style. He did that with that. He got a prearranged tip thing, and he played it for one stream, got the prearranged tip, and then he dropped it. He does that all the time. So it's like, what's even the
Now
point?
this is normal. Now when I lean back, is it cutting out my voice right now, or can you still hear me? Because now I'm literally leaned all the way back. Can you guys hear me?
I don't know. And then we're getting this annoying segment. Let's go. Skip ahead.
It's good?
Okay, move on,
That's
please.
what's going on right now. This week, we Elden Ring continuing. Some Helldivers continuing. Street Fighter continuing. Call with My Wife beginning. All right? In a little over
Harold Halibut. That was the game. Harold Halibut.
a week's time, we're going to try another Crab's Treasure. And then there's a
Another
possibility
Crab's Treasure. What even is that?
of bringing Fallout 4 into
Why
the
is
mix.
he playing that? What is
with
that?
its new version coming out for Xbox Series X. And testing it.
It's on my wish list, apparently. Apparently, I know what this is. Why is this? Oh, because it looked cool? I don't know. Why is he playing this, though? This is not a game DSP would play. It's on Game Pass or something? I don't fucking know.
And seeing if you guys want it or not. Right now, Fallout is hot. Everyone says they're going to be playing Fallout 4 when it comes out on the 25th, the new version. So it's probably a good time for me to start it if I were. And by the way, it's been 9 years. Yes, it's actually been 9 years since Fallout 4. I haven't played it since it released. And what a difference my content is now. I mean, take a look at me back then versus now. My entire life is different. My content is different. My everything is so different. So it could be a very interesting interactive stream, the likes of which we haven't done with that game, right?
Okay.
So
whatever.
All right, let me know what you think. All right, now.
I got the drip go.
Hey, drip going. Is he live? Like, are we live now? Come on.
Full clarification, yeah, there's going to be major spoilers
Here we go.
tonight. We're talking all the plot points tonight. Okay, we are.
I missed 40 seconds,
We're
guys.
talking all the plot points of the show tonight, including character arcs.
Okay, so in case you're just joining us, he is live. This is live. Fallout review. Live review for some reason. So let's go.
Lore, the ending, which is a huge part of it. The ending of season 1.
His chat is on
and I
screen.
can't wait to talk about that. How this show is going to change Fallout in general, because it exists now and is really the last piece of Fallout. Well, the piece of Fallout we're going to get for a long time. So yeah, we got a lot to talk about tonight. You know, not only am I going to summarize the show, but I'm also going to give you my thoughts and opinions on everything there. And I'm sure you guys are going to talk back and forth with me. We're going to have questions. You know, who's everyone's favorite character? Why? What didn't you like? What did you like about the show?
We're going to get a
what
summary.
What did you think about the world, the presentation, the effects?
Okay.
All right, we have a lot to talk about. And that's why we have a whole night stream to do so.
He's doing it again. He's doing the thing where he's going to talk about it. Instead of talking about it, he's talking about how he's going to talk about it.
I want to say about the show, so that way
that's so cool.
It's all in one place for people
it's
to watch.
my favorite
when they get
DSP
a chance.
thing.
You know, you don't have to watch this if you're not interested, but also you can wait until you've seen the show to watch this, right? If you have not seen the Fallout TV show, unless you really don't care about it or you don't have an intention of watching it, you're okay with being spoiled, you gotta leave. Because I'll tell you right now, you're going to be monstrously spoiled tonight. That's why it says spoiler alert in the title of the stream. That's all we're doing tonight. We're talking about the show. Okay?
Okay.
Walk Warrior, we're going to go as far as it needs to talk about all the topics and things we want to talk about. And then, you know, depending on if there's extra time at the end, you know, to hang out for a little bit, we might.
No.
But that won't be part of what I record. I'll stop the recording then, you know.
Great.
I haven't started recording yet.
Now I got to watch that because we need proof that it happened. Cool.
Lies vs. Souls, I haven't seen it. I don't care about it being spoiled. All right. Wait till you hear. If you're a fan of Fallout, when you hear what happened in the show, you're going to be like, holy shit. Because the show starts off slow, and by the end of the season, it's like, what the hell? Like, holy crap, I can't believe they ended it like that. And it gets you so excited for the future. It really does.
Not me, but okay. Thanks for speaking for me, I guess.
Big everyone tonight. You guys excited to hang out and talk about Fallout? I am. We never do anything like this, right? We've never done just a specific stream dedicated to one kind of a show or subject matter. I've only done videos like this, but I've never done an actual stream with interaction. So I'm curious how it will go.
You have reaction streams to like down the rabbit hole. What the
Joe,
fuck
no one
mean?
has any idea what you're talking about, nor do we care. So if you're just going to repeat that in the chat ad nauseum, I'll just remove you now.
Joe,
it's up to you.
Are you going to complain about skin color like you did with The Last of Us?
Talking about, including me, and no one cares.
Nobody cares. I don't know what you're talking about. Skin color?
No, I don't think I'm pioneering anything. I'm pretty sure this happens on many other channels. It's just the first time I'm doing it on any of mine.
Philza, what?
So.
Philza, huh?
So, by the way, some shout-outs already. Jordan gifted a membership, and that gifted membership went to Reverse 750, so congrats, Reverse 750. Lysifer Soul re-upped his membership. Thank you, Lysifer Soul, for that. And Gabriel popping their 9-month membership notification, saying, I'm not in the Fallout, but I'm here to chill. Hey, as long as you're okay with the spoilers, then you can chill.
Oh, yeah, warning, guys, spoilers.
Excuse me.
For real this time.
Score, I am well aware of all of this. I'm well aware of the timeline. I'm well aware of when the show takes place. Don't worry, I educated myself tonight before this stream so I would know what I'm talking about and not sound like a jackass.
I educated myself.
And this show is actually the latest part of Fallout lore. It's the latest thing in the timeline. So.
Okay. Can we start? What are we waiting for? What's happening? He saw a review to make his review. He needs to know what to think first before he can summarize the story for you. What did IGN give it? A 9. Okay, I guess it's good. I love it.
All right.
What's
happening? So, by the way, guys, it will be a live interactive stream. So, even though I'll be talking a lot about the 3 plot threads, trying to summarize each one and talk about all the different stuff that happens in the show, You know, it's very interactive. If contributions come in, I will shout them out. If questions pop up, I will likely answer them live.
If money comes in, I'll shout you out. That's the kind of show
it's going to be. I will have a little bit of an agenda at the beginning, maybe the first 20 minutes or so, trying to just go through the plot itself, right? Because the plot itself is very interesting. 3 protagonists that you switch between and follow their stories. But then on top of that, you know, I'm sure things are going to come up or whatever. So, Pistol Wheat says, can I spoil things at the start, or do we save the juicy stuff for last? Well, I'm going to kind of generally just summarize the show to start. I'm going to say, here's what it is. There's 3 characters. Here's what each of their plots are. Here's how they intersect. And here's where the plot moves, and here's how it ends. Okay. And then we can dissect each part with heavy spoilers and the like. So,
why does he need
what's
to
my favorite show
up?
of all time? I don't think I have one. I don't work in absolutes. I never have.
Okay. I don't have a favorite show.
The Fallout show is my favorite show of recent memory. Like, of anything I've seen, it's definitely my favorite show. Of you know, like the last probably 5 years of anything I've watched.
All right, dude.
What kind of food do they eat? Basically, everything if they're in the vault.
He's actually answering this.
Right? It's all preserved food. You spam in a can. Or crops that they actually grow down there in the vault with artificial light.
Yeah, we're live.
If you're on the surface, you eat whatever. You're eating rad roach on a stick, man. Right? You're eating whatever you can get. Yes, including The Boys. I like this better than The Boys. The Boys is good, but this is like, it's right up my alley because I like the games, and to expand upon the lore and make that something new is so cool and special. That's why I really like the show.
He likes the game so much that he's never played like half of them.
By the way, let me just test something.
It's pretty cool. Me too. I love game series where I don't play half the games.
Which is it this one?
It's pretty cool.
And it fits perfectly. Good. I wanted to see if it would fit with my head, and it does. So there you go. So I can actually bring that up.
I guess that's not that bad.
And it won't interfere, it won't overlay
I'm
my
being
head.
toxic. Why are we getting a PNG of the photo?
So yes, if you like this concept tonight, if you're here relaxing, enjoying, interacting, and having a good time, if you could support the channel, that would be outstanding. I'm looking to get more content for this channel. Right now, this channel is basically once a week a show called DSP versus the Internet, and that's it. I haven't really put other content on the channel regularly. If this works as a format of a show, and people like it and show up and engage and support it, I likely will try to do more of these this year. And, you know, we can expand upon it and figure out, do we just want to do TV shows? Do we want to do movies? Do we want to do video games? Is this a way, an interactive review of a video game, right?
I don't see why the interaction even matters.
Oh, yeah, Chemical Goods, you got to leave if you don't want spoilers, dude. Seriously, don't even, as soon as I start recording in like 5-10 minutes, you got to get out of here, because right off the bat, I'm going to talk about spoilers about the show. It's like the first thing we're doing. Is, no one can get in trouble for spoilers on this stream because it's assumed that you've seen the show or don't care.
He's fucking with me now, specifically. Me. 5-10 minutes? What the fuck
What are my overall thoughts
for?
on Fallout? Oh, it's terrible. Horrible series.
Okay.
Really awful. You know, just a hack series, just, you know, completely bad writing, terrible gameplay, awful.
Okay, dude.
That's why I play them all as they come out, right? That's why I've done multiple playthroughs of most of them. You know, because there's garbage gameplay, garbage games, garbage story, garbage lore.
All right, it's funnier the more you repeat it. Commence the jiggling, I agree.
Common says, I've been playing Fallout New Vegas to get ready to watch the show. Oh, cool. Well, wait, if you haven't seen the show, you should not be here. I'm serious. You guys are going to get spoiled, man.
Okay. You're going to spoil the games, too? Like, just talk about the show. All right, whatever.
Jordan, thank you for a super chat. Do you think you should go back and watch game trailers to compare how they accurately portray the games? Oh, that's an interesting concept. Like, watch the trailer. Like, a game I've already played, go back and watch a trailer and see if the trailer is representative of what the game actually was.
Explain the question.
After I've played it.
To the guy that asked it. Okay.
That would definitely be interesting. I've never done anything like that before, right? So is it representative of the game, or is it like a bait and switch, right? Excuse me.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
The pre-order Fallout New Vegas came with a cool deck of cards and coins I still have. So the collector's edition
went to sleep.
Came with a ton. It came with the coin, right? The replica coin of what the courier carries. A deck of cards where every card was a character from the game. I think it had an art book. It came with a case. It was like a brown case. I remember. I remember all that stuff that came with it. It was a really neat package for someone who likes the game.
Okay, it was a neat
Is
package.
a Fallout 4 playthrough going to happen? We're talking about it. We talked about it this morning on the podcast that it's a maybe. I would do it if people want it. We have 3 weeks in May with nothing going on. Seriously, there's 3 weeks open until new games start coming out in May. So, and by the way, we are turboing through Elden Ring. We are getting through it way faster than I expected. Way faster. Today we beat the entire Blood Palace in an hour. I was like, what the hell? I never expected that. So, yeah, like, we'll see. If I end up finishing Elden Ring, then I think that Fallout 4 will definitely at least start it and see how it goes. That's right. There's a comic book in the collector's edition as well that sets up the story of the game. That's absolutely correct. I forgot about that. Yep. Back when they put effort into collector's editions, now it's just a bunch of DLC content that's digital that nobody wants, right?
Okay,
or,
dude.
oh, it's the Season 1 content included with the game. Well, I could have just bought that anyway. I didn't need it to be in a collector's edition.
I don't know,
right?
dude. There's been like the Sephiroth statue and the Venom statue.
Noct, I'm going to assume that you're joking.
They still
because
do
if you're serious,
statues
I'm
and
going to
shit.
just time you out right now.
Noct said, "Is this
That's
spoiler
ridiculous.
free?" It's ridiculous to
You're
ask
absolutely
that.
ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. I guess because it's in the title. I don't know. Maybe he didn't read the whole title. I thought this was interactive. Why are you getting angry at him? Okay.
Hello,
Whatever.
Mateo. Good evening.
He says, "Oh, I was full screen. I didn't see the
You
title."
tagged the wrong name. You tagged DSP Gaming. This is DSP React.
Anyways, my thoughts on the show. I didn't like it. I acknowledge it wasn't bad. I just personally didn't like it.
No, and that's the thing now. Now, if you get a collector's
But,
edition,
yeah.
you get a statue. Like, usually the
there you go.
statue sucks, too. Like, the statues actually used to be pretty darn good. Now they're pretty bad. Like, they're, you know, I've seen a lot of these, and they're not very good. Like, Street Fighter 6 Collector's Edition. It's statues of Kimberly and Luke, the two characters that, like, you would never want a statue of.
Why?
And they're not, you know, they're okay.
What if you like
It's
them?
hilarious, though. You can get that collector's edition now for, like, $50 or something because no one bought them. Like, they just did not sell at all. No one wants that shit. So,
Okay.
like, what the hell did they do there? Why did? And it was
Hey, commence the
expensive,
jiggling,
too.
dude. Thank
They
you
were,
so
like,
much for
$200, I
becoming a
think,
member.
base. Now it's like way down.
I think you did. Based.
Fallgout.
Your mouth.
What's up,
drooling
yo?
fucking
You spelled my name
retard.
wrong, but
I
what's up,
shouldn't
yo?
have said that.
You spelled my name wrong. How did he spell your name wrong?
I had the Songbird statue from Bioshock Infinite Collector's Edition. I sold it. I sold it to a fan who wanted it.
Damn.
You're right. I bought two $100 copies of Street Fighter 6, and I regret it because, man, it was a scam. Just like all these expensive launch day versions of the games, it was a total scam. I thought, oh, I'm getting all this content. I'm going to get all this, all these tickets to buy outfits. You can't use any of them to buy outfits. They literally don't do that. They were worthless tickets. You still had to buy the outfits anyway. So I was like, man, I really ripped myself off there. That was dumb.
Nice. He did no research.
No, we haven't started the review yet. We have not started the review
Can
yet. We're
we
just doing a little bit of a
please?
hangout before I begin.
Yeah, Kiwi
Again, I
Havoc.
don't know
He's
how
really
many
he
people
really plans to drag this out for 2 hours. Yes, I hope he doesn't, man. Holy
Massive
fuck.
Spoiler stream, you know, and a lot of people probably don't want to be spoiled on the show, and they're going to watch this after the fact, perhaps.
There you go. He's view complaining subtly to his viewers. Hello, people that showed up. Not enough of you are here. Thank you for not showing up, guys that are showing up. God damn, man. Can we just start?
The show's been out for a while. The show's been out for exactly 1 week. It's literally 1 week. It came out 6 p.m. last Wednesday. It's now 7 p.m. the Wednesday after. So, you know, it's an 8-episode run, and each episode is over an hour. So you're arguably
It's
you know,
not
8.5
over
to
an
9 hours to watch in a week. Not a lot of people have that much time. So I'm not surprised a lot of people haven't seen it yet.
There you go. He's
Or some people
complaining
have
about
seen
views.
some of it, but haven't seen all of it. So obviously you don't want to have people get completely spoiled if they've seen 3 out of 8 episodes, right?
Right.
I almost forgot something. Holy
Hey,
crap.
Grazing Poro. Big ups, dude. Grandpa's getting up. Where's he going? I didn't catch his pants. What's he wearing?
Oh, wait. There it is.
Is he wearing the
Never mind.
jammies? Yes, he's wearing jammies.
Was behind me the whole time.
The gray jammies. The gray jammy shorts.
I forgot. It was right behind me in
Okay.
the setup. I totally forgot. Cool thing, man. And I have this hidden in the background most days.
This is so annoying. Him pretending that he's like a super big fan of Fallout when he never talks about Fallout.
It is not a Funko Pop. This is an actual Fallout official bobblehead. Okay? It is Vault 111, so it was to tie into Fallout 4, but it was distributed exclusively in loot crates. There was a Fallout themed loot crate that they came out with in 2015. Yeah, here it is. This is around 2015. And that's when I was part of the Loot Crate partner program. So they sent me the Fallout crate, and it came with this exclusive bobblehead. And it's really cool. I love it. Little bobbles. So I'll show that off on the stream tonight.
You just did. What do you mean you will show it off?
No, I have not reviewed anything yet. Boy, if you ask me that again, I'm just going to time everybody out who's being stupid. No, I didn't review anything yet. We just started. We haven't even officially started yet.
Keep asking him. Keep asking him.
So I received a $15 tip.
That's so good.
From Dan the Man. Thank you so much, Dan the Man, for a $15 tip tonight. I appreciate that very, very much. First tip of the night. License for Soul also just did a very generous super chat, which I will shout out in a moment. But first I have to find the tip. Pop-up. This works. Cool, it did.
Okay, Bruno. Can we review it? Anyways, the fake fan shit. He's so fake.
Thank you, Dan the Man.
I don't know if I'm being harsh, but it's like because of the TV show.
Super chat from License for Soul, who says being lost in the Metro in Fallout 3 original run will always be hilarious to me. Yes, and keep in mind the Fallout 3 original run remastered is releasing daily. Well, every other day, pretty much.
Okay, I don't care. Advertisement. Because the TV show is out, it's like now it's cool to like Fallout. So he's just like, yeah, man, I liked Fallout the whole time, man.
Well, every other day, I should say.
But it's like, dude, you never really talked about it. You don't really care. It's not something you're particularly like associated with is Fallout.
Watch them and title them in batches.
You're just liking it now because the show is out and you're trying to, I don't know, fit in, I guess. Maybe I'm being mean with that, but it just kind of feels that way. It comes across as disingenuous.
Okay, so
I think he just likes Fallout, like most people do.
Yesterday was part 4.
And he's just pretending that he's a bigger fan than he is.
Tomorrow, I'm probably going to release the next part of Final Fantasy.
He's still advertising his throwback.
And then probably Friday will be part 5 of Fallout 3. I'm looking right now at the videos that are there ready for me to watch and title. And there's one part each that I need to watch and title. So I'll be working on that.
I'll be working on that.
That playthrough is going right now. The remastered playthrough of Fallout 3 is going live relatively frequently over on DSP Throwback. And I definitely recommend you give it a look. They massively improve the visuals. Like, massively.
Oh, yeah. We watched it earlier.
That blurry ass shit. Spoiler alert gets cut off on mobile. Stupid mobile. Well, the thing is, if I put it first, then you can't see that it's a Fallout stream. Right?
Well, this title is trash, man.
Here. I'll get rid of the word interactive. This is the problem with mobile, is that nothing fucking works on mobile properly. Here, Fallout TV show live review, huge
just
spoiler
write
alert.
Fallout show review, spoiler alert. That's it.
It's
what
frustrating,
the fuck?
Man, because I want people to know their spoilers, but they need to know it's a fucking Fallout review before they know their spoilers. You know what I mean?
Wow. Titling the video is so difficult. Oh my god. Put it on the screen.
Lady Charisma, let's not get into a coastal war here, please.
What?
Lady Charisma says, this series proves in my mind West Coast Fallout has better content than East Coast Fallout. You realize I used to live on the East Coast, and I used to feud with the West Coast in Street Fighter?
Shut up.
Dude, we can't have an East Coast, West Coast rivalry, man.
Okay, rapper.
We can't bring that back. I live on the West Coast now, too.
Okay. You're so funny.
Yes, I played Fallout Shelter for all of like a week, and I got so bored with it, I never played it again. It just was not very good, in my opinion. It only starts off good like the first few hours, then it gets so boring.
Cool, man.
Yes, License for Soul, that's kind of the idea. He says, I would love to hear you commentate throughout your original Fallout 3 run. Once the remastered playthrough is basically live on the channel, then I could do that. But we need to have the remastered playthrough live so that it's safe for me to comment on and everything. You know.
It's now 20 minutes past the point when he started. And he still hasn't started the review.
You know what I mean? That's the point. Sometimes you might have to scrub music because parts are going to get blocked because
he's advertising Throwback.
Care of that early.
Complaining about titles.
And, you know, I believe the original
pretending to like Fallout more than he does.
Which, if you do the math, based on the Red Dead playthrough, that means it would probably be about 44 to 46 parts. And right now we're 5 parts in, so it's going to take a while. But after a month or two, we might actually get the whole playthrough up, and then maybe I can comment on it. Keep in mind, the original Fallout 3 playthrough is very limited, and what I mean by that is I skipped tons of the side content. When I played the game originally, I didn't have the guide.
This is
so I
dumb,
didn't know about
Iviga.
most of the content, and I missed insane amounts. And then during the playthrough, people kept commenting on it, saying, dude, you missed this plot line, you missed that plot line. I was like, I missed what? I didn't know that was even there. So I went and I bought the strategy guide, and then I was able to go and do all the content I missed. And that playthrough, that basically it's like the Return to Fallout 3 playthrough or something like that, side content, is just as long as the main playthrough. The main playthrough is 22 hours, and the side content playthrough is like another 20 hours.
Can we start? I'm just gonna keep saying that till he does. This is ridiculous. It's
Oh yeah,
20
I know. I didn't
minutes.
understand the waypoints at all in Fallout 3. I got super lost and
Whatever.
frustrated. I totally remember that. Thank you. Really, thank you.
Thank you, seemingly
This
odd.
guy makes me glad I stopped playing video games.
Well, good for you, man. I hope that's
Okay.
the right thing for you
Is
to
everyone
do.
ready to begin? Can we assume this is going to be the audience?
You don't
I think
turn
we have
out like this
200
guy.
people. I mean, I'm not upset.
Big ups,
I
man.
didn't think we were going to get tons of live viewers because it's got to be people who
There you go.
don't care about being spoiled or already saw the show.
That's the third
So,
view
I
complaint.
get the feeling that
in
people
the
will
past
watch
5
this
minutes.
over time, you know, as they watch the show themselves and then want to see a discussion about it, right?
We're not getting enough views, guys. Where are you?
All right, cool. Ready to
Ready.
get started, everybody? Let's do it. Let's begin. I'm going to start recording. Here's what I'm going to do. Intro.
Oh my god.
Summary of the
Just do
show
it.
and each of its 3 protagonists and the journeys they go through.
Just do it.
Kind of a discussion of the finale and how it ends. Okay, so tons of spoilers. And then essentially we can get into different discussions. We can talk about lore implications. We can talk about the Todd Howard controversy and what he's saying about it. Because what he's saying is pretty stupid, but we'll talk about that. We can talk about what's the best, what's the worst. Like, what did you like, what you did not like? I liked certain things and didn't like certain things about the show. And we can do all that stuff, okay? All right, so let's get started. Here we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to something special. I have completed watching the first season of the Fallout TV show on Prime Video. And being that I'm a 16-year-long YouTuber, and during the time that I've been a YouTuber, some of the biggest video game playthroughs that I've ever done were Fallout playthroughs. Starting with Fallout 3, then Fallout New Vegas, all of the DLCs for both, multiple runs of both, and then later on, Fallout 4 and its expansions. And Fallout 76 for like 3 hours, and then I never played it again because it was so bad at launch. I consider myself a big fan of the series. I just never played the original 2 games, and I want to make that clear up front. As a gamer, I don't know
What
the
about
lore
tactics?
or the gameplay
What?
of Fallout 1 and 2. All right, let's get
All
that
right.
right on the table so that people don't have any misconceptions.
Oh, no.
I'm not a super fan of Fallout that has studied every single plot point. But there's some of my best, most liked RPG playthroughs of all time. And when this show was announced, I was very stoked because, hey, taking the lore and the elements of the world and turning it from a video game into a TV show could be a really awesome thing.
Come on,
I watched
man.
the show, okay? Now, I'm just going to say this up front. I absolutely loved it. Each episode of the show is around...
Wait, am I errored out? What's happening? I'm getting like a OBS error, but I'm still here? I
an
don't know.
hour to an hour and a half long. Each one's like a mini movie, and very well done. On Prime Video, they release all the episodes all at once. So instead of spacing them out once a week like a lot of the other on-demand video services do, Prime just drops them all. So you can just binge watch if you want. And I watched it slowly over the course of the week with my wife. Some nights we would watch 1 episode, some nights we would watch 2. And we finished it a few days ago. Today is actually exactly 1 week from the conclusion, or from the launch of the show. It's actually now April 17th at 7 p.m.-ish. And the show actually launched on April 10th at 6 p.m.-ish. So it's been a week. The way I'm doing this is I'm going to review the show for you guys. And what we're going to do is going to be the following order. Number
Holy
1,
fuck, he's
I wanna
repeating it
give you
again.
a summary of the show. So just to refresh your memory about what happened in it, the 3 major protagonists, the plot lines, and the journeys that
Yeah,
they
so
go through.
spoilers, his review is
I'm not going
heavily
to hit
linked
upon
to
every
his
single
summary.
detailed point of the show in my summary. I'm just going to tell you the general talking points of what happens during the show, including the finale. Yes, that means the entirety of videos and this stream will be full of spoilers. If you don't want to be spoiled on the Fallout television show, leave now and come back after you've already seen it. Do not stick around. You are absolutely going to be spoiled unless you just don't care about being spoiled. Then by all means, keep watching. But huge spoiler alert, from this moment on, I'm going to be spoiling the show. Now, the cool thing about this is I don't just want to review the show, because if I did that, this could have been just a standalone video that's like 30 minutes long. Instead, I want to turn this into a fun, live, interactive discussion with my audience here and see what they have to think. Like, what's your favorite thing about the show? What did you really not like about the show? What about the lore and how the lore of this show changes?
Why wasn't
the lore
this
of
a
the co-op
co-op stream
games?
with
Do you
Cat?
like it or dislike it?
So
Do you
two
think it's
people can bounce
problematic?
ideas off
What about
each other.
what Todd Howard is saying about the show, claiming that it's canon, when there's obvious things in the show that are not canon to the games? So we have a lot, I feel, to talk about, especially the ending. The ending itself is so epic and leading into something so cool that I can't wait to discuss it with all of you here live. All right, so I'm very excited about this, but it's funny, as excited as I am about the show and how happy I am that it exists and I liked it, there are people on the internet, no exaggeration,
God damn, man.
their entire internet existence, entire YouTube channels are based on Fallout lore. And these people are flipping out at the Fallout TV show because they're upset that this show changes the lore of the games.
Nice.
Imagine if
He's
your
just
entire
generalizing
existence on
everybody.
YouTube has been making Fallout lore videos, and if Todd Howard is being truthful, saying that this show is now canon, it means that all the lore that came before this show doesn't matter. Do you want to know why? Because this show is set 20 years in the future, past the events of New Vegas. It actually is the latest piece of Fallout. It's past all existing games. So this would set the precedent of everything before it. Can you imagine someone out there where all you do is make Fallout lore, and for years and years, all you do is that, and now basically in a flick of your finger, it's all erased.
I don't get
all
it.
the work you did means nothing because they're basically rewriting the universe with this show. You're like, oh, freak it out, right?
How is this a bad
For
thing? It's
me,
just more content
I
for
like
people.
this. I'm having a good time with it.
Okay.
I saw some of the changes in the show and I was like, all right, that's not bad. That's interesting. That
It
actually
didn't
makes
really
sense.
change
But I
much.
could imagine these people who are these lore hounds going nuts, going freaking out, ripping their hair out of their heads because now everything they've done is meaningless. Anyway,
Meaningless.
let's get started,
Holy
everyone.
fuck. He couldn't help
Pick up your
himself.
Nuka-Cola and take a sip.
All right, you fucking asshole. He's shitting on
Pull out your
YouTubers by
official
proxy.
Vault 111 bobbleheads.
Okay.
And let's get started with my live interactive review of the Prime Video Fallout TV series.
Finally.
Cool. All right.
Cat
So
doesn't
let's
love
talk.
you in his
First
chat.
of all, this
Let's
show
go.
has 3 different protagonists. Okay? And each one
Look
is
at
coming
his
from a
chat.
completely different part of life, a completely different situation. And it's cool because they all take place at the same time. And they intersect. So it's cool to see different things like that happening on the show instead of it just being focused around possibly only one person. I prefer to have more than one person as the protagonist. So let's talk about each one of them, I guess,
right.
in order that they appear. So I believe the first character that you would see in the show would be Lucy. So she is a vault dweller
Great.
of Vault 33. And again, as we know, this show actually takes place further in the timeline of anything else. So everything you know about vaults and everything
He's
is kinda
frazzled
like
by the
thrown
person
for a
who just
loop. You think,
donated.
oh, we already know about the vaults, right? What could they possibly tell us more about the vaults that we don't know? Actually, that's kind of the purpose of the show. Even though you might not know that at first, this show blows apart the lore of the vault system and Vault Tech as a company in
Does
a way
it?
you've never seen before. Okay? So Lucy is in Vault
How did
33
he get that?
living with her, her father, who is the overseer, who, by the way, is played by the main lead of Twin Peaks. Remember him? The guy who played the agent that was investigating the murders in Twin Peaks? Super cool to see him now in a new show as a lead. I mean, he's not a protagonist, but he's one of the lead supporting characters. That was super cool to see him back because I love him as an actor from Twin Peaks, and to see him there, really cool. Cooper, that's right, that was his name on the show, Cooper. Really cool. But I mean, the Vault Dwellers are
He's
just an
talking out of
ensemble
his
cast.
ass,
It's people
exactly.
from all walks of life. But of course, the thing is, they are all basically like happy. Oh, everything's good. Everything's good in the vault. We rise our crops. We have our virtual life, and we can't wait that one day we'll go to the surface and
Big
all
ups
of
to
that.
rising
And so
my crops.
everything's like happy-go-lucky, unbeknownst to them that the surface is destroyed and everything's been messed up by nuclear war. To them, they're just, well, one day we can't wait.
No,
we'll
they-
go up here and we'll repopulate.
Okay,
the planet.
so he's already getting it wrong because they do know that a nuclear thing happened. That's why they're in the vault.
So basically, Lucy's plot
Okay.
is she kind of like can't find her place in the vault. She's tried different jobs. She does a little bit of everything, but she's not very happy. All right, she's in her 20s, I guess, in the show, and being the daughter of the
just like
overseer,
me for
they basically want her to kind of have a prominent role in the vault, and she really hasn't found anyone in Vault 33 as a match. Like, they even allude to that at one point. It was her and her cousin who were having like a romantic relationship, and of course they realized they couldn't really do that. That's it's stupid. So they need to find something for her to do. And I guess this is something that hasn't been in Fallout lore before. They decide that they're going to have an arranged match, an arranged marriage, with someone from a connected vault, Vault 32. Now, to my knowledge, I don't know because, again, I didn't play Fallout 1 and 2.
Okay.
But previously in the Fallout lore, there haven't been connected vaults, right? It's always been standalone vaults out there in the wasteland.
Man, this is so
and
annoying
I think
to
the
do.
lore is that Vault-Tec always has some insidious thing they're doing, experimenting on each vault with different things. You remember in New Vegas, there's the vault where they turned them all into plant people, and then there's other vaults where they turn into super mutants or mutations and things like that, right? So with Vault 32 and 33 connected, I guess the question is, what is the experiment? Is it a social experiment where they just exchange vault dwellers between the two? And it seems like that's the case because in the plot of the show, they say that every decade or two they have an exchange. And in fact, Lucy's dad, the overseer, his name is Hank, by the way, the overseer Hank of Vault 33 actually was a transfer from Vault 32 many years ago.
He's already wrong.
Works out that you can have
he's been wrong like 5 times already, and he's just at the beginning plot summary.
So that's really
like, you would get more out of reading a fucking plot summary yourself. You would actually get the correct information. He's already wrong.
Involved in through an arranged marriage, and they have this big feast and everything.
Great.
And then all hell breaks loose. Essentially what happens is the people they thought were vault dwellers from Vault 32 are not. They were fooled. These people actually are raiders. And they just destroy the whole vault, kill a bunch of people, kidnap Hank, and leave them all essentially for dead. So there's not many vault dwellers left after the intro of the show.
I mean, not really.
Since they kidnapped Lucy's dad, Lucy decides she wants to go on a journey to go find him. Okay, now how on earth she's going to do this, it doesn't really make much sense. Like, there's no way. How are you going to find the dad? She doesn't have any way to track him. She has no idea where these raiders took her dad, right? She just decides she's going to go on a journey. It's kind of similar to the plot of Fallout 3, right? Where they're all hell breaks loose and the dad is, leaves the vault. Liam Neeson, remember,
can we
Liam
move
Neeson
on
plays
from
the
these
character,
like summaries,
and you are
man?
the vault
This is
dweller who
ridiculous.
decides to go out into the wasteland looking for your dad, and that's kind of the plot of Fallout 3.
Oh, man.
So it definitely is a throwback to that.
Throwback.
And that's Lucy. She's one of the main protagonist characters. Okay? The second protagonist character, his name is Maximus, and he is an up-and-coming trainee in the Brotherhood of Steel.
I thought the Brotherhood of Steel plotline fucking sucked in the show. I'm sorry. That's the one part I hated.
How the Brotherhood of Steel operates from an insider's perspective. If you remember in other previous games, you never actually played
He's
as
making me
a Brotherhood of Steel
toxic. I didn't think the show was bad.
So instead, you had to just kind of go in and see how their camps are set up and talk to them and get an understanding through lore of how they work, but you never got to actually see how the Brotherhood of Steel trains, what the levels of hierarchy are, how you advance, and this show massively explains all of that. So anyone
it doesn't really
who has been a fan
doesn't really explain it.
And you like the idea of the Brotherhood of Steel, this show is fascinating. Okay, so Maximus is essentially one of the trainees. He wants to eventually become a squire who's kind of the sidekick to one of the knights. With the knights are the guys that get to be in the power armor and go out and do the heavy missions in the wasteland. Now, for those who don't know, the Brotherhood of Steel are essentially a group that think,
oh my god,
that it's unsafe for technology to be unchecked out in the wasteland. They feel that they need to go out there and find all the tech and hoard it for themselves and determine what humanity should or shouldn't have access to. Okay? And this has been a running plot line in all the Fallout games, that sometimes they go out there and they hoard things that would help humanity, but they don't think humanity knows enough to really have that responsibility.
Yeah,
so some people
he's
like
like
the Brotherhood
half
because sometimes
wrong.
the Brotherhood
Dude,
do
like,
what they feel is just.
how is
and others
this okay?
hate the Brotherhood because they're like, man, the Brotherhood just comes and takes everything and doesn't really care about anyone but themselves. So
all right,
with their power armor, they're kind of hard to argue with. They show up with these things run by these power cores. It's like walking tanks, and they just kind of tear stuff up, and there's not much that you can do to stop them. So in this show, you see this character Maximus, who is a trainee.
I really
and he's
disliked
on the road to
Maximus.
try to become a squire. You know, there's these
was
evaluations that they have and
boring.
things like that, and his backstory. All right, and this is where it gets really interesting for those of you who are fans of early Fallout games or Fallout New Vegas. He used to actually be, as a kid, part of the NCR. What is that? The New California Republic?
Oh my god.
So this is one of the groups, one of the factions in Fallout New Vegas that you could either side with or go against with. And essentially they're a militaristic group that are looking to basically kind of be the goody two-shoes people in the region of California, Vegas, you know, that whole West Coast area of the United States. And they are at odds and at neck and neck with Caesar's Legion, which is a whole different group. They're more
Caesar.
barbarian, kind of very, very
Barbarian.
brutal.
Why are you spoiling
they'll
everything?
kill you
Just
for
like,
nothing just because
oh
they're
my
listening
god,
to what
this
their
is really
leader
bad.
saying. Their
This
leader
is
is
worse than I
actually
thought.
named Caesar. So basically, that's the plot of New Vegas: is these two factions kind of going at it. So you find out in the lore of this right away. You find this out that when Maximus was a child, he was part of the NCR.
You actually don't
and the
find
NCR
this out right
apparently
away.
were attacked by someone, and the Brotherhood showed up.
He's wrong
and
yet again.
rescued him, and since then he basically saw them as heroes. So that's why he joined their group. That's why he wants to be part of this group and become a squire.
You find
and
this out,
eventually
like,
he
in the
aspires to be
7th
one of the
episode.
actual Brotherhood knights.
Out of
okay?
8.
So his plot begins
But
where
okay.
he's basically just training with the Brotherhood, and it's him and a bunch of others who are all kind of like at the bottom, and they're like almost hazing each other and treating each other badly. I mean, his first scene, he's getting the crap beat out of him by a bunch of other trainees. They're just beating the
Yeah,
crap
Alpha
out of this
Muscle
guy. He's
Demon.
bleeding everywhere. All right. And by the way, I should say
Cat
this show
agrees
is
with me.
incredibly gory, like way over the top gore, gory deaths, head explosions, brains, eyeballs popping, like gross stuff, just like the games. But translating that from video game to the world of something realistic, because these are real people on the screen, it can be, you know, warding for the squeamish. You probably want to be a little careful about that, you know, if you're not okay with gore. Anyway, yes, Bloody Mess perk, exactly. Bloody Mess perk activated on this show for sure. So anyway, in a strange
Your
turn of
wife is
events,
fat.
the trainee, who also is basically kind of friends and comrades with Maximus, is selected to become a squire. A squire is the person who runs around
Holy
as kind
fuck,
of the
man, this is
errand boy
really
or
bad.
person who
This
backs
is
up a knight.
awful.
Now, I wasn't even aware of this relationship because in the video games they never really explained it before, and I was like, "What is a squire?" Right? They didn't really even show that. The knights
pretty
usually
sure
just got
those
through
are in the
missions by
game.
themselves, but apparently, just like a medieval knight would have a squire who would go
Somewhere.
around and carry their equipment and help
I
out.
feel
the
like I
knight.
remember that
Well,
shit.
so the Brotherhood
I don't
knights
fucking
have
know.
the same thing. So Maximus's friend gets selected to be a squire, and there's a big celebration and everything. But then one of the day or two before they're supposed to go out to do their squire duties, someone puts big, like really debilitating sharp razor blades inside of their boot. So they put their foot into the boot, and this is a gory scene. Their whole foot gets destroyed. It's ripped apart. Now, obviously, you have a deformed foot. How are you going to be a squire? Right?
Oh my
so now there's
god,
this big
dude,
controversy.
this is
Who
like
did it?
Dora.
Was
This
it
is the
Maximus?
Dora
Was it
version.
someone else?
Aren't you glad you're getting a plot summary from fucking Dora?
But the brother
This piece of shit.
and think that actually
God damn, this
did
is
it.
so
Put him
bad.
into a big interrogation about it.
Who's gonna
Did you
watch
do it or
this,
whatever? And
actually?
basically, through a series of inspired quotes and sayings, basically what Maximus says is, listen, I would give my life for the Brotherhood. You guys gave me meaning. I didn't have meaning in my life. You rescued me from the disaster of the NCR being attacked, and I would get, I would gladly give my life for the Brotherhood because you guys
doesn't
already
really
gave
say
me a life.
that,
It's
but
the only reason I'm
all
alive.
right.
So during that answer,
He's just
the
throwing shit in
person
there.
who's in charge of this faction of the Brotherhood, whatever this group is on the West Coast, because I don't know if they actually even give them a formal name. So it's one of the high guys. I don't know if he's called the Arbiter or whatever.
Dude,
Whatever.
this stuff
He wears
is in the
robe.
games.
He was kind of the ruler scholar guy.
The
Basically,
ruler
he's won
scholar
over by
guy.
Maximus, and he says, "All right, you know what? You're going to be the new squire. I don't think you did it, so we're going to make you the new squire in place of your friend who now can no longer be a squire." And so that's the story of Maximus. He's going to become a squire, and he's going to go out with a knight, and they get a mission. And the mission is thus: there is someone who has escaped the Enclave. Wait, what? The Enclave? You think about that, right? The Enclave was destroyed. If you've played the video games,
All
you know
right.
that the Enclave
Big
doesn't
ups.
exist anymore. In Fallout 3, I mean, the Enclave literally like blows up depending on your choices, but you defeat them at the end of Fallout 3. By Fallout New Vegas, basically the Enclave is done, and all you find are the remnants. Remember, you actually recruit the remnants of the Enclave, like 6 or 7 older people, and then they team up and they help you at the end of the game, because the Enclave is gone. They're defeated. They're just a relic of the past. So the fact that the Enclave exists in this show already seems to either be lore breaking or starting up some new plot line that we don't know if all we've done is play the video games. Okay? So anyway, there's a scientist who is working for the Enclave. This scientist made some kind of a groundbreaking discovery.
This is bad, man.
And then he stole it.
I regret this.
And they actually show him. He's actually played by an actor. He's a character actor.
He's played by an actor.
Before. I remember him as Linus in the Lost TV series from many, many years ago. But he actually
this character is played by an actor.
A dog that looks exactly like dog meat. From the Fallout series.
It's like a German Shepherd
I don't know if they were
or something.
going for that or not, but man, it looks just like dog meat.
They weren't going for that, I bet.
Named the dog.
It was a coincidence.
Dog meat in the show, but definitely looks
they do name him. The ghoul okay.
Well,
did he watch the show?
Apparently everyone knows, because the Brotherhood are aware of this guy, and they're going to send a knight out with Maximus as a squire to that knight to find this guy, retrieve him, and bring him back to the Brotherhood, because they feel that he has a critical piece of technology that no one could trust. Like, you can't leave that out with humanity, okay? This actually leads directly into the third plot line. The third plot line is of the third protagonist called the Ghoul. The Ghoul is just a ghoul who is a bounty hunter. Now, the weird part about this is, I think of all the lore that gets changed in this TV show from the games, I think that the ghouls get the biggest changes, okay? So right off the bat, let's be honest here. If every time you saw a ghoul, they talk like this, and every single conversation, they had a raspy voice, and you had to try to understand what they were saying.
It's like Mama Burnell.
You think that you would like listening to that for more than like 5-10 minutes?
Bruh,
you think that you would like listening to that for more than like 5-10 minutes? Some people, maybe it's not a big deal. Some people probably be like, that's like nails on a chalkboard to me. So right off the bat,
says this guy.
They don't talk like this anymore. They just talk normal.
They talk normal.
Okay?
Okay.
But another key change that they did with the ghouls is now in the lore of the show, okay, the ghouls need to have some kind of a chem in their bodies to stop from turning feral. There are feral ghouls in the Fallout TV show. It's a critical part of the plot that you need to have a long, supply of these drugs. You can constantly be inhaling them as chems, and that stops you from turning feral. So 2 huge changes, all right, from the main games for ghouls, okay? So how is the ghoul introduced into the plot?
Is that a change?
He's buried in a casket, and he has these chems put into his body via IVs above the ground.
I don't know, man. How can he get so much information wrong?
3 bounty hunters actually dig him up and awaken him to say there's a giant bounty out for this guy, and it's the picture of the same guy from the Enclave that the Brotherhood is after. And so apparently the word is on the street that this guy from the Enclave is a turncoat, and he has some critical piece of tech or something, and everyone's out to get it. Don't ask me how everyone knows.
He's a big Fallout fan who gets all of the fucking Fallout details wrong.
So these 3 guys wake him up, and immediately the ghoul just turns on him.
What a big fan.
Murders them all. And you're like, whoa, wait a minute. That's the introduction to one of our protagonists? He just, in cold blood, murders the 3 guys who just pulled him out of the ground. Holy crap. Well, if that's any indication of how this character is going to be in the show, it's going to be an interesting ride. So, from that point out, the ghoul is kind of out for himself. And I'll just say that of all of the characters in the show, the ghoul's probably one of the coolest. He's played by Walter Goggins. You've probably seen him in the show Justified or other shows that have like a Western theme to it. And he is great. Now, the thing is, he plays 2 roles.
This is not a review dummy. This is a recap in his chat.
But then he also plays himself in the past
before
the bombs drop. Okay? And that's really neat to see that. I liked the fact that it was 2 roles in one, because you get to learn about this guy and who he used to be, and his character arc is essentially how he changed from the past to the present. Okay? And we'll talk a little bit more about that, I'm sure, further into the plot. So the ghoul is off, basically in search of this guy
Yeah, he
who
just
escaped the Enclave.
Why is he keeps saying it's two characters, but it's the same guy.
Now, during the course of the show, all their paths intersect, all right? And there's various different things that happen. Sometimes they're at odds with each other and they fight each other. Sometimes they're helping each other, all right? What's funny is, for the first 4 episodes, 5 episodes maybe, no, I'd say probably the first 3 to 4 episodes, the whole goal of the show is to get the Enclave scientist and get the technology from him and take him somewhere, okay? But what ends up happening is...
That's the whole show, though. What do you mean? The first
after about halfway
4
into the show,
episodes.
the plot changes. It flips on its head. Because it's
How?
weird, because at first you think, oh, this is just going to be kind of a caper where they're all trying to get this guy,
How does
this
the
Enclave
plot
scientist.
change? It
And
literally ends with
spoiler
them
alert,
getting him there.
by episode 3, the scientist can no longer walk, and therefore he says, I'm not going to make it, just chop my head off. Because what they want is actually encased back here in the back of my head. Okay. So, yeah, they actually chop his head off, right? Like, okay, so now it's not about taking this Enclave scientist somewhere. It's about bringing his head somewhere, his severed head. And this head gets gross and decays over the course of the series. It's really disgusting. By the end of the show, it's just a really gross, like falling apart head. Anyway, so everyone's fighting for the head, and that's really like the main plot. But then about halfway through the show, okay, everything kind of changes in one real crazy twist of fate.
How?
Maximus, who's squire now to a knight, becomes a knight because his knight gets killed.
He's all over the
right?
place with
We come to
this.
find out
He's jumping
that
in
a lot of
time.
these knights of the Brotherhood are actual just assholes.
He's
They're not
combining episodes.
Super soldiers. They're not super intelligent. They're just grunts like everyone else.
He's
doing
leaving
their job. They're
information
just
out.
doing
He's
their
getting
role.
information
And in
wrong.
a real weird twist.
He just
after
watched this TV
Maximus's
show.
Knight gets attacked, and he basically takes his armor off, his helmet off. He's played by Michael Rappaport. And I immediately recognized the guy, and I was like, that's an odd choice. And the reason I say that, for those who don't know, Michael Rappaport is a very controversial guy these days.
What?
He talks about politics a lot, and a lot of people don't like
So
his
he
takes
can't be in a
publicly
show?
What he says. So to put him into the show, as a character, even as a cameo, because this definitely was a cameo appearance. This wasn't some in-depth, big appearance. It was just, him being in the show randomly for like 5 minutes. It was a weird choice. For me, anyway, I was shocked that they put him in there.
Why?
Anyway,
he can't be an
he's
actor?
asshole. He's basically yelling at
Okay.
Maximus, oh, you're the reason
That's
I'm
weird.
dying now. This mutant that attacked me, it's your fault. You should have stopped him or whatever. And don't you know what they do to squires who don't help their knights? They hang them they murder them, and they hang them, they burn them and stuff like that. So basically Maximus is
This
listening to him and he's like,
shocks me.
why am I going to help this guy? This guy he's dying. Why am I going to help him when all he's doing is being a piece of crap?
He's speaking
You know,
for the
there's no way I'm
characters
gonna
now.
chance that. So he literally just lets him die. He doesn't help him. Then when he's dead, he tosses him out of the power armor. He takes over the power armor, and in his mind, he thinks, well, if I can still find this Enclave guy, and if I can bring him to the Brotherhood, perhaps the Brotherhood will forgive the fact that the knight died under my watch, and just say, hey, you did the job, and that's exactly what we want from a knight, and maybe they'll make me a knight.
Oh my
So that's
God.
kind of his plot, is he wants
This
to
is
redeem
so
himself
annoying.
from the death of the knight he was helping by doing the job. Lucy, her plot originally is just so ridiculous.
Just a quick reminder, if you're falling asleep, this is a review. This is supposed to be a review. He was gonna do a 10-minute recap of the story at the beginning. It has now been like 15-20 minutes.
The set design on this show is so good.
Great.
First of all, the vaults look exactly like the vaults from the show. It's like to
Whoa.
a T, or from the show, excuse me, from the game. To a T, it's exactly what you would expect from the vaults. Like, if you were there in person, if they were real, that's exactly what it looks like, right?
Whoa.
And then when she reaches the first city, it looks like Megaton. Like, I would say that's Megaton, or that's, what's the name of the town?
What?
In, Fallout 4, where
Big
they
fan,
arrive,
by
it's
the
supposed
way.
to be like Red Sox Stadium, but it's like, it's a city. Like, that's exactly
Big fan
what
of
this
Fallout.
looks like, this town that she arrives at. And my
Yeah,
God,
Stephen
it's-
Hawking,
the,
great
the
point.
people there, they all
This is an interactive review, and he hasn't spoken to anybody. He's just been rambling for 20 minutes.
crappy because she's like, oh, you're a vault dweller for real? You want to know what people up here think of vault dwellers? We say, fuck the vault dwellers, because we think you're all just a bunch of rich people who hid from reality, and you think that one day you're going to come back to the surface to save us because we couldn't afford to live in the vaults. Well, screw you, right? So while Lucy shows up at the town,
Okay.
it just so happens that the Enclave scientist
Are
shows
you
up at the
high?
town.
I don't know, dude. I wish.
It just so happens that the ghoul shows up at the town, and now the ghoul sees the Enclave scientist and immediately says,
Is he not gonna complain about that?
I need to get that guy. He's my bounty.
The coincidences?
At the same time, this vendor offers Lucy a contract to go with the Enclave scientist and
Holy
take him to a
fuck,
safe place. All right. And the weirdest part about all this is that the place that she wants her to take the Enclave scientist is where the leader of the raiders is that raided her vault. What? I know. Basically, it gets crazy, very crazy, convoluted and intersecting. In
Yeah,
truth,
Black
the
Smoke.
plot actually gets
They did.
way less complicated the further in
He
you
just
get.
banned
But
somebody
the
else.
first few episodes, it throws you for a loop. All right?
I didn't see who he banned.
So then ensues one of the coolest sequences I've ever seen in a TV show.
Okay.
If you are
Relax,
a
dude.
fan of Fallout, okay, and you like VATS.
I'm a
you know
fan
what
of
VATS is?
Fallout,
It's that system
okay.
by which you hit a
I
bumper
like
on your
VATS.
controller, and the game just freezes, and you can select a body part.
As
or a
I
target on
explain
any enemy.
VATS to
You
you.
have a percentile chance to focus in on
Percentile.
that body.
You have a percentile
Extra
chance.
damage, but you get a critical hit. You shoot the arm
love
off,
my
or you blow their head
percentile
up,
chances.
Or the weapon falls out of their hand. So essentially, they try to recreate VATS in this shootout scene in the town, and they don't show it, but the gunplay looks exactly like it. So basically, the ghoul
The ghoul.
is gonna basically kill or,
Just
or
like me.
take this scientist. Well, the vendor yells out, 1,000 caps to any scientist because he's actually my bounty,
Oh
and
my
I gotta
God.
get him safe somewhere. So I'll pay everyone to defend him. So basically, a whole bunch of people in the town run out with guns to fight. the
Look,
ghoul.
okay, I don't want to be
And
too mean, man, but this is definitely like some fucking,
Just like that.
I don't know, tism. This is reminding me of some fucking like,
Go right into the guy's
just
head and
like
explode.
the detail and
Holy
the
crap, it's
lengths
like
he's
slow-mo
going
back,
to
it's
just
like
to
playing
explain
Fallout.
the most
And the whole
mundane
sequence
shit.
plays out like that, and it's
The
super
whole
cool.
story. He's going episode scene by scene, bar for bar, like just straight up recapping everything. How is this a review?
Near invincible. He's getting shot. He doesn't give a shit because he's a ghoul.
God
ghouls
damn,
heal
man.
from that stuff. They don't feel pain. They don't really care.
Talk to your
And
wife. Fuck.
It looks like he's gonna get his
What
way.
are you doing?
And then all of a sudden, when it looks like the ghoul's about to win, Maximus cruises into town wearing the power armor, acting like a knight, basically trying to be like the knight in shining armor, saying, "Hey, stand down now." And they get
Look at
into a
this
big
dude.
fight. And
He's
it's a
like
really cool
voice
fight
acting.
where Maximus and the ghoul fight for a good 5 minutes back and forth. In the meantime, they keep cutting back
That
to
was the
Lucy
worst
and the
fight
scientist
scene.
and the vendor talking and, okay, you guys got to get out of here.
Like,
You
this isn't a review at all. Straight up. He's just recapping it. He's not criticizing it by episode. He's not giving a rating per episode. He's just telling you what happened. It's like a kid who just watched something that he liked, and he just wants to explain it word for word to his parents.
in Hollywood.
It's so
Later on, it's
weird.
revealed it's actually the big observatory that they have at the top of the Hollywood Hills. I forget. Is it not? I think it starts with a G. I forget what it is. It's one of the, Griffith Observatory. That's what it is. That's actually where her headquarters is. So
And now he's talking about
basically
shit
what
that's
happens
like
is
5
there- a big
episodes
fight ensues,
after.
and the ghoul does beat Maximus by
I'm
basically
so
because
lost,
Maximus
man.
doesn't really know how to use the power suit that well. So basically, he outsmarts him and he tosses him out of the town. And now
Yeah, big guy. Hey, welcome, by the way. dude.
chaos, or I would say hijinks ensue.
Legend.
The scientist, like I said, he dies. Lucy ends up
Fallgout.
cutting his head off, and now the head is basically the package. But then the head ends up getting eaten by a mutant. Then the ghoul and Lucy try to fight the mutant to get the head back, but then the head gets lost. The head later on gets picked up again by Maximus, while Maximus gets a new squire. And the thing is, I could talk to you about the whole show,
See,
and I could be
like the way he's talking about that could be a criticism of the show. The fact that stuff and then it kind of just feels like the show just happens. That's a criticism I would have. But he's like enthusiastically explaining it, so it just becomes a good thing. And he's just like really weirdly talking about it specifically.
for another 2 hours. All right. But basically, now everyone's out in the wasteland.
It's not a review.
Everyone's
He's
doing their
not
own
saying
thing. Everyone's trying to
anything.
get the head or not. And then
I
the
don't
key
know.
of the show, I would say, and probably for me, some of the most interesting parts of the show
Okay, here we go.
are the flashbacks.
Give an opinion.
Because they keep flashing back to pre-bombs and showing the setup of Vault Tech. And this is what's
Pre-bombs.
fascinating to me, is that never before, I don't think in any game, have they thoroughly explored Vault Tech. And you come to find out, Vault Tech was a company that was not just researching vaults, but they were researching all kinds of things. How to preserve life, cryogenics, They were buying up other companies that had things like cold fusion power sources and stuff like that. Essentially, Vault-Tec wanted to kind of control the world, and they were actually conspiring with other companies to also control the world.
Like, straight up, this is just him trying to understand. It's like him trying to gather his thoughts. This is something he should have done to himself in the mirror before doing this.
And the head of other tech companies,
Because it's just him trying to see if he understood what happened, because he can remember what happened.
war that looks like it's going to happen.
It's very uninteresting. And if you're actually trying to watch this genuinely, it's so bad. It's actually really bad to watch.
Are a big evil in the plot of the Fallout TV show. And to find out, before Walter Goggins became the Ghoul in modern day, he actually was an actor who 200 years in the past played a cowboy on TV. So it's funny because he played a fictional character. 200 years later, he's become a ghoul who essentially, that's who he is. He's living the life of this crazy bandit cowboy now. But that's a character he played on TV 200 years prior. And what a coincidence. Guess who his wife is? One of the high-up executives of Vault-Tec. Okay? So this is a running plot, too, that he's involved with Vault-Tec all along, and he knows all about these different people. What I'd like to do is just kind of fast forward, because I don't need to tell you the entire plot of everything. There's cold fusion involved in this.
Holy
There's
fuck,
the
man.
NCR that basically got blown to bits. It's actually revealed during the course
I don't
of the
need
game
to reveal
that
it
the NCR
as I
is
reveal the
that's
rest
basically
of it.
supposed to be like their headquarters.
Nice.
That the North California Republic, or New California Republic, was blown to hell by a bomb. And they're all dead, and that's actually what Maximus is remembering from his childhood, is when that bomb dropped, and his family and
He
everyone
just
from the
picked his
NCR
ear
was
and
killed,
wiped it on
but
his
he was one of the
pants.
lone
That
survivors
was
saved by the
disgusting.
Brotherhood.
I'm not even going to rewind
Okay?
that.
So, with NCR gone,
That was absolutely
which is
disgusting.
weird, because remember, this show takes place way later in the plot line from New Vegas. In New Vegas, you think maybe the NCR won. Remember, at the end of Fallout New Vegas, there's three factions.
Can you
There's
not?
the
Like,
NCR,
can we move on? Jesus fucking Christ,
Caesar
man.
Legion, and there's Mr. House.
Jesus Christ. This is awful. Can we move on?
You can go for your own fourth ending,
Please.
where essentially you power...
He's spoiling the games now. Guys, I don't want to... I'm already spoiling the show for you. I'm not going to spoil, like, video games that you might not have played. Maybe you want to play after the show. I don't know. Fuck off, DSP. You piece of shit.
You don't know.
You're so
there's
annoying,
no canon
man.
ending to New Vegas, okay?
Okay.
But this taking place after those events, okay? Shady Sands existed in New
Okay.
Vegas.
Can we, like,
That
move
means
on?
this entire show, the bombs that dropped at Shady Sands, all happened after the events of New Vegas. And there is, at least in the show, there's no more formal NCR. What has been revealed by the end of the show is that those bandits that attacked Vault 33 are actually the remnants of the NCR, because the NCR are out to stop Vault-Tec. Why? Well, now it's time for giant plot spoilers. Are you ready?
He's finally talking about the show.
Biggest plot points right now to get them out of the way, because this leads us to the finale of the show.
Remember,
and then we
he
can
said he
talk
wouldn't talk
more
about the story.
interaction. I want to hear everyone's opinions on what you liked and didn't like, and
And he
lore
continued
changes
to
and things like
summarize
that.
it.
Okay, so the major
on,
plot
man.
dump of the Fallout TV show is thus:
Is thus.
the entire apocalypse that is the stimulus for this lore, this universe to exist, is that Vault-Tec dropped the bombs themselves. Okay? Now, that has never been known before.
I really
we always
don't
thought
like
that
that
it really was
change.
a real world war, and that communists or whoever it was, the
It's a
enemy of
cool
the United
idea,
States,
but I
dropped
don't
the
like
bombs
that
and
it's
destroyed the
definitive.
country. And it's just a good thing that Vault-Tec had their vaults up, so everyone ran inside, and that created the outside and inside worlds. But in this show, it's revealed it was the Vault-Tec people, the CEO, including, yes, Walter Goggins' wife, who orchestrated the whole thing. They felt that there were so many factions on planet Earth, and that they were never going to ever get along. They were always going to cause
Yeah, it's been
war.
a
As they
theory,
say,
but I didn't
war
like that
never
it was...
changes.
It's concrete.
So
Like,
because
oh,
of that,
they just...
they being rich
This
and
is the
powerful
backstory
and
now.
supposedly smarter than everybody else,
It's kind of
they
bold.
decided to orchestrate
It's
a
interesting.
world war by dropping bombs on their own country and making people run into these vaults, and then essentially later on, 200, 300 years later, let them out to repopulate the planet after the factions had all been destroyed. Now, I mean, how naive that Vault-Tec thought that no one would survive on the surface, that the bombs wouldn't change life as we know it and create this apocalyptic, corrupted society. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I am saying? All right.
Anyway, so now knowing that it was Vault-Tec that orchestrated the entire thing, okay, this changes everything. So the NCR
Yeah, he's wrong again,
are
by the
actually
way.
run, and this is what's never explained in the series. It's one of the big plot holes that maybe will be explained in a future season. The NCR remnants, okay, Why is there NCR? Why are there only remnants? What happened in Shady Sands? Vault-Tec blew up the NCR. Why?
Did he just
because
not say this?
NCR was actually getting so much power in the region. They were starting to expand out, and Vault-Tec was afraid that they were going to raid the vaults and basically ruin the entire thing. So they detected Shady Sands as the capital of NCR, and they bombed it to basically end the threat. Okay? Pretty messed up. So Vault-Tec not only created the apocalypse, then if anyone tries to get organized and save the planet on their own, bomb them too. Okay? Now you might say, well, wait a minute, how did they bomb them? Isn't this 200 years in the future? Yes, but get this, and this is the other running plot thread. All of the Vault-Tec executives are still alive. They're frozen in Vault 31, which is connected to Vault 32 and Vault 33. They've been frozen but alive all along, monitoring the vaults and monitoring the surface. They're slowly thawing each other out over time to run these vaults. And in fact, Hank, the overseer of Vault 33 that's kidnapped at the beginning of the series, is actually one of the executive assistants to the CEO of Vault-Tec, who's been thought out 200 years later to run one of the vaults. So yes, Lucy, who thinks she's innocent, actually is in the family of Vault-Tec. These evil people trying to basically control the entire planet, and she had never knew it. Okay? So why are the MCR remnants after, this Hank character, the overseer? Why did they take him out of Vault 33?
What is he
confused by? Because they know who he is. And they know everything that's going on, and they're trying to basically stop it. They're anti-Vault-Tec. And the leader of the NCR remnants apparently is the same woman who 200 years earlier was trying to get a grassroots movement of people to basically stop what Vault-Tec was doing before the bombs ever dropped. And this is the weird part. So the Vault-Tec executives have been frozen for 200 years in a vault. They're slowly getting thawed out. It makes sense that some of them are now in the present day running the vaults or whatever. Why is this woman, who's the head of the NCR, I think her name is More Dever or something?
Did he just say that some of the frozen people are just getting thawed out, like, just because?
Like that?
I don't know, man. Did this guy watch the show?
Why is she still alive? It's never explained that she was cryogenically frozen. If she was, how? Because she didn't work for Vault-Tec in the past. She was anti-Vault-Tec. So how the hell did she ever survive 200 years?
Obviously, she was frozen too.
Okay,
right?
One of the things that I don't know
or
if it's
she's
a
a
plot
synth
hole,
or something.
but it seems more like it's going to be something explained later on. Moldaver, that's her name, Moldaver. Okay, so pretty crazy that
because
twist,
he got this on Twitter.
And so at the end of the show, this is one of the biggest, coolest climactic finales I've ever seen in my life in any TV show.
That's kind of sad.
It felt to me like the final episode, episode 8, was essentially the end of an epic video game. Imagine you played a video game for 80 hours and everything showed up. You know what it reminded me of? The end of Fallout New Vegas, where all the factions of the show are coming together into a bunch of giant fighting. So you've got the NCR.
This is one of the worst
remnants,
parts.
led by Moldaver
at very underwhelming.
Griffith Observatory, are being attacked by the Brotherhood, who are now know that they have the head of the Enclave scientist. All right, so they're trying to get it. Lucy shows up, and Lucy is there because her dad's been kidnapped the whole show, and she thinks she's trying to rescue her dad until Moldaver tells her the whole story. Your dad's evil. He's an executive for Vault-Tec. He's a piece of crap. He destroyed the planet. That's not a guy that you should care about or love. That guy's trying to ruin everything for everyone, and that's why we kidnapped him. Okay? So now the beans are spilled for Lucy, and while all of that is going on, the Ghoul shows up. Now, the Ghoul has had a crazy plot arc. He started off as a bloodthirsty killer and a 100% mercenary at the beginning of the show. But midway through the show, he runs into Lucy, and he's using her as a way to find the head of the scientist. But what ends up happening is he almost dies. He runs out of his chemicals. And Lucy actually goes out of her way to get him more chemicals, and she saves his life despite the fact he's done nothing but hurt her in the show. I mean, at one point, he literally cuts her finger off. Okay? She doesn't care. She still goes back and does something nice for him and saves his life by giving him chems. So basically, that kind of almost gives him...
Reminder, he said he wasn't going to summarize it because he can talk about it all day. And we're like 10 minutes past when he said that, and he's still summarizing it.
Bombs dropped. How he found out that his wife was an executive of Vault-Tec who actually was responsible for destroying the planet. And by the end of the show, all he wants to basically do is get to the bottom of this. He wants to know what happened to my wife, what happened to my kid. Are they possibly still alive somewhere, possibly frozen with the other Vault-Tec people? And he wants to basically stop Vault-Tec. So he shows up at Griffith Observatory while the Brotherhood are there trying to take it over, and he gets into a giant firefight with them and kills a bunch of them. He even knows how to take out the armor, the power armor, with one shot. So he's like insanely overpowered and invincible in the show, the ultimate badass. The final climactic scene all takes place in almost like the control room of the observatory. So Moldaver finally pulls this thing out of the Enclave scientist's head. What is it? It's cold fusion. It is an unlimited power source that just self-replicates and generates. It's the solution to the world's problems. And the thing is, Vault-Tec had that solution all along.
Yeah, Stephen Hawking. He's getting so many things wrong.
And they refused 100% to use it because they didn't want that to happen. They didn't want humanity to be better off. They wanted to be able to control humanity. So they actually bought off the company that had cold fusion and hid it as a project for 1 million years. And then 200 years later, an Enclave scientist found that tech, reverse engineered it, and
he's
got
kind of
cold
wrong
fusion
about
again.
that too.
So
it would
all
kill
Moldaver, who looks like a villain the whole show, ever wanted to do was save the wasteland. She wanted to get cold fusion. She wanted to power up LA using cold fusion.
Damn,
so
man.
all the people have power again, empowering them and making them basically strong again. And she wanted to stop Vault-Tec, and that's why she kidnapped Hank at the beginning of the show. So a pretty interesting, crazy premise to the show. And so in this final scene, Lucy finds out that her dad is evil. The ghoul shows up and starts learning all this stuff about Lucy and her dad and Moldaver and who she is and all that. And amongst all this chaos, okay, somehow Hank escapes the cell he's locked in and gets into a suit
What
of
do you mean
power
somehow?
armor.
The fucking
And a
guy.
fight again ensues between the ghoul and him.
I don't even
And
think he watched the show.
Moldaver,
Dude.
sadly, is killed during these final fights. And I believe the ghoul gets knocked out. Lucy gets knocked out.
He doesn't even know
and
anymore.
Hank escapes.
He doesn't know what's happening.
Okay? So
apparently everybody was
is
knocked out now.
Hank
what the fuck?
Where's he going? Right? And basically where the show ends, a few key critical plot points happen. So number one, Lucy and the ghoul team up and leave together, which is crazy because previously
No, he didn't mention
they hated
Lucy's
each other.
mom.
Earlier in the show, they were, at odds and, looked like the ghoul might even kill Lucy. And now they're basically teaming up for a common goal. Lucy wants to follow her dad, stop him, and find out what the heck is really going on with Vault-Tec. Okay? The ghoul also wants to follow Hank because he wants to get to the bottom of what's really going on in the wasteland, and he also wants to find out where is his wife and child, what happened to the executives of Vault-Tec. Now, little does he know, possibly they're still frozen back in Vault 32, but they both collectively feel the only thing they can do is work together to track Hank and
oops, my bad.
And find him and then try to get their answers. So that's the epilogue of their quest line. Maximus shows up late, basically running into the room, but Moldaver is dying, and explains to him everything going on, basically. That cold fusion works, and she turns it on, and now all of LA gets powered, okay? But then, as basically Moldaver's dying, all right, all the rest of the Brotherhood run into the room, and they credit Maximus with killing Moldaver, and now he basically is a hero of the Brotherhood. So he went from being the lowest of the low dirt.
Don't let this guy skew your opinion on it. He's explaining this terribly
because his knight died, and then he impersonated the knight and failed at getting back, the technology. And by the end of the show,
yeah,
he's
keeps
now
saying Vault
basically
32.
gonna be like the prime knight. Everyone's worshiping this guy as the guy who killed Moldaver. And by the way, the Brotherhood now has power over cold fusion, which is crazy. So look at the implications of that. The Brotherhood, who's trying to hoard all technology, just got their hands on the most powerful technology ever, infinite power, in the wasteland when no one else has power. Holy crap, right? Lastly, and there are other plot threads as well. For example, Lucy has a brother, and he never leaves the vault, so he's always like a subplot.
Oh my god!
And his
he's
plot
going
is
back
that
like
he
2
suspects
episodes.
that things are going awry in the vault. He discovers himself
He's
by
all
hacking
over the place.
consoles, again, an Easter egg that references the games. He actually
It's not an
discovers
Easter.
that
Okay.
this whole thing's been run by Vault-Tec. That Vault-Tec
It's an Easter
executives
egg,
are the ones
but they
in
live
charge
in
of
the
vault
world.
and always thaw themselves out and then go and become the overseer. And he even opens up Vault 31 and finds one of those little robo brain things that is like an infinitely preserved brain running things. The problem is the brain locks him in Vault 31, and now he's stuck in there indefinitely because he found out the truth. He actually finds all the frozen executives in this Vault 31, and that, you know, they're going to be thought out little by little at a time.
He said
but
no
as
one
he
has
all this,
power.
he gets locked in there indefinitely, and now we don't know what's going to happen with him. Obviously, we'll get more about that in season 2. The big finale. And this is where finally I could stop summarizing the plot, and we can talk about other things.
Oh my God.
Finally, the big finale. It shows Hank in the power armor, and he's walking away from the sun. The sun's behind him, and then the camera goes behind him and shows what he's looking at, and he's looking at New Vegas. And basically, the ghoul kind of says in a voiceover line, he's like, basically, Hank is heading to whoever's like behind the whole thing. Now, I had mentioned earlier there is a flashback scene where it shows all the companies together talking about controlling the world.
Great.
Vault Tech is on one side.
I thought
on the
we
other
were
side
done
is
summarizing,
Robco.
man.
Does
Can we
anyone
move
remember
on?
who's the head of Robco? Someone by the name of Mr. House, who happens to run New Vegas. So in the lore of the Fallout TV show, New Vegas has not been destroyed. New Vegas has not been overrun by the NCR or Caesar's Legion. Apparently, Mr. House won.
Caesar.
In the lore of the show, Mr. House was successful at the end of the New Vegas story, and now he runs New Vegas indefinitely. And so Hank apparently
we don't
was
really
working
know
for
that.
him all along.
But okay.
So Vault-Tec and Robco and all these companies conspired and are working together to control the world. And since the plot with the vaults fall apart, Hank is now going in the power armor to New Vegas to meet with Mr. House, and that's what the show is.
I feel your pain, guys.
What a
Trust me.
crazy show, right? Now, of course, I skipped a ton, and I'm going to talk about things I liked and didn't like, and I'm sure we're going to be talking about lore and
Why
plot
didn't you
holes and all
talk
of
about
over the
that
next
first,
hour or
you
so.
fucking
But
asshole?
in general,
What the fuck did you
that
waste the
show
past 40 minutes
was
for?
probably the best adaptation of anything I've ever seen.
Okay,
All right?
relax.
Why? Why do I feel that that's the case? Because
Shut the
they
fuck up,
decided
man.
to make the show after the
Move
events
out of the
all
way,
the
Lord of the
games.
Rings.
What that means is it gives them freedom to create new characters, new plot lines, new threads. Nothing is already known because it takes place in the future. It's not a prequel. If it were a prequel, I'd be like, it's not that big of a deal. But because it advances the lore of Fallout as something taking place in the future, now everything's at stake because you don't know what's going to happen, right? The problem with shows like The Last of Us or Halo,
Oh my God, we're on
is
this
that
again?
they basically are trying to take the core elements of the show or the games and turn it into a show. But if you already played The Last of Us, you generally know what's going to happen in the show.
All right, why would you adapt a story? Why would you adapt something into something else, into a medium that has more people watching it or paying attention to it? I don't know, dude. Maybe it's to make money and get more people to watch it and to spread the brand.
You know
fucking
that in
idiot.
the Halo show, Master Chief's not going to die.
I already played Fallout. I don't like the Fallout
He's
show.
the protagonist of the series,
Man,
right?
shut up.
When you're watching the Fallout show, you have no clue what's going to happen. There's characters that I thought would be there the whole season. They died in episode 2, you know? And that's really cool. They didn't try to just frame for frame create the game. They did try to recreate some of the technology, the locations, and things like that. But they tried to make a show that stood out by itself first and foremost, and then worried about tying it into the lore of Fallout, and it works. It really
it's its
does.
own
It keeps you on the
story.
edge of your seat. It keeps you
Okay.
excited. It keeps you happy. Like, I can't wait to see what's happening next, right? I'm just so pumped for the next episode or whatever. And when you see that final episode and you see New Vegas in the background, and you're like, oh my God, they did it. So Fallout Season
What did they
2 is
do?
essentially going to be Fallout New Vegas 2, which is what everyone
What?
wants.
No.
Everyone wants more Fallout gameplay content.
I don't want a
Everyone
Fallout
wants
New
more
Vegas
lore
TV show.
regarding New Vegas, because at the end of New Vegas, you
don't.
don't know how the game ends. There's different endings. Did you
All
side
right.
with Mr. House? Did you side with Yes Man? Did the NCR win, or did Caesar's Legion win? Well, now we know NCR wins. They're nowhere to be found. And who is behind the whole thing? So it sounds to me like this is making canon that the
Fuck
Mr.
off.
House ending of New Vegas is the lore canon ending, and that's where they're going with season 2. Can you imagine if season 2 of this show is all set in New Vegas and we get to see all the faction, we get to see the kings, and we get to see the
Oops.
Omertas, and we get to see the ones that are the gourmands,
Omertas.
they eat people, the cannibal people. What are they called? The white mask or white glove society or something like that. And they're all at odds. right? And you get interactions of all these different factions, and Mr. House is in play, right? All that's, you know how cool that would be? Like, that's insanely cool. And the thing is, it'll be set 20, 30 years after the events of New Vegas, so things might have changed. There might be references to the New Vegas plot lines, but things have changed. Maybe the different people are in charge of the gangs, and you know what I'm saying? Like, it has massive potential to be a humongous hit, both for fans of Fallout and people who just like the show in general. So this show set the stage for something even more epic than the first season of the show. It's perfect. Like, that's what I want from a show like this. I don't want to watch a show like The Last of Us where everything is trying to be frame for frame recreated from the show.
All right, you bitch, you fucking asshole. If I'm going to make a TV show of Last of Us, really, what am I going to do? What is The Last of Us? It's Ellie and Joel. That's what it is. It's the characters. What the fuck? I'm going to make a zombie show. What did you want? If they had made a zombie show with different people and different place and in a different situation, he would have complained about that too. Like, really? Like, come on, it's a different... You can't really compare it because Last of Us is just adapting the game. This one's more open.
And that's the good part, but there's never anything interesting because you already know what happened because you saw the game already. You played it, and then the times when they try to change it, it's not that good, right? The few times
like,
they tried
Fallout is the world. Fallout is the atmosphere. Fallout is that unique just style that it has, more so than any one story specifically. Fallout is the bombs drop and it's a wasteland. That's Fallout. It's not like two specific characters that you need to specifically follow. So it's a different comparison, really.
Interject a whole new episode that's about side characters or whatever.
He's so annoying when he complains about this. He's really just either too stupid to realize that or he's just conveniently ignoring it.
He's just kind of killing time. Can we get back to the main characters? That's what it feels like. In this totally, 100% is so refreshing. And so much attention to detail, to put all the different kinds of food and environmental stuff that it feels like you're living. There's a red rocket gas station that looks exactly like the Red Rocket gas station from Fallout 4.
That's cool. Whoa.
They put so much painstaking
I know what
effort.
that is. I clapped when I saw
watching the
it.
Fallout TV show.
If
And
you
the
know,
people
you know.
who made the show love Fallout. Okay? In fact, you know, what's it, Jonathan Nolan, I believe, the director, who did Westworld.
Let me tell you some shit I read on Twitter.
He obviously worked on the Dark Knight trilogy.
Thank you,
this guy
Twitter
knows
DSP.
stuff. You know he researched it. There's no way that he just...
Hey, thank you, Mr. Matt. Thank you so much.
I'm going to make it my
dude.
own now and change everything. No, he wanted to lovingly recreate the universe for an audience that already loves it, but he also wanted to find a way to introduce it to new people. How do you do that? Make it so that the plot line is something fresh and new for everyone and it interests everyone. Did you know the character who plays Lucy, the actress, excuse me, who plays Lucy?
His first mention is
when she
food.
got cast in the role, they said to her, do you want to just learn the lines or do you want to research? She said, no, I want to research. And they gave her the game. She said, I want to play all these games. And
they don't go, hey, do you want to just learn your lines or do you want to play the games?
She sat there and she played all the games to understand.
She probably just did that on her own. They don't like fucking ask you to do that.
And then she put that into her role.
All right.
And it shows because she cared about the source material. This wasn't just a role for her.
Come on,
money.
bitch, you want to play the games? Or do you want to learn your lines?
And it really feels like the whole cast was in on that. Like they understood
the games aren't going to play themselves.
To take the video game universe and actually make it something vibrant and alive and meaningful for people who love this lore and people who love these existing IP to make it be recreated faithfully. Not, oh, this is just the Halo show, but we literally changed 98% of the source material, so, you know, it's for a new audience.
Yeah, compare it to the Halo show, because that one's bad.
Any Halo game up to now.
I don't see why he keeps comparing it to The Last of Us when it's like a totally different thing, and it's not bad.
What good is that? So that's what's great about the Fallout show, all right? I've now talked for about a freaking hour summarizing the show and giving you my general thoughts.
Man.
So
that's not a good thing. That's really bad. That's awful.
I hope you enjoyed. What I'm going to do right now is split this as part 1. And we're going to do a part 2. And part 2 is going to be way different. Because in part 2, rather than me just talking about what happens in the show and summarizing it, I want to talk about what I liked and didn't like. I want to talk directly with my live audience.
This should have been the entire thing.
Did they like it? Did they not like it? What, you know, big lore. Because here's the thing. This show changes some critical lore in the universe. And some people are very upset. I told you,
really
YouTubers out
change
there.
it.
Oh my God, the lore has changed. No, this is a lore error. We got to talk about this.
He's talking about a Twitter thing that came out the day the show came out.
Money.
Like, it's just a Twitter thing. I don't know, man. Thank you, BB11, man. Thank you for the Fallgout membership.
It's because Todd Howard, with what he said about the show, basically has caused this big problem.
Just
all right?
people
so we're
were
going to tackle that
confused,
in hour
that's
2.
it.
But for now, I hope
he's
you enjoyed
acting like it was the end of the world.
one.
Like
Hope you like
Fallgout
the
happened in
summary
real
and my
life.
general thoughts about the show.
Okay.
I hope you
can
come
we
back
move
for
on?
hour 2. If you're here live on the stream, thanks. A lot of people are saying,
Okay, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, please. Stop. 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 Thank you. Can we move on?
Then we're going to basically do the second half, and the second half is going to be me telling you what I liked and don't like, and I'd like to hear from you now. All right, I want you to hear
Why
from you
is
guys.
he
Like, what are your
repeating
favorite things about the show?
himself?
What did you like? Who's your favorite
Oh my
character? What
God.
did you have favorite scene? What didn't you like? You have like nitpicks about the show you really don't like? Because I'm actually very interested about the lore implications. A lot of people are upset about the lore of the show changing the lore of the games. And like,
He
what
just
do you mean?
said this.
There's a show and there's a game. Well,
He
Todd Howard
just
over this big mouth caused a
fucking
problem.
said
Now I gotta deal with
this.
it. Okay, and I put my little vault boy back.
Let's go. Can we move on? Like,
We just got, like,
fucking get the fuck out of here, Grandpa. Go.
Tributes, I will do a live shout out right away. This is no longer me just blabbing and lecturing. This is now going to be just like a normal stream where we have a conversation about the show.
Man.
Okay? So,
Let this shut the fuck up.
we're going to change it. We're going to flip the formula now. 'Cause I'm tired of talking, quite honestly. Talking for a straight hour is exhausting. Now I want to hear everyone else's thoughts.
Okay, dude, you said this like 6 times.
Okay?
His chat
Let's
is so
begin.
dead. Guys, his chat's on my screen. Look
Hello,
at his
everyone, and
chat.
Welcome back to my live
It's deader than
review stream
mine, and I
of
got
the
less
Fallout TV
viewers.
show. The whole first hour
What the fuck?
was me summarizing the show and its major plot point.
You guys
Now,
are awesome, man.
This is going to become different.
You don't even
Interactive.
compare
Now
to
it's
this
about
fucking
opinion.
guy.
It's not just about recapping or what happened. Now it's about everyone's thoughts, including mine. So I'm going to actually start interacting with my audience now. Dark Maggot says, great show. I only watched up to episode 4 so far. I'm loving it. I had to mute the stream for the end. Yeah, you didn't want to be spoiled, obviously, on the end. And man, but Dark Maggot, just so you know, we are going to be talking big plot spoilers here. We are. I know people right now are going to be talking about the end of the show and stuff.
Okay.
All right? So definitely you might want to take off. You don't want to be spoiled tonight. Trust me. Pistol
Yeah,
just did a
Zane, no
super
problem,
chat
dude.
and says,
You don't.
I need season 2. I can't believe the next season is going to be going to New Vegas and it's going to give it a canon ending. Oh my God. The
He did
Ghoul
not
is
say
the Vault
that.
Boy. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the cool things in the show. They finally explained the origins of the Vault Boy. That Vault Boy actually was the Ghoul when he was human as an actor doing a PR campaign for Vault Tech, and he was the one who came up with the thumbs up pose to begin with.
Wow. Thanks, Dora.
Cool.
Okay. Like, dude, Bethesda's not
Mateo
going to
the God
sponsor
says, do you
you.
think we will see the Legion or maybe even more NCR? So, Caesar's Legion.
Oh
Here's
my
the thing.
God.
If this is to be canon, and first of all, we should address the elephant in the room. I'd like to answer Mateo, but let's address the elephant in the room.
Elephant in the room.
Todd Howard came out in November and said the entire show is canon to Fallout lore. He did it
Yeah,
again. They just
it
interviewed
is.
him again, like
It
the
is
other day,
canon.
and he said it again. He says, "Oh, I painstakingly worked with the crew so that it's 100% canon to Fallout lore." Todd Howard is a dirty liar, and we all know this.
What?
Everything that comes out of his life, everything that comes out of his mouth is a half truth, right?
What?
He said a million things about
Sounds
Starfield
familiar,
that weren't
doesn't it?
true. When you finally play the game, you're like, wow, what a bunch of lies, right? That's who he is. He's the PR guy, the face of Bethesda. He's not to be believed.
He's also
all right?
a-
Just
a
in the first
director.
episode of the show, the ghoul doesn't talk like other ghouls. None of the ghouls talk like other ghouls anymore. That's a lore change. All the ghouls
Okay,
need
that's
chemicals
not
to
a lore
survive.
change,
That's
man.
a lore change. You already changed 2 pieces of lore. That's not canon with the games. You lied, Todd.
Ah, okay.
Do you see? What I think is, here's what's going to happen,
being
in
so
my opinion.
fucking
And you can
special
disagree, and
about
I'd love to
this.
hear your thoughts about this, okay? This show's going to take off. Guess why? Because there's no Fallout right now. We've got no Fallout game that's come out anytime recently. Fallout 76 is the most recent one, and that's an online live service game. The last
pretty
offline story-based Fallout game is 9 years old.
Fallout
We have no
76
Fallout
has a
content to
story.
consume, just old stuff. So what's going to happen is this show is now the new consumable canon of Fallout. And I think what's going to happen is
Canon.
likely
What the fuck does that
season
mean?
1, season 2, season 3 are all going to happen before another game comes out. But these seasons are going to be what everyone knows. So here's what's going to happen. They're just going to change the lore in the games. And everyone's
What?
going to be like, oh no, why'd you do that? But that's what they're going to end up doing because people are going to love this show so much because they do right now. People are consuming this show and absolutely devouring it and loving it.
Devour.
They're going to love this so much. This is going to become the new canon. You know, I think this will override all of the games previous. So from now on, you're not going to hear ghouls that talk like this because now you want to get your voice. No, it's going to be normal talking from now on. And the ghouls are going to need their chems to stay alive. And you saw what I'm saying? So to answer Mateo the God's question, do you think we'll see the Legion? I don't know. Because the thing is, if the ending of the series is to be true, And Hank is heading towards New Vegas because apparently Mr. House is in cahoots with Vault Tech and he needs to go see his
So
boss.
how is Todd Howard a liar there?
Because everything went wrong.
How is he lying
That means
there?
Mr. House is in control. Mr. House won. That means the Legion is at the very least, all right? At the very least,
the ghoul thing is annoying.
subdued.
It's like he
Because
played
remember, the whole
Fallout
thing
3
is
and that's all he remembers
Vegas
is
to the
one
NCR and
ghoul
all
that
that.
sounded like that in that game.
That didn't happen. If New Vegas is still intact and Hank is heading towards New Vegas because Mr. House is still in charge, Legion lost.
Is the
So I
show
would
any
almost think that
good?
maybe there'll be
Yeah,
references
it's
to
good
Legion
for
Legion,
like a
but I
streaming
don't think we're
show.
gonna see the
I
Legion
personally don't
as
like it, but
that they
it's
were
okay.
regarded or
For me, it's
represented in the
okay.
Vegas
I
game.
don't like
I
it,
don't
but
think so.
I think it's
As
good
for
enough.
more NCR, that's actually 100% one of the pieces of contention that everyone is saying is a problem because they're saying the NCR is not just Shady Sands. And in fact, they show a sign in the show that says Shady Sands population 35,000, right? But the thing is
this the review?
apparently the NCR in the actual lore of Fallout
still
is much
hasn't
bigger
reviewed
than
it, by the way.
35,000 people. Maybe that's just their main settlement, but they should have had all different kinds of towns, cities, encampments all over the West Coast. So just because they blew up Shady Sands doesn't necessarily mean that's the end of the NCR. But season 1 kind of makes you feel that way. The big finale fight with Moldaver and the
What?
leftover NCR people
Dude.
feels to me like that's it. Like that's the end of the NCR. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Oh my god.
Well, I don't know. Maybe that's a trick. Maybe that's a bait and switch, and all of a sudden the NCR will show up
How
in
is-
heavier capacity later on in the show.
How is
I would
that a
say
bait
right
and switch,
now,
dude?
Anything's possible. Seriously, because we won't know until that first episode of season 2 airs, and we see Hank running into.
Reminder, guys, I need to he said before this started that he educated himself on the lore before this started. And he's gotten such critical information just wrong. Straight up in this review. This is still a review. He still hasn't reviewed it, by the way. Over an hour into the stream. He has not reviewed it yet.
Mr. House and see what happens there.
No opinion.
That's when we're going to figure everything out. We don't know what
Great.
the canon ending of the
That's
biggest
so
was, so that's what's
cool.
going to confuse everybody. Okay? Dark Magus is most
If
likely
this is him educating himself, man, does that explain a lot.
House defeated both the NCR and the Legion. Well, if you do the Mr. House ending, that is correct. In the Mr. House ending,
All right. Okay, spoil New Vegas. Okay, shut the fuck up, please.
Pistol.
Let's go back. Let's go back live.
So if that is the canon ending, yeah, maybe the Legion and NCR still were allowed
Jesus
to exist, but
Christ.
they were all under the control of Mr. House. Mateo the God says it would be cool if they make some companions actual characters. What about Raul or Lily? Raul could be played by Danny Trejo. That's who he is in the games. They could do that for sure. Lily, yeah. See, that was one thing too. There's no super mutants in season 1 of Fallout. And I think, honestly, it's budget concerns. For example,
Oh my god.
there is one giant mutant monster in season 1 of Fallout. It's a huge mutated lizard amphibian creature. And you saw it in the trailer. You saw it everywhere. I'm going to be honest. Now, I'm going to tell you what I like and don't like about the show. I'm not into CGI a lot. I'm not a CGI guy.
You should CGI your face.
I think it
De-age
could be done
yourself.
tastefully when done as more of a
You would love it then.
supplemental thing. I hate movies that are all CGI most of the time. I think the Fallout TV series does a great job of balancing practical effects with CGI. There is CGI, but it's not like over the top, blown up in your face constantly.
Dude, the ghoul is CGI.
Okay?
His nose is CGI.
That monster sucked. Like, I don't like that monster. Okay? That's the one mutated monster in the whole show. And every time that it was on screen, I thought it looked stupid. You know, it was trying to eat It was trying to eat Lucy. And I never believed it was really there. I was like, oh. And even later, in another vault, they show one of them floating in the background and like gelling. Oh, they brought the fucking
Yeah,
thing back. I
commence the
hate
jiggling.
this.
That's a
I
good
just don't
point.
like that creature. You know, I liked everything else in the show. That creature is like my pet peeve about the show, that they just had to have a big CGI monster mutant, and it didn't look good. You know, it looks good in the
Bro,
video
like,
game. It just
fuck
doesn't
off.
look good.
So far, the one review criticism that we got is a CGI monster. He hasn't talked about themes, characters, plot, you know, and any like things that actually matter in the thing. He just summarized everything and then says, "I don't like CGI." This is your review. This is the review you're getting.
In the show.
Aren't you
so here's
glad?
the thing.
You watching
mutants.
2 hours of this?
It's a critical part of Fallout lore. Not present whatsoever in the show. You do hear a couple allusions to them. A couple people actually say super mutant and talk about super mutants in dialogue,
by the way.
but never is there a real super mutant in the show. All right,
Illusions.
so would I like to see super mutants in season 2? Sure, but if they're going the New Vegas route, not a lot of super mutants in New Vegas either, right?
Oh my god! Shut the fuck up! Stop talking about the games.
If that's the case,
Review the show, you piece of shit.
maybe
man.
that'll be part of it, but there really isn't that much super mutant presence
so
in New
annoying.
Vegas. So perhaps there could be some super
Also, I
mutants,
think
but
there
don't
is a
think they would
super
be as
mutant in the
prominent as
show.
if it was Fallout.
It's like a
3's
blink and
plot.
you'll miss
My
it.
God, they're everywhere, right? And so there's even the super giant.
I don't know, bro. I watched it on my
right?
phone.
So, but no, I don't think it's gonna be that big of a deal. Pistol says it's confirmed season 2 of Fallout has been offered a $25 million tax credit to film in California. The budget is going to be bigger in season 2. Cool, very cool.
Very
Taylor
cool.
God says it would be cool if they add the courier as a character. They can also meet
Oh my
Benny in
God.
a whole new plot. They can meet Benny in a whole new plot line. Well, Benny should be dead no matter what. No matter what, it doesn't matter what choices you
All
make.
right,
Does
great.
it?
Let's go. I'm sorry for the spoiler for game that he's just spoiling. Also, he's just pretty much saying, whoa, they should add everything from New Vegas into season 2 of the show. You know how like annoying that would be? You know how fucking annoying that would be? As that's like just pure fan service. Everybody doesn't like that. Everybody doesn't like that. Does that make sense? I don't know. But nobody likes that. That's what Star Wars was doing, and nobody liked it. I don't know, man. It's annoying.
Courier kill Benny or Benny get killed. Courier control chip to New Vegas, right?
Let's
And
go.
instead of like putting this control chip into a regiment of armed troops or robots, he just hires a ton of couriers, each having a fake coin and one of them having the real one, all
Still
trying to
no
go
review.
to New Vegas at once, thinking that that's somehow going to be better. I don't know if that's even makes sense. Does that even make sense? If you really want something to get there, you just hire a whole bunch of fucking people to defend it. You don't give it to a bunch of random people and have them transport it, right? And I think really the courier was just a plot device, honestly. That's why he never gets a real name. You make the name, but it doesn't matter. You're not voiced. You're the silent protagonist, right? I just think that was the way to get you to be the main character of the game. I don't know if the courier is enough of an enthralling character that I want to see them in season 2 of the Fallout show. They were a means to an end. And now that the game is over, I don't know if I care about the courier ever again. It's kind of like, so the courier walks away, bye-bye, into the wasteland, and that's it. Or, if the...
Okay, can we stop? Can we move on? Are you really like autistically going into detail on this? Really? You're genuinely taking this question at face value? Let's just insert every character into the story. Wouldn't that be cool? Bro, fucking review it, please? Can we move on and review the show? Actually, can we do what you were supposed to do?
Courier is following
Like, fuck off, please.
I just don't know if that would work. But JT says you can kill Mr. House and be in control of them of yourself.
Okay. He's just spoiling the game. I'm sorry, guys.
Almost feels like they are, but the game just ends and you don't really know what actually happens. Okay? That's number one. Number two, if Hank, at the end of the season 1 of the show, is heading to New Vegas, do you think he'd just be heading to New Vegas and not knowing who's in charge? No, it's obvious, especially from that cutscene flashback where Mr. House was there talking with the executives of Vault-Tec. They made an agreement.
Like, this is
House
dumb
runs
too.
New Vegas.
This is dumb too, because Hank could be going there thinking that House is there, but maybe shit has transpired where he is no longer there. And that would cause conflict in the story. That would cause shit to happen. Like, there's so many possibilities for him to like sit here and speculate, but speculate based on fallacies and like weird specifics that he himself creates. It's just annoying. Like, what are you doing? He still hasn't reviewed it.
Vegas, the best
Like, come on.
thing that's going on the surface through surveillance. So obviously, if New Vegas has been overrun by
Oh,
yes men
man.
robots, they're not going to go there. Why would Hank go there, right? So it sounds to me
Like, why would he go there? I just explained why. And he thinks he's
100%
there.
that this is the Mr. House is the canon ending of New Vegas, and that's why Hank would be going to New Vegas to run into Mr. House and tell him everything's gone awry at the vault. The vault's still intact, but everything's gone awry. Now the Brotherhood have cold fusion, and NCR's gone, but now we got bigger problems. What do we do?
How is
Right?
okay,
That's what I think is happening now.
cool. Can we review it now?
Well,
or?
of course they could change the courier's mission or story. Of course they can. But I mean, the whole point is that's supposed
This
to be
is
in
the
past,
worst stream
right?
of
In
all
the
time.
past, right? supposedly
in
all of
his
the
chat.
events
Look
in
at that
Vegas
shit.
have already happened 20 years before
That's
the
why
events
he's
of the
the
show.
GOAT.
So that's all set in stone.
The
You know,
GOAT.
how are you going to, unless they completely rewrite who the courier was or whatever, right?
This has got to be one of the worst streams
anyway,
he's done. This is up there with the throwbacks.
What's funny, when you're talking about this whole thing, you know,
This is
Todd
terrible.
Howard is basically saying that this show is canon now. And this is causing all these problems. All these lore hounds on the internet
Lore hounds
are going crazy talking about the discrepancies between the show and the games. And they're going nuts. No, this is an obvious lore
Look
error.
at this fucking asshole. If you know the lore, you're a lore hound and you whine like a baby. Like his little baby voice. Because I know the story. What a fucking asshole, man.
It's a lore error. It's not a lore error. Todd Howard is your lore error because he's an idiot. There's no way that this show could be completely canon with the games because it changes things about the games right as the show starts.
Oh my god.
So this will be its own Fallout universe. Whether the games decide to change to become in line with this universe or these two universes will actually stay different, I wonder. That's a good question. But I find it hilarious.
It's not that
really
complicated,
feel like
man.
These YouTubers
are
freaking out because
That's it.
this is their livelihood. For how many years they've just been making
There you
Fallout
go.
lore
Look
videos.
at this. Look at this shit. Look at how he twisted this. Look at this motherfucker. This fucking guy. Oh my god.
But I find it hilarious because I really feel like these YouTubers are freaking out because this is their livelihood. For how many years they've just been making Fallout lore videos. And now, if you're telling me there's a new Fallout universe that erases all their lore and makes it irrelevant, it means everything they've done on the internet is worthless. Overnight. Because of the show. So, lore error, not lore error. It's a show and a game are not the
He
same.
toxifies
Doesn't matter what Todd Howard
YouTubers.
says. We know that he's a PR man, a front man who lies, you know?
What?
So we don't need to believe anything he says. I do
Hey.
feel like the show is well written and great.
He just like
I like
you.
the lore of the show. I wouldn't mind if the lore of the show continued for 3, 4, 5 seasons. And then if they make a new Fallout game 10 years in the future, if they make it in line with the lore of the show and everything changes and it erases all the events of the previous games, so be it. Right?
Man, he is
Because
overthinking
really it's going to be
this.
popularity that determines it. It's not going to be a bunch of people on YouTube screaming about their lore videos. It's going to be who cares most in mainstream media about
That's
the
the
show
dumbest
or
shit
about
ever.
the games. And that's going to determine the choices they make, you know? So, oh my God, it couldn't have possibly happened like that because didn't you know that in 2271, there was a thing that happened with the NCR and the bombs couldn't have dropped? Shut up. No one cares.
Oh my god.
Really, no one cares. The show is great and the lore of the show is excellent. And if it changes some of the lore of the games, that's fine. Oh, well, maybe you should have done something different than make lore videos for the last 5 years.
There you go.
I don't know what else to say. It's just hilarious to see these people freaking out on Twitter and shit about it. Like, oh my God, the lore. Like, shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, let's see here.
Because he likes it, you need to shut the fuck up. Just because you don't like everything that he likes. Shut the fuck up. Take your own advice.
Which
man.
faction would I have
You
gone with in the
fucking
show?
asshole.
You mean in the TV in the show now? I mean, what factions are there?
He still
There's
hasn't reviewed it, by the way.
Brotherhood. There's the remnants of the MCR,
Okay.
and I guess there's Vault Tech. Would those be the three remnants or the three factions?
He
I mean,
keeps
Vault
saying
Tech's just fucking curious. It's just a
MCR,
bunch of rich people
as
trying to
in
control the planet.
Mario.
It's really vile.
Mario CR.
So I would say definitely
MCR.
anyone. That would be the one group I would definitely not go with. The NCR remnants run by Moldaver, as cutthroat as their methods are, they
Moldaver.
are well intentioned. They want to free the wasteland. They want to give power to the people. A lot of people say they're
It's
communists.
a mixed
right?
bag, 8 out of 10.
Well, are they? I don't know. I really don't know if that's what they are. They're just kind of anti-corpo, right? Anti-establishment, anti these companies controlling everything. But again, their methods are crude. They break into the vault. They just start slaughtering people right at the beginning of the show, right from the get-go. So is that any better?
Yeah, that kind of
You're
bothered
murdering
me.
people who are innocent. It's not their fault that they're in that vault. They didn't put themselves there. Some of them were born in that vault, right? So I don't know. What was the third one I said? I said it was NCR, Vault Tech, or the Brotherhood. Man, the Brotherhood again. They're kind of like, sometimes you want to think that they're really cool and they have morals and everything, and then it's kind of exposed in the show that they are just kind of a joke, you know? Like you got the Michael Rappaport Knight, who he exposed it. He takes his helmet off. The first he says, "Man, I hate this. They always send us out to find technology. It's bullshit. One time I had to go off on a mission just to find a toaster oven, and this is so stupid, and I hate all of it." It's like, so they're just normal people, and they act like they're all high and mighty, and they know better, and they really don't.
Yeah, Stephen
right?
Hawking.
You get these scribes
I
who are like
agree.
these hoarders of history and technology, and they keep it all for themselves, and they're not trying to help anyone. So what's better? Vault Tech, who has all the technology, wants to control the planet and keeps it all for themselves, and literally kills and destroys everything around them to stay in power. All right? The Brotherhood, who think, well, we need to hoard all the technology for ourselves. No one should have it, so we'll just hoard it all for ourselves and kill anyone that gets in our way.
Okay, he's
Or the
not,
NCR, who
he's
just want to get all the technology
mischaracterizing
and
a
give
lot
it
of
all
that.
out to everyone willy-nilly. but they also are brutal in their method. Like there's literally, I think that's the point of Fallout. There isn't a faction that's good. They all see different perspectives on survival, but none of them are actually good. There is no black and white to it. There's no, this is the villain, this is the hero. I mean, in New Vegas, it was kind of the same. Caesar's Legion, NCR, or Mr. House. Pick your poison. Because no matter what, the outcome ain't great. Militaristic with NCR, brutal, just chaotic murder with Caesar's Legion, or Mr. House corporate takeover, right? It's like, is there anything good there? I don't know if there's a single good choice in any of these factions.
It's like the
I think
first
that's one
thing
of
he's ever
the
consumed,
coolest things about the Fallout
like, what
universe,
is happening?
right? Pistols, I wish the Enclave was fleshed out more. That is a huge plot hole in the show. In the games, the Enclave doesn't exist anymore. It's clearly explained in Fallout New Vegas. The Enclave is done.
Yeah, he's still going. By the way, Ghosters, he hasn't reviewed it yet.
Out of retirement
he still hasn't reviewed the show.
But they're retired. There is no.
He's complaining about Todd Howard and talking about
why on earth was there
random speculation on the next season.
At the beginning of the show, how did they discover cold fusion? They were doing all this as like, who is this Enclave? We thought that they were gone, so this is a new lore thing that's they're being reintroduced, right?
Is this guy gonna get banned? Episode 6 was fire.
How would I survive the wasteland? What would be my plan? I don't think there is a plan to survive the wasteland with current people. I don't think people would. We all live too much sheltered lives.
What?
We're too used to our modern conveniences. Most of us aren't even physically fit to survive out in the wasteland. We'd all die. Most of us, anyway. It would be a freak luck.
Okay. Cool. What a good answer.
So there you go. All right. So I've said my piece. You know that I like the show. You know that I like the new lore.
I don't know why.
I hope that the new lore actually becomes canon, and I hope that they actually change the games to be in line with the games. I'll just say that right now. I hope the games actually change and are.
He's overthinking this canon shit 100%. So much.
Okay, but
that's pretty funny.
What did you guys think of the show? What did you like? Particularly like stuff? Did you hate stuff? Right? What do you think about the lore? Are there things that you did not like about the lore changes? I'm curious to hear all of your thoughts. Okay.
Hey, it's all good, Doth. This is ridiculous. Why did he ban that guy? What? Why did he ban that? Did you catch that? Someone said Phil Spencer is rumored to be in season 2.
JT, we already said that's one of the biggest.
Will that ruin the canon of the show with the cameos? And he banned that. Why?
She was the person who was anti-Vault-Tec. She was trying to
weird.
rally up support to stop Vault-Tec in the past, and now she's still alive in the present. Never explained. I mean, you can assume she also was cryogenically frozen like the Vault-Tec executives, but how and where? Because she wasn't in the vault with them.
What a...
So where did she come from?
That should be TOS, man.
That we don't know yet.
If you give me Argentinian
yes,
money,
if I
you're
survived
banned.
the bombs, I would still broadcast playthroughs over Pip-Boy Radio. Thank you, Michael Caine. Cypress TV says, to be fair, every game adds new lore. I feel like whether we're talking game or show, with every release, something is changed or added. I mean, that is true. For example, I have heard that there's been lore changes for one of the examples here. This is a minor example someone told me. I guess in Fallout 2, Jet was introduced to the game, and it was supposed to be the invention of a teenager trying to make a drug on the cheap, and he made it out of like dung, like fecal matter. So Jet is actually a drug made out of poop, okay? But then apparently in Fallout 3, that's all changed, and it's supposed to be like a professional pharmaceutical drug or something like that, so the lore has changed. Now, that's a minor tweak. That's not like a major lore change. That's like a minor little
Kind of sounds like Ghoul's voice is changing,
but definitely some of the changes in the show
Why is that
are
annoying?
going to be giant changes, right?
All right. This guy has no fucking opinion on anything, man. He's so fake.
Pistol says, interesting how the show steered from Fallout 4 references or factions, Minutemen, Institute, and Synths Railroad. Yeah, but that's all East Coast. The whole idea of Fallout is that, the whole country, the infrastructure's been destroyed. I mean, what are the chances that people in California would even know about that shit back on the East Coast? Very little, right? Vault-Tec maybe knows all about it, as we said. Hey, Vault-Tec would know that as other factions and groups
have you been watching this shit,
they want to keep
man?
them subjugated.
This is
That's
ridiculous.
Why they nuked Shady Sands and killed all the NCR. Maybe they're either in...
He still hasn't reviewed it.
Vault-Tec's in cahoots with the Institute. You just don't know that yet. That's a plot
I don't even know why he likes it, what he likes about it,
day,
what is his favorite character,
too much power.
What's his favorite storyline,
right? So there you go.
I have no idea. He hasn't explained anything.
Oh,
He
let's
hasn't
see.
talked about themes, characters, plot,
Lady Charisma says the main Enclave was destroyed in 2.
set
The Enclave
design,
you see in the later games are splintered remnants. If I
shot
recall my lore knowledge,
compositions,
so I might be wrong on this.
lighting.
See, I never played 1 or 2. I only played 3 forward.
Let's
And
talk
in
about
3,
the
if you remember,
games.
the Enclave are a major presence at odds with the Brotherhood. You infiltrate the Enclave, right? You fight them directly, and then you get to see who's the president of the Enclave. It's a freaking AI. It's a freaking AI. And you gotta either team up with him, or you go against him, or you can even use charisma checks to kind of mind screw him, and then he ends up killing himself and blowing up all the Enclave himself. But the Enclave have a pretty bad end, right? They get pretty much destroyed.
Okay, can we not spoil the games? Can we get a review?
Fallgout based. West Coast. Well, you know, I'm gay. Your mouth drooling fucking retard. I shouldn't have said that.
It shouldn't have said that.
No. Super Chuffer says, wasn't the ending a cityscape of Seattle? I thought the Space Needle. That is the fake Space Needle that is in New Vegas. New Vegas has a tower that looks like the Space Needle. If you remember, real life Las Vegas has a fake Eiffel Tower, a fake Space Needle, like all the fake stuff. It's like all the landmarks recreated. They also have a Sphinx and a freaking pyramid too. So that's what that's they're showing you, the fake Space Needle. It's part of the New Vegas skyline. Felix the Maid, we're not talking about things except Fallout. You're asking me a question. It's nothing about anime. We're not talking about anime tonight. This is the Fallout live.
He's asking about JoJo.
Some people don't get it. Wrong stream, bro.
Raw
Okay,
interactive,
so yeah,
by the way.
I'm asking, like, what did you guys like? What didn't you like? What do you think about the lore changes?
Brother, I don't even know what you like.
Of the show? A lot of people on the internet seem to be very heated and adamant about this show, that it's either really good or it's really, really bad. Right? It's one or the other. They're kind of polarized. I think most people are leaning towards good, but I've seen a lot of people get pretty upset about the changes, and I'm curious what you guys' thoughts are.
Check my Discord? Oh, shit. Okay. I don't even have it open.
Pistol says the Fallout 4 Next Gen update is confirmed to add an Enclave quest. I thought it wasn't adding any content at all. I thought it was just
Discord
adding
update, apparently. Big
graphical
ups.
tweaks and improvements. I didn't hear that it's adding any of that kind of stuff, honestly. So I don't know if I believe that. I haven't seen that yet.
Okay. Big ups Discord.
Did my wife Kat like the show? She absolutely
here we go.
positively loved it. Now keep in mind, last year we watched Last of Us together, and it started off strong, and we thought the ending was atrociously bad with the changes they made, and it just wasn't nearly as good as the game. In this case, we feel like the show is as good as the Fallout games, if not on pace. If Season 2 ends up being New Vegas, I think that's super amazing. That's what people want, right?
I don't want that.
We want the continuation of these games.
I don't
from
want
10,
it in a
15
TV
years
show.
ago that Bethesda refuses to make new games of.
They can't.
Instead, make
Bethesda's
Starfield that no one really wanted,
pretty
and it
trash.
sucks. And then tell us, oh, well, Elder Scrolls is next, but we don't even have any gameplay to show you. Well, what are you doing?
Thanks for speaking for me, dude.
No, really, what are you doing?
What?
What is anyone at your game studio doing? Because it seems to be like you're completely inefficient at making games now.
All right.
They released a super duper great show. Everyone wants to do Fallout content, and they're so incompetent. They don't have the ability to make any new Fallout content.
Check your views, bro. Check your views.
So,
Tell me what that's like.
I guess
What
we'll
are
have
you
to
doing?
see. No, I am
your
being told it
editors.
is true. Fallout 4 will be adding new DLC. Oh, crap. Now I kind of want to play it. We were talking about that.
All right,
this
what's
morning.
this?
Maybe I should do
Iviga.
another run of it because I've only played it once ever.
What is this? Iviga sent me something, guys.
Personally, I really like the Ghoul have known
Personally, I really like nuts.
when he was fighting Max in the first episode.
All right. thank
Yes,
you.
except the problem there is that unlike at the end of the show, in the final episode, the Ghoul is fighting the Brotherhood of Steel as they're trying to take over the NCR base at Griffith Observatory. He says, oh, there's a weak point. Watch this. He shoots it. He couldn't do that to Max because Maximus just shows up and starts fighting him. Like whenever he flies in, and then immediately he goes right for him, and they start fighting.
All
It's like
right.
the knight in shining armor showing up for the rescue. So it wasn't like the Ghoul had the drop on them, or had the drop on Maximus.
This is
and
dumb.
Was able to eat.
He just dismisses a criticism that someone had by explaining it away and like hand waving it away. Like, bro, I know you like the show, but come on, man, be objective a little bit.
Easily just pick off this weak point like he was. He got the drop on the Brotherhood. Remember, he surprised them. They didn't even know he was there. They turned around. And
What's
all
the
of a sudden,
best
surprise,
video game
boom,
adaptation, in my opinion?
boom, shoots him right in the weak
boy.
spot. So that's the thing. He was already in motion.
One
They
that
were
I've
fighting.
seen?
I'm sure if Max was just standing around like an idiot doing nothing and not fighting him, then it would have been easy to shoot the weak spot. But, I think that was the point, is that it was active combat. That's why it was such a cool scene.
Man, I haven't seen many.
Super Chuffer says, I thought it was good. Each main character presents a different playstyle. Lucy is like a goodie. The ghoul is when you do the second run as a baddie. It was cool that Lucy starts off. Each character has such an awesome character arc. Lucy starts off as so innocent, goody two shoes, right? Like okie dokie, and then by the end of the show, she's just so changed, right? But after she finds out the truth about her father, and she just completely changes his character, and she's like, "That's it. I'm going with the ghoul." I mean, of all people to team up, she's teaming up with the guy who was trying to kill her and torturing her earlier in the show, and she's teaming up with the ghoul now to go after her father. Right?
I guess out of what I saw, I would say Uncharted. I don't know. I haven't really seen many. Like, I didn't even see Sonic. I didn't even watch any of the Resident Evils. I don't know. I saw Five Nights at Freddy's.
Completely changed person. What a character arc.
I don't know.
Let's see here.
What a character arc.
Lady Christmas says the change about Vault-Tec starting the war fits into the lore. I could totally see them doing that in the games. Me too. Felix the Maid says, I think all three main characters show no character progression. They're the same from episode 1 to 8. Then you didn't watch the show.
What?
Yeah, you totally didn't even watch the show at all.
Says that, yo. This dude has been getting so much information wrong.
Like, how can you even say that? At the beginning of the show, Maximus is like the biggest fan of the Brotherhood. He wants to be a knight. That's all he wants, right? Halfway through the show, he decides he doesn't even want to be with the Brotherhood anymore. He wants to move into a vault. By the end of the show, in a cruel twist of fate, he's forced back into the Brotherhood against his will, and now he becomes the hero of the Brotherhood that he wanted at the beginning of the show. But
like, I kind of wish I can respond to him, like, actually, because there's so many things that you could point out that are, kind of messy about the show. It's kind of like how all the main characters are kind of passengers in their own story. They don't really have any agency in the story. Stuff just kind of happens. It's like Maximus, but it feels like that's not even the intention with the show. It's just how it is. It's how it's written. Like Maximus, everything just gets handed to him. He's kind of just a passenger in his own story. And I feel like that's something you can discuss at least. If you had Kat in the room with him, he could be talking about it. But instead, we're just getting shutdowns of everybody's own opinion. He's just shutting them down. It's not really a discussion if you're just going to be shutting people down and saying they didn't watch the show. That's not what a live review discussion interactive thing is. What's even the point if you're just going to do that?
He hates himself, and we're all wondering where this is going to lead in season 2.
I don't know.
Like, what a crazy
This is
twist.
no red letter media, I'll say that.
Huge character development.
That's pretty safe to say.
Diverse TV says, this is the quote on what's being added in the Fallout 4 stability improvements and up to 60 frames per second along with new content, which is the Enclave Remnants quest line, makeshift weapon pack. Wow. So there is a new Enclave quest line in the Fallout 4. Huh. Bob from Pennsylvania did a super chat saying, I can't chat. Canon takes less than stellar, bro. I don't even know what that means.
Your canon takes
you had to
are less
subscribe
than stellar.
to the channel a day earlier. I announced this on
That's
all of
pretty
my
obvious. It's pretty obvious what canon takes less than stellar means. That's pretty obvious what it means.
Yeah, you needed to subscribe to the channel to talk tonight. So, Bob, I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean.
Okay. He conveniently doesn't know
I would love
what
to
he
hear
means.
your take on it. Like, what is your take on the lore and the changes? Have a good night, Dentronics. I received a $2 tip from an anonymous tipper. I don't think you get the full picture of how evil the Enclave is unless you play Fallout 2. Okay, I did not. They had actual human leadership. Their goal was to genocide all non-Enclave
Can we not spoil? I haven't played that one. Can we not please just say what happens?
It would work as a playthrough, especially if they're games that are going to take a while. I don't think so.
Okay.
It's kind of like maybe if I was around in the 90s playing that kind of stuff.
He can't play Fallout 2 because it's an old game. But Chrono Trigger, yes, let's go. He's never played a game like Fallout before. But he can't play it.
They did a good job of creating ambiguity in the characters. Well, yeah, like the ghoul, man. The ghoul.
Okay, Baghoul.
To me, is such a cool and enigmatic character. And then you get his backstory and you figure out who he really
second
is.
To the setting in the world.
And he's really well written.
I don't know.
Like,
I feel like in a TV show, in like a movie, I still need characters to like.
But the thing is,
and
he's
that
not
drive the story forward. And I just didn't get that with
not
Fallout.
a hero. He's 100% an anti-hero.
But I just didn't like it. I can acknowledge the Fallout TV show isn't bad by any means. It's not bad. It's pretty good. Like it's above watchable. It's not like Halo or something.
He's a villain.
But, personally, I just didn't vibe with it.
Who just happens to be opposed to the other villains, so he ends up being good through his actions even though he does some heinous things during the show. You know?
Heinous. He hit us with a heinous.
According to the lore, the Enclave is still hiding in an undisclosed location on the East Coast. Of course, they wouldn't be relevant on the West Coast. But then again, that might be what people are wondering. Why was there a West Coast Enclave that this scientist escaped from? Who is that? Like, has it ever existed? Remember, in New Vegas, they were trying to get the remnants of the Enclave together. To help it was so hard to get them together.
Talk about New Vegas. He still hasn't reviewed it, by the way. I'm going to keep saying that.
Reset the West Coast. Todd has contempt for Obsidian Fallout. He wants to... He wants to wank off the Brotherhood of Steel all the time. Well, I don't know about that, Mr. Video.
I like that
theory. I
theory.
don't feel like this reset the West Coast.
I like the theory that Bethesda just fucking hates New Vegas. I think it's really funny.
Claiming that Shady...
Like Todd Howard specifically just hates it.
Sands is destroyed very shortly after the events of New Vegas.
Gives me a giggle.
But it is still supposedly canon. Supposedly. Do I think a silent protagonist would have worked in the show? No. You need people to talk on shows.
Yeah, Gary.
Being a silent protagonist would be incredibly boring. Lady Christmas is about the Fallout 4 run. Maybe wait a bit before starting. It's going to break the mods to the game. There's quality of life updates that would improve the gameplay. I don't know. I feel like if I don't play it during the update, no one's going to care. Like, if I wait a month, 2 months to play it, everyone's going to be like, what are you playing it for now? The Fallout show's old. Right? I feel like right now is when everyone's hype and everyone's going to probably start playing Fallout 4 when the update comes.
He's not that kind of streamer,
mods,
though.
I mean, what's
Remember?
the point then?
What's the point?
Reading Orange.
He doesn't need to play the red hot popular games. You guys love him and his streams. But he's not going to play it if it's not red hot
Exactly.
popular.
I agree there. John Bono says, the Brotherhood of Steel come off as pretty weird and culty in the show, just like the West Coast Brotherhood has always been. Yeah, it's totally... They're like a cult, that you indoctrinated into their way of life, their hierarchy, right? It's almost like mind control to a point. You have to be all for the Brotherhood.
He's on record as saying New Vegas is the best in the Fallout series? Really? Well, that's nice of him.
Yeah, at least according to the show, what they would lead you to believe, which is uncertain, it seems like the NCR is all but gone. Like, it seems like they're almost all dead.
Oh my god.
And that Moldover group was the remnants of the MCR trying to survive. They're undercover. Like, you didn't know they were NCR at first. And they're just trying to survive. But what's weird again about that is, yeah, maybe Shady Sands, the capital, was destroyed. 35,000 people. But they had outposts everywhere. So what happened? Did everything break down when Shady Sands got nuked? Like, literally the entire NCR just broke apart in chaotic fashion? Because they were a huge group. Even just in New Vegas, the game. There's tons of NCR outposts all throughout the map that are all separate camps and stuff. And they wouldn't have been affected by that. They could have still kept operating.
Right? So maybe your theory is really dumb then. You should probably consider that before you just keep saying it. I don't see what the point is.
I don't know if you remember the Brotherhood of Steel outcasts in Fallout 3. Do you think they should bring them into the show? You're right, I don't remember that. I guess what you're saying is there's groups of the Brotherhood that were, excommunicated or whatever. I definitely don't remember that. So, should they bring them into the show? I mean, maybe. You don't know where they're going. All you know is it's going to be involving New Vegas in Season 2. That's the direction they're going, right?
Okay. Cool insight. Still no review, by the way. He hasn't reviewed the show. Come on, that's so...
The Dead Sea? They got the Dead Sea in Fallout 4? What?
This is like him unboxing Final Fantasy 13 with the fire alarm going off, and he never even opens the box.
Bethesda does this in their
like, bruh, this is a review, right? Where's the review?
Skyrim, it reminds me of that.
Come on.
So they just wiped out Morrowind in the lore, and you never go back? Wow.
Come on.
High's Darkness says the NCR was the biggest faction. They literally beat the Brotherhood just because they had the sheer numbers. So yeah, I don't know.
The Dead Sea.
I mean, once again, remember one of the big questions was, why did the Brotherhood have such a presence in the TV show? Because the Brotherhood were supposed to be mostly East Coast. And again, if you remember New Vegas, the Brotherhood were hiding out in underground bunkers. They weren't on the surface in any kind of a big capacity. Well, apparently, I guess because this new NCR...
Okay, can we move on?
AJT says, what year did the nuke happen? The board says 2277 was when Shady Sands was blown up, but New Vegas took place 4 years after that. I just read an article. Todd Howard literally says the nuke dropped right after the events of New Vegas. He says that, word for word. They were interviewing him, and he says the nuke that destroyed Shady Sands dropped nearly right after the events of New Vegas. So
I don't know if
maybe
he
if
said
it does say
right after.
2277 on a board in the background of the show, it may have been an error that they didn't mean to use that date and they got their dates wrong. But that's what Todd Howard said. Those are the words right out of his mouth. He was interviewed.
All right.
And that's what he said. Cyber TV says, is it possible, it's possible when Shady Sands got nuked, some of the NCR went undercover like Jedi when the Jedi Temple fell. No, that's what happened. That's what Moldaver's group is, right? Like, that's what we're led to believe, that Moldaver's group is undercover. It's a group of ragtag raiders and things that have kind of joined up with the remnants of the NCR, and they're the people for the people, anti-Vol, anti-Brotherhood for the people, right? I think that's what we're supposed to believe.
Okay, dude.
If you didn't play Fallout 4 yet, would the show spoil the game? Absolutely not. Fallout 4 takes place on the other coast, and it's completely like all the events of Fallout 4, the factions and things have pretty much nothing to do with the plot of this show at all. So no, it would not spoil the events of Fallout 4 in any way. You can still play Fallout 4.
I've been playing Fallout
Watch the
3
show.
recently because I've never played it before. And one of my biggest complaints is like the metro and how similar everything looks.
We embrace this. It was a love letter to the game so much.
That's
right. I agree.
probably my
Again,
biggest complaint.
I feel like the people who made
And yes,
this
I'm playing
game
with mods. So,
love Fallout, have an affinity for
anyways,
the
I'm
universe,
liking it
and
though.
didn't want to
It's
fuck it up.
pretty fun.
Right? They didn't want to just ruin it. Like the Fallout, or excuse me, that Halo show is such dog shit. It
What?
may be an okay show on its own, right? But it just don't call it Halo then. If you're gonna take the source material and throw it on the ground and stomp it into fucking paste, and then like fucking Play-Doh, form it into something new for your own use,
Go
then
to
don't
bed? Yeah,
call
I
it
know the
Halo.
go to bed
Do something
meme.
different.
Iviga,
They
go
didn't
to
have
bed.
to call it Halo, but no one would have watched their fucking shitty show if they didn't call it Halo. In this case, you can tell they had a love and affinity for the source material, and they wanted to do something awesome that people would embrace as a mainstream show.
Let's
but would
review
also
Halo instead.
really please the fans of the franchise. They did a great job of doing that.
Go to bed, Iviga.
Does Caesar die in the house ending in New Vegas? Yes. Caesar dies in the house.
Okay.
And yes, man, and CR.
Big ups to Caesar's.
Really, the writing on a freaking
It's Kaiser,
chalkboard
bro. Come
is
on.
the one piece of contention in the series for a lore error that I'm just going to say they chalk it up to they wrote the wrong date on the fucking chalkboard. If everything else makes sense, except the one date on a chalkboard, then fuck the chalkboard, right? Just forget it.
Nice.
It's not a
Let's
big
just
deal.
conveniently ignore the things that we don't like and praise the things that we do like. That's how that works, right? Ignore things that goes against the goodness.
JT says the Brotherhood Elder says they take their orders
I
from
don't
the
know what he's
highest
talking
clerks
about.
from the Commonwealth. The Brotherhood destroying the Institute must be canon. I guess I would have to replay Fallout 4 to refresh my memory on that. The Commonwealth is East Coast, right?
We are 2
Mr.
hours
Video says
in.
the nukes dropped on the ghoul.
2 hours into the review. There's still no review.
Trying to beat them to dropping the bomb.
Big ups. Very cool.
Why? Fallgout based.
Still playing Dragon's Dogma 2. Yes, I really like it. I really like it. It's my favorite game of the year so far.
Because the mother would want to be.
Yeah,
the
it's a lot of
daughter?
fun.
That doesn't make sense. That when you say
I'm
he
not
had
done
custody,
yet,
they
though,
were still
but-
married. What are you talking about?
I really like it.
At least, you know, it's that I didn't know. Are they separated? When did they explain that? In the show, I don't remember them saying that him and his wife separated. Maybe they did, and I didn't catch on to that. I mean, even the flashback scenes in the final
In the
episode of
post-game
him and
now?
his-
Oh,
him
shit, dude.
discovering his wife was
Yeah, I'm
basically
taking my
one of
time.
the people in charge of Vault-Tec who had the ideas to do these malicious things. Maybe
I
they
haven't
separated
played
at that
recently,
point.
though, so I'm kind of behind. But yeah, I'm really liking
Carlos
that
says
game.
NCR has like a 700K population. They beat both the Brotherhood and the Enclave into hiding in the West Coast. Their problem is since they have
Alright,
numbers, they
can
fight
we-
multiple fronts and they can't hold everything. Do we really believe that if Shady Sands, which has a population of 35,000, was nuked, that would completely rout the entire NCR? Do you really believe that? If they're a giant militaristic group, right? And they have all these different outposts and groups, like, just because you nuked the main base, does that really mean that everything would end?
Look at this guy, he looks so depressed. Oh my god, I hate my job so much.
That makes me cringe. Ugh.
Oh, Pistol says in the beginning episode at the birthday party, the guests asked each other why Coop, and that's the character of the ghoul. His name is Coop in the past before he becomes the ghoul. Why is he doing pony photo shoots? And they say alimony. Okay. And his daughter is with him that day. His daughter is with him at work that day. So yeah, okay, that's a plot point I missed. So he
Did he
spied
watch
on
this
his
show?
wife, who's one of these high execs at Vault-Tec,
All right.
found out that she was one of the most malicious people on the planet, literally planning to possibly nuke the planet to create.
How can
their
one
own
man be so
society,
wrong about
right,
everything,
of
about a
how they
show he
want
just
it.
watched within a
And maybe he
week?
was so taken aback
Like, he
by
just
that,
watched
I have
this, right?
divorce you.
Like 3 days ago, he said he
That's
finished
what it was.
watching it.
I'm the Juggernaut just did a super
How
chat.
is he so wrong?
He says there's rumors Fallout 1 and 2 remake will be the first time released on a gaming platform system. I mean, if they're remade for a modern audience with modern controls and stuff, I'm
Right.
all for it. Me just playing the old
Grug need modern control for modern
me
audience.
just playing the old PC versions on my mini PC probably would not work, and people probably wouldn't care too much about that, right?
Re-release games so I can get day one views. I am Grug.
Now listen to this. I got a $1 tip from an anonymous tipper. People in chat are misleading you about the Enclave on the West Coast. In Fallout 2, you got to go to San Francisco. The Enclave actually have a strong military presence there. They're basically scattered across the U.S., as well as offshore ships, subs, and satellites. They didn't all die at the end of Fallout 2, but it's likely one of those that they used to nuke Shady Sands that's the new lore with Bethesda is going with. I hear how Bethesda is changing the lore with this and the Fallout 4 update.
Yeah, I don't know why he's gonna play Fallout 4 again. Like, maybe try something. He claims to be a big fan of Fallout. Why don't you play the 2 games that you haven't played, and the Brotherhood of Steel one, if anything? Like, why don't you're a big fan, right? Don't you personally want to know what they're about?
What we're talking about tonight. Well, again, I never played
don't know,
Fallout
man.
1 and 2. I can't confirm or
Look at
deny
this guy.
anything anyone is saying here tonight.
I can't confirm or deny
Lady Charisma says
anything.
nuking
I'm just
Shady
gonna
Sands would be the
nitpick shit
nuking-
while
like
not
nuking
knowing what I'm talking
Washington,
about.
D.C. It would be messed up badly. The line of command would be destroyed. Ongoy Smacker, whatever that means, says, "Do you think Liberty Prime would be in the show?" No, I don't think so. We're not. I mean, maybe seasons and seasons forward, right? But I don't think Liberty Prime is going to magically show up on the West Coast. Liberty Prime's on the East Coast. And it broke down anyway at the end of Fallout 3. They'd have to rebuild it.
Yeah, he hates PC.
Where would the Fallout 4 where would the Fallout show rate on my best list of TV shows? The thing is, I'm not going to rate
Here we go.
a show from
Absolutes.
the 2000s to a show from 2024.
Why not?
You know, that's not fair.
Why
What I
not?
will say is,
How's that not
definitely
fair?
this is my favorite video game show I've ever seen. And this is probably one of my favorite shows of the last 5 years that I've watched. Of anything I've
Damn,
even
bro,
watched.
you
And
didn't
that
watch Better
includes
Call
shows like
Saul?
The Boys and Invincible and stuff like that.
God
This is
damn.
better than that, I feel. Like, it's
sorry
that
for
well
you.
written. It's that well acted. It's got good effects. It's got interesting plot development. It's a really good show. That final episode, again, makes you feel like you are at the end of a 40 to 80 hour RPG journey, and this is the culmination fight that feels like the end of New Vegas, where everything happens at Hoover Dam in the big finale.
Oh, yeah,
That's what
Len
it
D.
feels like, that final episode. It's so well done, and you know, they did just good enough to wrap up enough plot threads so you're satisfied. Then they leave a few plot threads
I was not
dangling on
satisfied.
purpose to get you hungry for season 2, and then the final shot of seeing New Vegas out in the desert, you're like, oh my god, they did it. I can't believe they did it.
He's
You
really
get goosebumps.
speaking for
Like, they
people.
actually
He's
nailed
trying
it.
to. He
Like,
just
that's
says
how you
you're
end the season
satisfied.
one.
They left enough to
know?
be satisfied. I would just disagree. I was not satisfied with the ending of the
Cypress
show.
TV's,
but
I think we
okay.
will see NCR remnants in New Vegas when season 2 starts. Am I missing something? What makes people
That's
feel
just
we
me,
won't?
though.
I don't know. If you just watched the show and you had not played the games, the show makes it seem like the NCR has been completely wiped out. Like,
No,
that
it doesn't.
nuke that blew up Shady Sands,
How? Okay.
that was it. That just was the end of NCR, because there's no formal NCR presence. There's a few people who have NCR uniforms. There's the remnants of the MCR Moldova is commanding, but there's no formal MCR anywhere
Hey, DevKit
to
Gaming.
be
What's up?
seen.
What's up?
And
dude?
remember, this was their major place in the
Welcome
country,
to
right
the Fallgout
here,
stream.
this California region, and they're just gone. So it makes you feel like they're gone.
This is
But
the
maybe it
worst
is a
thing
bait and switch
ever.
and it's bullshit. Who knows? We don't know yet.
He still hasn't reviewed it. It's been 2 hours. He gave us a summary and then he's discussing the video
Norm's
games.
character arc you're excited about, the younger brother, says Clay JT. So Norm is the brother of Lucy, who gets stuck in Vault 31 when he discovers the truth about everything. That basically the overseers are Vault Tech employees and they're all cryogenically frozen, and he goes into Vault 31, he finds them all frozen, but then the door closes and he's stuck in there. So season 2 will probably be more about his story, how he if he ever gets out, what happens in the vaults. Because remember, the big culmination was they were going to do a split of the population between Vault 32 and Vault 33, and that was like the next social experiment they were going to perform on them down there.
Uh-huh. Cool. Can we review
I
the
think
show?
there'll be aliens. I mean, they could go that route.
Oh,
although
man.
the alien DLC
I know I'm
is
being
just a
annoying
one-off
about it, but
DLC,
come on.
the aliens are canon.
This really is the unboxing video where he never touched the box and opened it.
It's more like a DLC what if
Like, dude.
situation, right?
It's like a parody of
Lady
a
Charisma
streamer.
asks, with The Last of Us and now Fallout, things like the Mario and Sonic movie getting praised, do you think shows and movies based on video games will get a fair shake? I hope so.
All right.
I want
I think we're
more
past that.
like Fallout. I want less like The Last of Us, where the only good thing is because they copy-pasted from the games, and the things they changed,
My God.
all right, are no good. Literally every change they made to The Last of Us TV show sucked. It was for the worse. Would have been better if it was just left to be the games. But because it was the games,
All right.
you didn't have any sense of suspense, any sense of real risk, because it was shit that already happened in the games. It just makes the show kind of superfluous. It does. It just makes it like, well, it was necessary to convert it to a TV show. Well, it wasn't. It was actually better as a game.
So
You know?
not everyone's gonna
But
play the
here's
game.
one thing I
dude.
wanted to say all night,
Come
and I
on.
keep forgetting about it.
Oh
Okay,
my God.
because people keep asking me this question: is the Fallout TV show woke?
What?
All right,
Who asked him that?
I'm going to answer that question for you.
What?
All right,
Okay.
the Fallout TV show manages to have representation of characters in it,
Oh my God.
and it
So
does it in
cringe
a
as
way
fuck about this.
where those characters are represented as normal people. Allow me to explain what I mean. Okay, Maximus is black. It doesn't matter that he's black. There's no plot thread that he's black. He's just black. And he's a strong, well-written character, well-acted. It's never mattering what his skin color
I would
is.
dispute the well acted
understand?
part, but okay.
Maximus has a friend in the Brotherhood, his fellow trainee, squire in training, who's trans. But the character is trans. It's
Was
not a
she?
plot point. You don't need to hear the origin story of the character of why they're trans, right? It's literally
I thought
never
it was a
brought up
lady.
or addressed. They're just trans. It's not a big deal. The character is well written, well acted, just a part of the universe, just a normal person, and it's never really brought up as anything big. And because of that, it works. Okay? You can have this kind of representation in any
I
kind
didn't
of
even
show,
know. What the fuck?
and as long as it's
Thought it was
not
just a
brought
lady.
up to be some major focus and plot point that everyone must now spend an entire segment or big chunk of an episode focused on, right? As long as it's just something natural in the universe, just like normal people.
All
Let's
right,
be
bro.
honest.
Can we move on?
Right now, around us, we have people who are straight and gay. We have people who are male, female, and trans.
Well,
we have people
you
who
know,
are
I'm
black,
gay.
white, Asian, every denomination. They're
We
all
have
just, we're all just
people.
normal, right? We don't make it some big song and fucking dance because they're different. So why do they have to kind of do this in games and in, TV shows? I mean, in Last of Us 2,
What?
of course there has to be a plot point that someone doesn't like the gender they are. So now they've been completely, excommunicated from the group and the group want them dead. It's like, why? Why can't they just be a normal person? Right? Why does the plot have to be that they're persecuted for being different? Haven't we seen that 5 zillion times? Isn't that
What?
tired at this point? In this show, they actually just have people of all representations in the show. No one cares because that's how it should be. Is it not that what we want is true acceptance? That everyone could just be themselves and be happy to be who they are, and it's not a big deal? And this show does exactly that. That's what we need more of. True representation where people are just part of normal life, and it doesn't have to be sticking out like a sore thumb, shoved up your face. Oh my God, we have to have a fucking big elaborate backstory and sob story of this and that, of how they were mistreated. Just have them be a normal person, and no one will care. We'll all accept it all. It's fine. And this show did that.
So
So who cares who was represented or what? No, it's not even a thing of contention. It's just naturally in there. Good. Have more like that. I don't care. I don't give two shits. I've always said this. I don't care who the protagonist of a game is. Why do I care if you're
bro,
male?
he just implied that the Last of Us 2 little kid is not a normal person.
Female, somewhere in between,
Big ups.
gay, straight, what, skin color, where you come from, what language you speak. Why the fuck would I care? I don't care if you're purple with yellow polka dots on you. As long as you're a good, well-written character that has a plot arc that I like, character development, good story, good character beats, and that's all I care about. I don't care about any of that other shit. Why should anybody? Anyone who hangs on that shit is an idiot. It's just such not a thing to focus on anymore. You know what I mean? But as long as it's done right, and this show does it right, I have zero complaints whatsoever about any representation in this show because there is representation and it's done well. It's not obnoxious. So do more like that. Stop being obnoxious. And then maybe, just maybe, people won't care about the representation anymore. The problem is you got...
What?
The Neil Druckmanns of the world.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh
and the
my...
Neil Druckmanns of the world, sadly, want to make those things shoved in your face. In fact, Neil Druckmann wants to sell products to you as a basis because he has that kind of representation in his games and shows. He doesn't care about the quality. He just wants to have it in there and say, buy it because of it. And that's stupid. That's dumb. He literally said during the sales of Last of Us 2, a sale of Last of Us 2 sticks it to the haters. It's like, that's not why people should buy your game, you fucking oaf. Fallgout. You stupid primitive ape. Fallgout. You should not be fucking saying shit like that to the public. Fallgout. It should be, buy my game because it's the best game out there. Buy my game because we put so much effort into it and it's the most accessible game ever made. Instead, buy my game because of representation. You're a jackass. And that's the person who sets the shit back. Really. Someone like Druckmann sets shit back. The Fallout TV show advances things forward in the way it should be advanced. That's my take. Fallgout.
Yo. What the fuck?
Well, you know, I'm gay. Okay. Excuse me. I just wanted to get that out of the way because so many people ask me that question about, oh, isn't it woke? I'm not going to watch the show because
nobody asked him.
You can watch the fucking show. Trust
nobody
me. You're not
asked
be
him.
Ripping your hair out. It's not like that. Okay?
Yo, this guy's eternally on Twitter.
Okay. So guys, we've now been talking 2 hours about the Fallout TV show. Final thoughts on anyone? I'm going to give you my final summarized thoughts in a second.
Final summarized
Does anyone have any final questions?
Is this going to be a review finally?
Anything they want to say about the show before we get ready to adjourn here tonight? Last chance for any kind of, you know, get something off your chest. Any last second contributions if you want. Not asking for anything. You just, if you're interested.
Man. Big ups, little kid from Last of Us 2.
Episode with the mutants.
You're not a normal person.
Their nice place. Yeah, that was the ultimate trick, because there's a whole episode based in a vault. All right, where Lucy and Maximus get taken into a vault, and at first they think everything's good, but then they notice everyone around them is mutated in some weird way. They've got body parts growing out of the wrong places. They got gills. They glow. It's like, what is going on here? Then they find a lab with all these mutations in it, and they think, oh my God, this is like a place of horrible experimentation. And I'm not going to spoil, but basically there's a big plot twist where it turns out it's nothing like what they thought it was. And
yo, that's
hilarious.
genius.
And it's really well, again, it's well written. It's like, what the heck, man?
I wish. That'd be really funny.
Do I think Lorenzo will be in the show? He's immortal, and he can make other people immortal. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know who that is.
Guys, which vault suit is Fallgout best? Is it Vault 111?
Like if someone had showed up in season 2,
is it Vault 63?
Well, we know House is in it.
Everyone's voting for Vault 69. I don't know why the fuck.
Now,
like fucking trolls are fucking rigging the poll. I'm gonna take this out of the rotation, okay?
New Vegas, where you had the Kings in a certain way, you had the Omertas and the White Glove Society. I think that's what they're called. And basically, what you had to do in New Vegas was win over all the
normal person. You slur, you.
Right? You had to set
this
up
fucking guy
for new leadership, whether it's you,
he hasn't reviewed the show in 2.5 hours almost.
Whether it's the NCR or whether it's Caesar's Legion.
I'm going crazy.
So what's
man.
left, right? After New, if Todd Howard is saying this is
Vault
canon,
1651,
exactly canon. But if it's canon,
that's not possible.
I wonder.
Fucking trolls in the chat right now. Come on.
In that plot, when you get back to New Vegas, what's the state of New Vegas? Is it just completely dominated by Mr. House's robots now, and 100% it's all him running everything? Are the families still there in some capacity? Is it the same families in charge? I
genuinely hate this guy. Yeah, right? I'm with you, dude.
What about the Von Graffs? Remember the energy weapons family? Are they still around?
Is this the final thoughts? I'm lost.
Or are they just kind of written out?
Please explain it to me.
It'll be interesting to see what's in there and what's not. Do I want one particular character from New Vegas to be in it? I mean,
this is big.
It'd be nice to see some references. I don't think we need to have direct characters showing up. Only because, once again, if you have original characters as your plot, you can do whatever you want with them, right? If you have characters in here from New Vegas, now, well, wait, what's the implications of this character now being in the show, even though they were in New Vegas, you got people who are going to be doing these giant, again, the lore masters of YouTube, who all they do is fucking lore videos on games.
Oh my
They're going to have fucking conspiracy
Why is
theory
that a bad
whiteboards
thing?
behind them. So what if this is there? This is, wait, I don't
Yeah,
understand.
go fuck your passion for something you really like and you're really invested in. Go fuck yourself, you lore master idiot.
This and they get so crazy about that shit. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a fucking game.
Dude, there's a channel, Alt-Shift-X, is like my favorite channel because it talks about my favorite thing ever, A Song of Ice and Fire. It's great. It's goated. It's amazing. It's a lore channel, pretty much. Why is that bad? I don't see how that's a bad thing. Fuck the things you like, apparently.
I'm in a show, just have fun. Whatever happened in
Just
life.
have fun. What if that's fun to them? What if it's fun to keep track of the lore and get really invested?
Watch something to have fun.
Come on, man.
Right?
You must consume product and then fucking move on to next product, apparently. That's the only thing you could do.
I guess we lost that.
You must do things the way he does them, or else you're not having fun and you're stupid.
Instead, everything's got to be hyper analyzed to the point of such maximum seriousness. And can I be honest? It's because YouTube made it that you monetize all that shit. Right before that, it was wow, it's the obsessive fan. But now on YouTube, you got people who literally microanalyze every game. There's people who microanalyze every pixel of every character in Elden Ring or Dark Souls, and every fucking, piece of dialogue and every document you ever found in the Fallout franchise and all that shit.
Yeah,
you know
that
what I'm
sounds
saying?
fun. That sounds cool. I would watch that.
So I guess we'll have to see.
What? Why is that bad?
We'll have to see what happens.
Do they need the white coats to come get him?
Moving forward.
Because they like Fallout?
I don't, I'm not 100%.
Like this fucking asshole right here, this piece of shit, sat here for 2 hours talking about first of all, summarizing the story for an hour, and then the second hour was just him speculating on the lore and what's canon and what's happening in season 2. He was just speculating. He was doing worse than the lore channels because he's speculating based on nothing. Based on no information, no character arcs, nothing, just speculating. That's all he was doing. But that's okay. For some reason, that's okay.
Looking forward to
It's so
directly
fucking
seeing
weird,
characters
man.
from New Vegas be in the season 2 of this show. I guess we'll see what happens. Okay? Tom Off Smoke Puffa says, in the credits, it pans through the streets of New Vegas and shows it's been destroyed with crashed vertigirds and broken Securitrons. It also shows earlier on in one of the credit sequences that New Vegas is completely destroyed.
That's what he just said.
That's why one or two episodes in, people started freaking out,
That's
saying
what he
this
just
cannot
said,
be canon because New Vegas is destroyed or whatever. And it's fucked up that they retconned New Vegas. They didn't retcon New Vegas. It's the credit sequence isn't necessarily 100% accurate. Okay, I don't think it is. Maybe some people are taking it that way. I don't think it is.
I'm so lost what just happened there. He just repeated what the guy said.
The sand scenes reminded you of the desert section of Metro Exodus, says Clay JT. They were pretty well shot.
What's the story behind the foot photo?
Doesn't the Fallout show turn a blind...
That made me laugh. I'll show it. I'll look
communism
it up.
and blame capitalism and America for creating the apocalypse. How is that not woke? Well, did you not watch the show and see that inside the vaults, that Vaultec is trying to create a woke society and it's failing?
What?
Remember that basically they're like, gee, the only reason the Raiders actually overtook us is because we're so dumb. We just blatantly believe that everyone around us is good, and we didn't see the million signs of that these people were Raiders. They had scars all over their bodies. They weren't acting like vault dwellers. But we're just like, oh, well, we're just ignorant to all of it because everyone accepting everything. And because of that, they're completely overrun and murdered at the beginning of the show. And it's actually referenced later on. We're going to rehabilitate the Raiders who just brutally murdered all of us. Rather than, some people actually said, we just want to kill them because they murdered our friends. And they're like, no, we don't want to do that.
I can't find it, but the foot photo, I edited it, by the way. He doesn't actually have a foot that disgusting.
All right? There's not...
I was hoping someone would notice. It's a foot from the show. When that dude's foot is, like, destroyed because it got stepped on. Anyways, he was trying to show people that his gout wasn't that bad. So he, like, lifted his foot up and showed the camera his foot. And then it became a little topic of discussion where it's like, is Phil really showing his foot? Is that a fake foot? For a little while. That was kind of fun. Yeah. Anyways, that's the lore.
That's the beauty of Fallout. That's actually the beauty of Fallout writing.
As far as I understand.
There's not one group that is dominantly correct. They're all flawed. They're all just trying to survive in their own way. That's good writing right there. that it's not a black and white situation. You know what I mean? What's up, Game Boy? Good evening. Good to have you here at the end here.
Yeah,
Only a few more
I
minutes
just
and we'll
ignored
wrap
his
it up.
whole
I'm just
woke
curious,
thing.
does
I have
anyone
no
any
idea what he's
final
talking
words or
about.
things to say, and then I'll give you my final thoughts on the show.
Like,
and we'll
why
wrap
is
it
he
up
even
for tonight.
discussing it? Because,
Okay?
you know, the woke shit's so fucking annoying in anything. But, like, the TV show clearly wasn't, so I don't even know why he's bringing it up. I don't know. It's fucking weird. He still hasn't reviewed it, by the way.
No, I'm not going to even comment about building a wall around the wasteland and making the wastelanders pay for it.
Okay.
Maybe the followers of the apocalypse will make an appearance. I mean, they're a lesser known group, right? They're a lesser known group. They were prominent in New Vegas, I wonder. Or was it New Vegas or was it 3? It was Fallout 3, was it not? Fallout 3?
Yeah, Chalk Chiron? I don't fucking know. I lost the plot there. Just like he did,
It was
apparently.
refreshing to see a show that wasn't jam-packed full of sexual content every episode like Game of Thrones and many others, don't you think?
What? Game of Thrones?
I feel like it was balanced well. I do. I feel like it was balanced well. They didn't overdo any. I would say the one thing you can argue is the gore was very excessive, but the game also is excessive in gore. I don't really feel like it was too overdone in any direction, right? There was some romance, but it was done kind of tastefully. There was some sexual content, but it was never over the top, too much in your face. There was a lot of gore, but that's kind of par for the course for the game.
You see, he's happy he didn't see like a girl's ass in the first episode. It was a man's ass. That makes it okay.
Ice Darkness says, I'm surprised you didn't talk about one of the leaders in the past was Big MT. What are you talking about? One of the people at the desk of the corporations? Big MT, like Big Mountain for the expansion from Fallout 3? Is that what you're talking about?
He keeps clearing his throat.
I basically remember it was Vault Tech, Robco,
okay.
like West Tech, which I think was supposed to be like an Asian corporation that I guess is referenced in the games, but I don't think it's in any of the ones I played. And there was Big MT, so I actually asked that and it didn't get referenced. That's a new Vegas expansion, the Big MT expansion. That's right, Big MT. It's the big crater, right? Yeah, I didn't notice that.
Dude,
West Tech designed the power armor.
how are you still streaming?
It's amazing. They should explore the planet and show different places on Earth.
Dude, I gotta go to bed, man. Can you
and then get to the plot
fucking
lines over
hop
there? I mean,
off?
people would be pretty pissed if they just abandoned these characters that you just got to know and see. You know, the thing about the show was the plot arcs were really good. Lucy, completely different person, right? Maximus, completely different person.
Yeah,
the Ghoul, although you can argue he's kind of the same guy, you've seen his plot arc because you realize the Ghoul in present day is completely different from who the Ghoul was in the past, right? So his plot arc had already happened. You're just seeing the outcome of that as who he is in the show today,
understand
right?
stories at all, but all right, whatever.
So basically, I think those plot arcs are great. Do you really now want to just throw those characters away
Dooley,
for the
please.
sake of having a season 2 somewhere else?
Can
I don't
you
think so.
review the
I think people are
show?
going to want those characters back, right?
He just said it was good because it's good. You see,
Repcon was there too, but
character
Robco
arcs.
owned them. I don't know why they were there. And then Seven Star Samurai says Robco bought Repcon right after that meeting. This is hilarious. The lore is wild. You guys are crazy about the lore of this stuff. You are. Way more than me. Like, I like the lore. I do. But I'm not one of these people who like has a timeline on my fucking wall of figuring all this shit out. I know there's probably 7,000 videos like that already all over the internet, right?
Again,
Do I think
toxifying the
Lucy
internet.
is a Mary Sue like Rey from Star Wars? Yes, but that's the point.
What?
The point is that there's a whole generation of Vault Tech
She's
people who are like that.
not.
It wouldn't just
Okay.
be her. It could have been anyone from the Vault who was thrown to the surface and would have acted the same
Whoa,
way, right?
okay. Oh
and
my
that's kind
God.
of the
My brain
interesting
hurts,
point of
man.
the character.
I
In
swear
this
to God.
lore, it fits. Maybe it doesn't fit. Maybe in Star Wars it was out of place, right? Or redone because they already done that with Luke in the first Star Wars, A New Hope, right? But in this case, this makes sense. This 100% fits what you would want in the story because that's exactly how a Vault Dweller would act when they hit the surface and saw what the wasteland was
That's
like.
not what a
right?
Mary Sue
I
is.
mean, that's how they've been raised. That's their whole life. That's all they know.
Wait, does he think a Mary Sue is someone who goes golly gee whiz? Does he think that's a Mary Sue?
All right. Well,
What?
guys, I think we're going to
All right.
wrap this up.
Whatever. He's
And
wrapping
I
up. I'm
basically
out
want
of
to
here.
say thank you.
You're welcome.
For a great
You
stream
fucking
here tonight.
asshole.
Everyone here. The
Your
first
mouth
hour I was
really
blabbing this
fucking
whole second
retard.
hour. Has been
I
great
shouldn't have said that.
interaction. I want to say thanks to anyone who supported. My final thoughts on the Fallout TV show. This is how you make a video game adaptation to another form of media.
This is how you don't
respect
review
the source
something.
material. You expand upon it rather than just
we go, here we
regurgitating
go.
it in another medium like they did with The Last of Us season, which was fucking terrible compared to this because it was the same shit. This is something unique and different and interesting, but it's in the same spirit, the same lore. It's not lore crushing like the Halo TV show that just bastardizes the fucking material for the sake
Halo
of making
isn't
a show.
canon to the
Instead, it
games, though.
respects all that time.
All right.
and love and attention that you have invested in the Fallout series up to now. You get fan service in the show that is completely missed by people who haven't played the games, but well appreciated by those of us who have, right?
Those of
and
us.
because they decided
he fits in,
to make this in the future of the plot. It's the latest thing happening in the Fallout plot or plot line. It allows it to be meaningful and now tie into things from the past, but actually be suspenseful and interesting. If they had made this a prequel story, it would have been awful. Awful. It would have been so meaningless. I'm so happy they didn't do that. All right. And even with the lore changes they made, oh no, the ghouls are different. Oh no,
How
now
is that
maybe the date is wrong on the NCR bombs dropping and this and that. It's
That's
still
a pretty big
cool,
detail.
right? Like,
okay. It's
it's still
cool.
great. It's still a great show. For fans of the franchise or not.
So, okay. I'm going to pause because I have things to say after this. I know I've been annoying, but like, dude, he's been dismissing any sort of criticism, and then his response to it is just to say it's good. No, it's good. Let's hear this again, real quick.
The NCR bombs dropping.
Look at this. Look at this. Your complaint becomes a little gumshoe voice, a little like look to the sky, oh, like a snobby voice.
It's still cool, right?
It's still cool. That's the response. The show is cool because it's cool.
Like,
it's
still great. It's still a great show. For fans of the franchise.
Why? I don't know. He doesn't tell you. I don't know why.
Fallgout.
Because Fallgout. I know what that is. I clapped.
Or not, you're really going to enjoy the show. But if you're a fan of the franchise, man, you got a treat ahead when you watch this show. And that ending of season 1, like I said, one of the best endings I have ever seen for the first season of a show. I am hooked. I am riveted. I cannot wait for season 2 and see how it's going to turn out in New Vegas. Whether it's completely from left field, we're not expecting, whatever it is, it's new. And that's the key. It's new and refreshing and exciting again. And let's be honest, we are not going to get anything new of Fallout for a very long time. We're going to get a little, maybe DLC content in this Fallout 4 update, but outside of that, we got our thumbs stuck up our butts, man. Because Bethesda won't make another game.
To just say that is very, like, dude, your job is games. Fallout 76 has been getting updated. Say what you will about the game, but it just counters your argument right there. There is new Fallout shit coming out. It's just in 76, a game you don't play. I don't know. Like, dude, I don't know. Fucking get your shit straight, dude.
This is our content. This will be our feast
of
Fallout for the next several years. If they make more seasons, this is all we've got. It's going to take them so long to basically do another game that this is what we've got. And I'm happy. I love this show, and I want to see it get tons of seasons.
Imagine if
I
this
want to
was a
see it get
paid
mainstream
review.
popular. You know what I really want to see? I want to see this show do so well that Bethesda has to make another Fallout. Or Bethesda has to contract another studio like Obsidian to make another Fallout. Because enough of their nonsense of not knowing how to make games anymore, they have become too big and too bloated, and they don't know what they're doing. If it takes them 10, 15 years to pump out a game, nobody cares anymore. They screwed up. You need to be able to make games in a reasonable amount of time when the interest is here. Why is there no Fallout content right now to tie in to this game? It doesn't make sense. They just don't know.
Dude, you just said they're updating 4 and they're adding shit to it. How is that nothing coming out? Do you listen to yourself speak? Are you alive?
What the hell they're doing? Todd Howard, like I said, he's a jackass at this point.
He's a jackass.
He looks so dumb. They've got to do something.
He's a jackass. He looks so dumb. Somehow that's like a valid period on his statement.
To turn this around. This is their chance. So let's see multiple seasons of this show. Let's see it grow. Let's see it be exciting. And then let's see new games in the future that hopefully tie in with it and make it good, right? All right. Guys, that is it. That is my live review of the
live review. We didn't get a review.
The Fallout TV show. I hope you enjoyed it. Whether you were here live or if you watch this on demand, I certainly hope that you enjoyed it equally. And I certainly hope that you guys will join me in the future for Fallout content. I'm strongly considering playing Fallout 4, or at least starting a playthrough of Fallout 4 again when this update comes out in a little over a week. Especially if it has some new content that sounds pretty exciting. We'll have to see. But in the meantime, I thank you all. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
For watching my review of the Fallout TV show.
Final Fantasy.
And
a la Bloodborne.
if you liked this, let me know. Please leave comments on these videos and let me know what you thought. Did you enjoy this or not? It's a new project for me. It's something
This was
different,
one of the worst
and
things you've ever done, dude.
I want to know, content for this channel. I'm trying to get more. If you like,
every time I watch this guy, I think it can't get any worse. And then he pulls some shit out like this and totally doesn't redeem himself. Like, dude, what the fuck? 2 hours and a half. 2.5 hours of a live review, and we don't even get the review.
this,
He blue balls the review in the review.
want to see more of this, I could do this for other media.
And then he says you want to see more of
It
it.
doesn't have to be just TV shows. So leave some comments. Let me know what you think. Thank you all. See you later.
You're welcome. I will not be seeing you later.
Okay. That was a lot of talking, guys. You want to say thanks, despite the fact that you've got to look at, oh, Phil made almost nothing tonight. It's actually false.
What? Unrecorded gold dust. Let's go. Check this shit out.
You want to say thanks, despite the fact that you've got to look at, oh, Phil made almost nothing tonight. It's actually false.
So he has, if you're not looking at the screen, he has $15 from one guy, and he has $18 total. So, yeah, he just had to point it out.
I do want to say thanks, despite the fact that you've got to look at, oh, Phil made almost nothing tonight. It's actually false. We got tons of super chats tonight, and we got a couple of memberships too. So that's actually going to overall help this channel, which that's the point. I'm trying to get this channel to have more content so it's viable to do stuff on this channel. Right now, I only have one show a week that I do on this channel. So this did, I'd argue this did pretty good. Again, I'm curious how the videos will perform. People actually watch them, enjoy them. I don't know. We'll find out. Okay.
Trolls defeated.
All right, so guys, that is it.
Dude, the trolls are in shambles, man. This shit was so successful. It was popping. He made $18. I'm in shambles.
I'm out of here. Tomorrow I'm off from streaming.
Downstairs.
So do not expect me on stream tomorrow, because if you show up, I will not be here. Okay? I'll be back on Friday.
Maybe
over on the DSP Gaming channel like usual. It'll be the Level 1 podcast. It'll be more fun Helldivers 2. It'll be Friday Night Fights, more Blanca and Street Fighter 6.
Sound good?
Okay?
Okay.
Fallgout. Thank you guys. I hope you enjoyed. And thanks for chilling with me here tonight. And I think it is time to get the hell out of here, because I'm beat. All right, everyone,
All right.
Thank you so much. Have a good Thursday. I'll see you all on Friday. Peace out.
Oh, he streamed for like an extra 2 minutes, 3 minutes. So he's probably just sitting here looking at chat, his chat not move. Man, that was ridiculous. Like I said, 2.5 hours with no actual review. There's no insight. There's no actual discussion. And this is something he probably should have brought Kat on for. That's something that could have been interesting, because it would have forced them to talk to each other. They have a topic to discuss, and then you can see them discuss it together and have different viewpoints and say different things and share their thoughts. But instead, you get a plot summary and then telling people you're wrong for an hour. Ridiculous. Like, I'm not even a fan of the show. I didn't like it, but the things he was saying was just so absurdly wrong. It's like he didn't even watch it. It's like he read a plot summary on Wikipedia and he was just basing it off memory. How many things he got wrong? It's like, dude, you just watched the show. I thought you just watched the show. And then after all of that, we don't even get the review. That's the most ridiculous part. We don't even get the review. Why is this still streaming? What is he doing? His chat. Is anyone still here? Hello? I see your name pop up when I type. You promise to stay. What the fuck is happening in his chat right now? I don't know, some weird shit. Some mouth droolers, if you will. That's the term he prefers. I saw that video. Calling them dense is wrong, but mouth droolers is okay, because he says it, right? Anyways, Fallout TV show. Yeah, it's all right, in my opinion. It's pretty good. I don't like it, but it's not bad. And, yeah, I guess, let's see if I can find something. I kind of don't want to go. Yeah, thank God it's over, really. Ghosters. Yeah, he's tip fishing. Oh, man. Okay, let's watch one more. Then I gotta go off, because I do gotta go to bed. Go to bed, Iviga. You too. Let's see. What's a short one? Something short. Here you go. He's married and he's too mature for Stellar Blade. Here we go. It's a good one.
I received a $5 tip from Ugly Tuna Roll. Hope you have a great day. I know you're set in stone, not playing Stellar Blade. I played the demo and it's definitely up your alley. No, it's not. It is not up my alley. I'm telling you. I don't care about the game. I don't care about the gameplay style. If you don't notice, even that gameplay style. For example, when we played Devil May Cry, what was it, 5 or whatever? I played through the game, and I was like,
you give it a 7 out of 10 and respect the effort. Yeah, exactly. That's a very positive view of it. I can accept that. That seems really fair.
It was fun. The gameplay elements, I didn't care for the story whatsoever. I played it for the gameplay, and I thought the gameplay was kind of silly fun, but it wasn't anything to write home about. It wasn't anything for me to do multiple crazy playthroughs of or anything like that. To me, those kind of games are just they're not a big deal. But one exception I would say is Nier Automata. And why was that the exception? Because that game had a crazy fourth wall breaking plot, the likes of which we still haven't seen since then. Okay. That game was written in such a complex, interesting way.
So he's comparing Stellar Blade to Nier Automata, whatever, based on the fact that the story is crazy. But he doesn't know the story to Stellar Blade. He hasn't even played it. He's not going to know the story because he didn't play it. So how is it even fair to compare the two games? A game you never played versus a game you did play. I don't know. They both have ladies in it, dude. It's the same thing.
That it made me, after your urging, want to go back and see the rest of it. And that really got me. That is not Stellar Blade at all. Stellar Blade is
This is a good comment, too. If it was a dude, he'd be all over it, which is true. Because it'd be a new game. It'd be an action game with a dude in it. And he would play it. He's just not playing it because it's a lady. We all know this. I don't have to explain it.
That is made with that style of gameplay, which is fine. That is literally designed to be exploitative of the female body.
Oh my God.
To get people to buy the game. The game dev is known for this and has outright stated it multiple times. If I play that game, all you're going to have is people perving out in my chat constantly. There's no room in my content for that. I'm not playing it, period. There's no reason to ever bring it up ever again. To me, it doesn't exist. You might, and that's fine. Enjoy it. I can't play it. I'm not playing it.
I can't play it. Why did he say he can't play it?
Don't waste my time talking about it.
All right. You just did, though.
Exactly, Swaggo. You know, he says your old school Phil would have been all over it. People still think you're that guy. I'm not. That guy disappeared.
You're not that guy.
7, 8 years ago. I grew up and matured. I'm married now. I don't fucking care about that shit. You're right. Old school Phil would have played it like he played Bayonetta 1. But take a look at me. Even take a look at me playing Bayonetta 2, right? Which actually was a long time ago on the Wii U.
What?
I didn't like that either. I outright said to you guys, man, it's all right, but it's kind of boring. And the whole appeal again is fucking half-naked woman. It's stupid. It just, I'm not entertained by that.
Okay.
It's not entertaining to me in any way, shape, or form.
I don't know. It's a pretty fun game, though.
That kind of content. That content was for a different audience when I was younger and I was trying to appeal to teenagers on YouTube.
That's fucked up. This shit that he says here, that he brings up all the time. Why would he even say this? Realistically, why does he even say that? I was trying to appeal to teenagers, so I was saying really sexually suggestive things about ladies. To appeal to teenagers. It's fucking weird, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's when that content made sense. I just don't get it anymore, and you know what I'm saying? I don't like it. I'm not going to enjoy it. The audience is going to act like a bunch of dumb kids.
Shirts.
There's no point. There's no point at all.
Renell? What?
Renell?
Huh?
Huh?
What's happening? What's going on? What?
Fallgout. Jason Smith says 90% of people who hype it are only interested in jerking their meat. There you go.
Porn exists, right? People just
in reality,
I don't know. People just like nice looking characters. Is that such a crime?
Sad. Here's why it's sad. Okay?
Maybe I just
Let's say
exposed
Stellar
myself.
Blade actually is stellar. Let's say it has groundbreaking gameplay, a riveting story, the likes of which we've never seen before. None of that will matter. The only thing you will remember it for and people will talk about is the girl. Because that's what the game dev was intending. He did it on purpose. So no matter what, it doesn't matter how good the game is, you've pigeonholed yourself into being known as the sexualized game.
What?
Is that what you really want? I mean, maybe it's going to sell more copies for you, but in the long run, I think it's stupid. And that's my opinion. Like I said, and I'll say it again.
Oh yeah, Nier was a failure, dude.
Had a dude.
Bayonetta was a failure.
The title role.
Nobody talks about that.
Not this woman. No one would be talking about this game in this way. Some people would be excited for it, but no one would be fanboying over the game, going crazy and shit. No, it's only because the protagonist.
But okay, so you can follow this logic and say if it was a dude, DSP would definitely be playing it. It's the same logic. Your argument falls apart because if it was a dude, you'd be playing it. doesn't matter if anybody would be talking about it because we're talking about you here. You'd just be playing it.
Is a woman designed to be over-sexualized? It's the only fucking reason.
Yeah, like call that game Devil May Cry, which he played, by the way.
True. And if you don't believe me,
that one is okay.
Go look at other similar
of course.
games. They don't get this level of hyper attention. This game is only because right now we have a stagnation of games. There's not any AAA hyped games out right now that anyone's really talking about, right? That's true. And so it's going to come out and it's going to have the space to be talked about, and it's just going to be over-focused on this woman's body, and that's it.
I got the drip.
I don't know, dude.
I got the drip.
That kind of seems like their marketing gimmick worked. The character gets people, whoa, what is that? And then they actually play the game and buy it. I don't know. Maybe that's just kind of how that works. Maybe that was their intention. I don't fucking know. Okay, that's the stream. Is he still live? Oh no, he ended. Okay, he's over. Which means I'm over. I'm over this shit. That was really bad. No review in 2.5 hours. That's great. Hey guys, thank you for the warm welcome, by the way. I know it's been a while. I'll stick around for longer than I have, but hey, yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Thanks for watching. Let me play some music. Thank you guys for liking. Thanks for chatting. You guys are freaking hilarious. Thank you for enjoying the Fallgout stream.
Fallgout.
It was a lot of fun. I hope you guys think the show was cool because the show was cool. And it was good because it was good. And if in case you didn't know, he made $18, but he didn't do bad because he says so. So I guess that's cool. Anyways, big ups, guys. Thank you, guys. And I'll see you next time, all right? Peace out, okay? And remember, guys.
I'm him. I've been him. I will continue to be him.
Big ups.
First you grab it, then you peel it. It's full of nutrients to keep you fit and thin.
Look at him dance.
You got potassium, but 0% calcium. A little fiber and protein. So you know I got a bag of them. Give a banana. Squeeze a banana. Pull that peel. And eat the banana. Eat the banana. Squeeze a banana. Eat a banana. Taste the banana. Yum, yum. Squeeze a banana. Squeeze a banana. All night. All night. All night. All night. Squeeze the banana. All night. I just want bananas. A bundle of bananas. I need bananas. Let me peel bananas. I just want bananas.
Well, you know, I'm gay.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
Bruh.
Hey. Fallgout. Based. Your mouth drooling
I just
fucking
want bananas.
hard. I shouldn't have said that.
I just want bananas. I just want bananas. I just want bananas.